Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
There it is. Pardon me. You wonder how I go through it. You wonder how I survive it, don't you? Pardon me. So there it is. In the bar. There's nothing like being prepared, is there? And this is nothing like being prepared, is it? So there it is. Yende bar. So there it is. Yende bar. So good day, good to see you, good to have you here. How are you? So good day, good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you? So good to have you here. How are you? The usual protocol, please click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So we're always canvassing for new and divergent opinions, and that is your opinion. So if you've not been on the screen before, don't be shy. We're gentle. So we'll handle you with soft gloves. So come join us. So do that. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever ready. So I always ask that. You always ignore me, but there it is. Anyway, 3 easy steps and off you go. And Ayo kicks it off with an encouraging start. The eagle has landed. One man went to mow. Remember when I used to start the sessions with that? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. So we've not done that in a while. Maybe we'll bring that back. So one man went to mow, the eagle has landed. But the eagle lands now in several places. So there was the story that broke today about possible stepping down of Alex Oti as the governor of Abia State. So that story broke today. So, but I'm not going to say more than that because there's all sorts of intricacies at play in that storyline. But we shall digest it in the fullness of it to see if we land on an understanding. But that was probably the biggest story that landed today, that's come out of the news cycle today. So the storyline now of our court stepping down Alex Oti as the governor-elect of Abia State. So I'll leave it as vague as that. And then when we get into the heart of it, we'll see exactly what's in there. So we'll get into the heart of that. But certainly we'll be getting into this one as well. So we'll be permutating with this one. Our federal government orders closure of roads in Federal Capital Territory for Tinubu's inauguration parade. So there it is. They are going to leave no stone unturned because, as you can imagine, the eyes of the world will be on Nigeria on that day. The eyes of the world, all of the global cameras will be in Nigeria. And all of those global cameras that will be in Nigeria, they're looking to come and cover the inauguration. So that's one. But they're looking to catch that outbreak of disturbance, which they anticipate, but which will be a better story than just another inauguration of another president being sworn in. So the international media will be coming to Nigeria hoping to catch some sort of skirmish, some sort of incident, some sort of act of violence. So that they are looking to do. And the Nigerian state, of course, are looking to ensure that that opportunity does not present. Federal government orders closure of roads in FCT for Tinubu's inauguration. So, as curious and as ludicrous somewhat as this may sound, there are actually still in some quarters people saying that Tinubu will not be sworn in. TikTok, it's 10 days now. Today is the 19th. So in 10 days, he will be sworn in. So they have no equivocation about that. Apologies, Thomas. Have no equivocations about that. In 10 days' time, Tinubu will be sworn in. But in 10 days' time, will this man be sworn in? Is the question. Court nullifies Alex Oti, other Labour Party candidates' election in Abia and Kano State. So this is the bombshell news that broke today. So Alex Oti, of course, a friend of this platform. Actually, we saw him just at dinner at one of our members' house who shared that experience with us in America. But it looks as though now him preening and peacocking and luxuriating in victory is about to be cut short. Our court nullifies Alex Oti, other Labour Party candidates election in Abia State and Kano. So quite why that took place, we'll find out shortly. And then Festus Keyamo writes this long essay to Peter Obi. So I wonder if there's anybody that is going to miss Peter Obi after this, because of course we're in May now, June, July. By July, the whole Peter Obi storyline is already gone because we are then looking at what Tinubu is doing, who is appointing, what's going on itself. So the whole Peter Obi within the next 6 weeks, the whole Peter Obi storyline will be gone. But what will Festus Keyamo be venting his pen on? So he certainly vents his pen in this instance. Let me actually just let me give you a quick read of this one just to get it out of the way. So this is Festus Keyamo responding to Peter Obi's response. Oh, right. Somebody's actually just sent me what Festus Keyamo is responding to. So maybe I'll take that first. Actually, let me just copy it over. This is a very live and up-to-the-minute program. These spaces we run. It's a live and up-to-the-minute space. Because even as we are online now, people are sending me countless stuff on Instagram, on WhatsApp, etc. that marries with the storyline. So let me now bring you what's just been sent in. So it says Peter Obi reacts as U.S. Secretary Blinken. U.S. Secretary Blinken calls Tinubu makes promises. So this was what prompted then the long essay from Festus Keyamo. So that's Peter Obi. So let me just give you a quick readout of that, actually. Peter Obi, Labour Party candidate in the February 23 presidential election, has reacted to the call between the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Recall that Blinken on Wednesday called Tinubu on the phone to emphasize his continued commitment to further strengthening the U.S.-Nigeria relationship with the incoming administration. Reacting, Obi said the U.S. responses to Nigerian affairs should be based on mutual respect, shared ideals, aspiration, and interest which ought to transcend the consideration of any individual. According to the former Anambra State governor, the United States are meant to wait for the full resolution of the ongoing judicial process before tacitly conferring legitimacy on any of the contending parties. There is still a lack of clarity on the basis of the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony J. Blinken's call to the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu on the 16th of May, 2023. The most fundamental tenet and core value of democracy is the rule of law. And by the way, let me just pause there for a moment, because there's a rank hypocrisy at play here. Rank hypocrisy at play here. When Peter Obi won the Anambra State governorship, I think was he contending against Mba? He was straight to court to contend that victory. Peter Obi was sworn in as the governor during that period, and the processes lasted for months and months before finally the Supreme Court validated his governorship. That was months after he was sworn in, and of course the contention, the court cases against his governorship was well in court through his inauguration and months into it. So he did not object to it in that phase, but he objects to it now in this phase. So it's just the lack of consistency. It's just there is still a lack of clarity on the basis of the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's call to the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 16th of May 2023. The most fundamental tenet and core value of democracy is the rule of law. Nigeria's democracy is founded on these principles, which the American people hold dear. Without the risk of interfering in Nigeria's domestic affairs, the United States-Nigeria relationship should be guided by the core values of democracy. Above all, Nigerians expect that the United States responses to our affairs should be based on mutual respect, shared ideals, aspirations, and interests, which ought to transcend the considerations of any individual. Contextually, the willful manipulation and falsification of the will of Nigerians as freely expressed during the February 25th elections cannot be overlooked by the true friends and partners of Nigeria. It is thus overreaching importance that a beacon of democracy like the United States should not respond to the political developments in Nigeria in a manner that faintly suggests taking sides. What do you mean taking sides? The United States is on the side of Nigeria. Nigeria has elected a president. Nigeria has elected a president, and the United States aligns itself alongside decisions that Nigerians have made. The United States are not interested in you or what agitates you. Of course, they are. I mean, what's going on here? Is the ego that big? Is that ego actually that big? It is thus overreaching importance that a beacon of democracy like the United States should not respond to political developments in Nigeria in a manner that faintly suggests taking sides. Well, this guy, is it a naivety or ego that is out of control? There is an evolving political and judicial process around the last presidential election in Nigeria. We expect the United States to await the full resolution of the ongoing judicial process before tacitly conferring legitimacy on any of the contending parties. The final determination of the true winner of the election can only be made by the relevant courts of law. More so, the issues in judicial contention imply far-reaching violations of both Nigerian electoral law and the Nigerian Constitution, he tweeted. So it's unbelievable, but there it is. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. I hope this guy is trolling rather than his ego actually being this big. Because if the ego is that big, then it tells you that he has an insatiable ego. About somebody with an ego too much, Festus Keyamo, he claps back. So usually I will just give you the headlines and then go to the music, but let me just give you at least these two back and forth after I've had a sip of water. Pardon me. So there it is. So this is Festus Keyamo's response now to the verbosiousness of our man from Anambra. Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. So he doesn't even call him governor anymore. So what's the Your Excellency for? If you are going to then title him Mr. as opposed to governor. Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, I am sorry, but there is clarity as to the basis of the United States Secretary of State, Anthony J. Blinken's call to ART official ABAT and their pledge for support and cooperation. It is obvious that you and your supporters have overrated your noise and tantrums. It is obvious that you and your supporters have overrated your noise and tantrums after the elections as having any real effect internationally. No, they have not had such massive effect as you wish. Unfortunately for you, the United States have dealt with so many opposition figures around the world, and they know exactly how to separate facts from fiction. They know you lost, fair and square. They know that in a complex society like Nigeria, you could not have won with your message of religious war. They know you are just a splinter of the main opposition, the PDP. So it amounts to delusion of grandeur to think that you won when you actually came third. So this is what I think the word narcissism was bandied around quite liberally yesterday. I thought maybe it should come in today. I wonder if we are seeing narcissistic tendencies. They also know the declaration of a winner already announced by INEC has the force of law and is the only acceptable legal framework upon which to proceed than your petition in court that is yet to be decided upon. You really want this country to stand still because you have a case in court. Is that what we have practiced in this country for decades? Recall, sir, that when you won, so I think this is what I was talking about earlier on. Recall, sir, that when you won your second term in office as governor of Anambra State, your opponents were in the tribunal when you were sworn in and you got congratulatory messages from across Nigeria and the world. Did you reject those congratulatory messages because your opponents were in court? Why are you now misleading this largely hapless mob trooping blindly after you? Why are you going? Let me scroll up. As you are going about this, with this pretentious, holier than thou out attitude, a court of law nullified the nomination of a member of your party's candidate at the last election. Are you not more worried about this development, even as it affects your nomination as the Labour Party presidential candidate? Mr. Obi, your pontifications about the last presidential election are getting very worrisome. They are beneath you. They are designed only to appeal to the mob. You know you lost the election. We know you know. And you know we know that you know. Please come down from a high horse. So that is Festus Keyamo then putting a swift slap down to Peter Obi's commentaries towards the... are they now going to... I wonder if they follow pattern. I wonder if they are going to launch after the American Secretary of State. I wonder if the obedience will actually reach that far to go to the Anthony J. Blinken's wall and start cursing his mother and children. So from that on to the next, and I'm back to reading out the headlines now. Two senior advocates battle in court over appearance for Labour Party petition against Tinubu. So apparently, actually, I'm not going to preempt it. It's not a long read, so I'll probably just give you that. So this one now portends good news. So from all of the to and fro that we have been having, this one portends good news. NNPCL begins oil supply to Dangote refinery next week. So this portends good news, of course, because of course there are three things we are contending with in Nigeria: bad infrastructure, which wraps around electricity, good roads, and cheaper petrol. We need petrol to be as cheap as it possibly can be in Nigeria, because that is our competitive advantage. So let's see now what that means. So I suspect that this will facilitate the quick removal of that fuel subsidy in somewhat of a pain-free manner. So in somewhat of a pain-free manner. So now let me now take you to this headline. I was talking about rank hypocrisy just then. I wonder what is more hypocritical, Peter Obi, who benefited from a system that is now turning against, or this now next headline. No need for Nigerian presidents to seek medical treatment abroad. But who is saying this? Is Aisha Buhari. So it's almost like they live in a world of their own. In fact, they almost with certainty live in a world of their own. So I mean, it's just, where do you even go after this? No need for Nigerian presidents to seek medical treatments abroad. So this is the wife of the man, of course, that spent the 4 out of the 8 years of his tenure in a London hospital. So there it is, the rank hypocrisy. From that rank hypocrisy to just bitterness and the bitterness and vileness of a short little man. This headline, it really jarred me when I saw it. With this one, 10 days to end of tenure, El Rufai marks 9 McAfee's company for demolition, revokes CFO. So it's on El Rufai is capable of unbelievable cruelty. There was a time that he went and bulldozed the house of one of his political opponents because he said they flouted some water law or infringed on a road or something, which you will say, okay, that's a good enough excuse. But that house that he demolished was in the middle of a street filled with houses, but he singularly demolished that house, which is to tell you then that what about the rest of them? So now with 10 days to the end of his administration, he's determined to destroy this guy. At 10 days to end of tenure, El Rufai marks 9 McAfee companies for demolition, revokes CFO. That guy is quite something. It's a real specimen, that El Rufai. So a real specimen, El Rufai. So a rich and diverse menu, everything up for grabs. It's just it's such a delicious mix. You cannot miss it. You must not miss it. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Exactly as I said, click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the studio. Thomas, you have to make sure the link is there. Let me just pop it there again. We want the room populated with as different and as divergent an opinion base as possible. Let me put that hyperlink again. Okay, let me put that hyperlink again. So I'll put the hyperlink again. Just so, yes. So there it is. If you want to come join us, click on that. So we want different voices. So if you've not been before, then we especially want to hear from you. So let me just take a micro little break, and then we get straight into the throes of it. Let's go first. You know where we're going, of course. Let's go first to the K guys. Egbe Elemu.
Only water, where is Sima? Water, 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 only water. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Papa, oh, Naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. You know, I always feel odd if I don't put this in on. So there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Adura La, important, potent prayer by the K guys. So there it is. Actually, let me kick this off. I'm not going to kick it off with the readout. I want you to watch this little clip from Boss Mustafa. Watch this little clip from Boss Mustafa.
Strand of news item that is ongoing. Whether we needed to wait until the determination of the courts before we proceed with inauguration. Let me say, without any fear of any form of contradiction, there will be an inauguration on the 29th of June. This is not the first time we have run elections. In my active political life, I have seen different transitions, starting from the Shagari transition. It was litigated. The courts went ahead with the inauguration. The next one, after Shagari, was Obasanjo. It was litigated in 1999. We continued with 2003. That was when President Muhammadu Buhari jumped into the ring. If you remember, for those of you that were active as politicians and could follow, he spent months in the tribunal that went ahead to the Supreme Court, and he repeated that 3 times. I stand to be corrected. I think the only election that we have not litigated is 2015 Jonathan. Jonathan was the only one that conceded defeat, called President Buhari, congratulated him, and we had a seamless transition. So, with or without litigation, as long as the Lord tarries, there will be an inauguration on the 29th. Act in itself, as a matter of fact, envisaging that a litigant can be between the tribunal and the appellate court 240 days, 180 for the determination of the petition and 60 for the determination of the appeal. So our laws are very sacrosanct. They have placed these things in the public domain, that we will proceed with the inauguration of President-elect Asuwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu on the 29th.
All right. It's quite a marvel, actually. It's quite a marvel that the government really feels the need to be giving these reassurances. Of course, of course, they are going to inaugurate. What are we talking about here? What are kill and zombie? Of course, they are going to inaugurate somebody that won an election. Of course, they are. Why would they not? What level of it's quite a spectacle. It's like we're in some sort of twilight zone. Somebody won an election. Of course, they are going to inaugurate him, but the space is so hecked up and heightened up that they have to give that those reassurances that he is going to be inaugurated. Of course, he's going to be inaugurated. What will stop him from being inaugurated? He won an election. What's to stop it? You are in court. You are in court. Will the country be held in abeyance? Because you are in court, because you're a sore loser, of course they are going to inaugurate him. Why is this even a conversation that somebody has to be coming out to reassure us that they are going to inaugurate somebody that won an election? Of course. What is the alternative? Not to inaugurate him? What sort of nonsense? Sorry, but when you pause to think about it for a moment, it's quite an irritation. Where are we even with all of these things? Let's just leave that for a moment. Let's leave that for a moment, but our preparations actually to ensure that inauguration, it goes as heat-free and swimmingly as it possibly can be, So okay, let me bring you this. It says federal government orders closure of roads in Federal Capital Territory for Tinubu's inauguration parade. The federal government has ordered the closure of roads linking Federal Secretariat Complex Phase 1, 2, and 3 and Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2 p.m. on Friday, May the 26th to, in fact, they are closing it for days. Dr. Ngozi, something or the other, Secretary XYZ, the order is in line with security arrangements for the Presidential Transition Council for the smooth conduct of the inauguration parade for the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Bola Tinubu. Accordingly, officers and intending visitors to the affected areas will not be allowed access till Tuesday, the 30th, when work will resume. So it looks as though that space will actually be declared a work-free space just for the duration of that thing. But let me now bring you to this headline. And then from this headline, then we'll have a Labour Party functionary pick it up from there. Court nullifies Alex Oti, other Labour Party candidates' elections in Abia and Kano State. So that's the opening headline, but all is not as it would seem. So the story doesn't end there. But let's pick it up from here. So let's pick it up from here. Let's say, let me let in. So we've got Thomas joining us. We've got our legal luminary. We've got Solomon joining us from Abuja, and Mohammed makes an appearance. So let's just take a couple of minutes of this just to bring us up to speed with what's going on.
By all primary done by the Labour Party in Nigeria, fully in conjunction be by definitely affect and the reason was Buri, the then chairman, refused to meet Arno Ibrahim. He used to be our chairman in that place before he was removed. And I think the man will call the only governorship candidate this is the only governor that we have in Labour Party. And yet, due to capital B, to not be toying with people as who go in charge of the party, this has cost us greatly. As I speak, they did not present any lawyer. They did not. because
one man, the video is bad. We can't hear it. The video is back.
Can anyone still hear me, Thomas?
The video is
Can
bad.
anyone still hear me?
It's scratch. Yeah, I can hear you. The video is bad.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, no,
scratching.
yes, the video is bad. All right. I think we've actually gotten really what we want from it. So let me just let me just remove it. But so that was the space then of the that was the space then of the functionary of the Labour Party telling us then that that Alex Otti has been removed. So let's pick it up from there. Let's pick it up with Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, good to see you. So what are you then making then of that story? It's not all that it appears to be.
Thank you, Wama. I thought we would have started today with a more serious issue than this Labour Party. I think we are giving this Labour Party too much popularity on our platform. They are not a serious party. Now, why am I saying so? You know, this 30 days issue is one of the things that is contained in Tinubu's counter cross petition. And I've said it here before. If you can remember, if anybody can remember, I said it here. In Obi, let me start with the Obi, Tinubu's cross petition against Obi. They are saying that Obi is not a member of Labour Party, right? And why are they saying so? They are saying the 30 days that the Electoral Act provided, that you must submit the register, your membership register before your primaries. Obi's primary fell short, as at the time Obi entered their party was less than the 30 days to that primaries. Therefore, registered, they must have sent within the 30 days. Obi name can never be there. That is what Tinubu is saying. If eventually the tribunal now said Tinubu is right, I know the obedient will come out and say, oh, what kind of technical justice is that? The way they like vilifying Opuzo Dima case and Lawal case and co, without looking deeply into what are the legal issues. In this case now, I've learned people saying, why would they go to Kano? And I keep saying, that Okonko guy, they said he went to law school. I don't understand the law school he went to. He's criticizing them going to Kano. So when Abure Marabambi got judgment in FCT, where the headquarters of Labour is, why did Abure go to Edo to go and get his own judgment or ruling to counter Abure? And the same Okonko that can support that kind of ruling, because he like throwing out that ruling every time and tell you that, oh, there are 2 orders of court, therefore you can choose the one to follow, He's the one castigating that. Because I listened to his interview today, that why would they go to Kano? Let me tell you, for the purpose of people that don't really know. You see, they went to what they call Federal High Court. In Nigeria, Federal High Court sitting in anywhere in Nigeria has the entire country as its jurisdiction. A Federal High Court can sit in Lagos now and then determine any matter that has federal nature, that is, the cause of action is from anywhere in Nigeria. That's the purpose of Federal High Court. The only thing is that whatever matter that Federal High Court is going to handle must be a matter that has a federal nature, like this matter, right? And jurisdiction in this matter is because they are challenging the candidacy of Labour in both Kano and Abia. And instead of you to be doing one in Abia, doing one in Kano, you do it together under one court, which is the Federal High Court.
But and people have been talking about jurisdiction, that that's the reach of the Kano Federal High Court does not extend to Abia State.
Who is saying that?
I've heard it severally. I even heard it in a conversation on this TVC Babajide Tutoju and all those.
No, one man. If it is state high court, there is territorial jurisdiction, right? If it's state high court, there is territorial jurisdiction. But if it is a federal high court, the federal high court in Abuja. Okay, let me give you an instance. Now we have election tribunal in Osun. Do you know where they are sitting presently? Abuja. Why are they sitting in Abuja? Why are they not sitting in Osun? There's another one my colleague told me. There are a lot of rivers. Present election petition gubernatorial in rivers. Do you know they are sitting in FCT? They are not sitting in
no, but you know, the FCT has the status of the federal capital now, so it has a special status in jurisprudence.
Man. You see, that's one of the things they keep telling people. When it comes to courts, hierarchy of courts, FCT is just one. There's nothing special in FCT. Don't let them bobo you with all those things. There is nothing special in FCT. What matters is the establishing act. What law establishes that court? The law that establishes federal high court is a federal law. And where is the constituency of the federal court? Is the entire Nigeria. If you go back to the law that established federal high court, it says the jurisdiction of this court is the Federation of Nigeria. Is the entire federation. The only aspect where we have and what people do, let me tell you, what smart lawyers and smart parties do is this. If you think Abia is more convenient for you, and Abia is closer to the course of action and where parties reside and everything,
or the judge there, or the judge there is more bribable, which is more.
No, I won't say that as a lawyer. No,
yeah,
maybe yeah. If you see that terrain more convenient for you in terms of you can easily go from your home to the place. The course of action is there. If the court wants to maybe inspect one or two things, the court can easily leave his office and go there and others. You will first appear before that court and say, please transfer my matter. If you remember James Ibori case, that was what happened. He appeared before Judge Sakuleyin in Kaduna, and they said, transfer this matter to Asaba. You can't be trying data here, please. And there are so many other cases that it's right. You accept people that just don't really understand these things. So what am I saying? Now, I heard Arabambi saying that Labour Party did not put up legal representation in that matter. You see, when you have somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo that is acting Nollywood for you in your legal room, why will you put up? You will just advise them there is nothing there. They don't have jurisdiction. Instead of him to sit down and learn as a young lawyer under the senior one and understand the act of they won't. Playing politics around and is churning out advice for them. I wish them good luck. I love the man Alesoti because I've listened to him severally. The way the man speaks, I think.
Hold your thoughts, because there's been subsequent developments. Let me bring you this. Judge denies nullifying Abia governorship election. A federal high court has denied nullifying the candidature of Abia governor-elect Dr. Alex Otti, who contested the election on the platform of the Labour Party. The court, however, said it nullified the election of the Kano Labour Party candidates that contested the 2023 general elections. Correspondents recalled that Haruna Ibrahim had filed an application asking the court to revoke and set aside the certificate of return issued to all Labour Party candidates declared winner in Kano and the 35 states of the federation, including the FCT. However, following the mixed reaction that has trailed the judgment, Justice Nasir and Yanusa affirmed that the candidate in Abia State who took part in the just concluded general election was not party in the suit. Justice Nasir Yanusa said the court declared only the primary election of the Labour Party in Kano State null and void. This court lacks jurisdiction to make an order for the issuance of certificate of return. They are at liberty to seek redress in the appropriate division of the court, he said. So it looks as though they stepped that down somewhat.
No. One man, if you conflate this with the first news, they are still telling the same story. What is the story? This Federal High Court cannot nullify outcome of election. Get it straight now. It cannot nullify. It's only Election Petition Tribunal that can nullify outcome of election, right? But the Federal High Court, right, can tell you, can deal with issue of candidacy. I think I've explained it here before. There's a pre-election matter and there's election matter. There are two different things, right? So whatever this court has done now, look at my point. Whatever is in the media, what we have read so far, my point is this. Whatever is this judgment is going to, if this judgment is going to hold now, because they said they didn't put up legal representation, I don't want to believe that. But if it is true, what Arabambi said, that they didn't even go there to go and challenge that matter. See, this precedent will stand against Obi if they push further, because this precedent will simply say that these guys enter labor before the 30 days thing. No, they are simply saying that you did not submit within the time. Obi own enter short of 30 days, and it is an issue presently before the Election Tribunal. And the judge is already giving signal that if you breach that 30 days rule, it's going to be a serious issue for you. Just like Osun election petition judgment, all those judgments are accumulating to some principles that will come eventually to haunt Labour Party. The better.
So you think this is a kite? Do you think this judgment is a kite towards the presidential tribunal? No, that's what you're suggesting. Are they flying a kite?
No, Woman, I won't say it's a kite. If you look at it, it's just the position of the law. When the governor of Bayelsa State was removed, look at the point. It's a simple point. Your deputy, whatever defect your deputy has, then it affects you. You could imagine, and that removes a governor. So it's just like reinstatement of the position of the law to tell you that 30 days thing is sacrosanct. So they are ringing into their bell now. 30 days is sacrosanct. So whatever you want to go and argue in the presidential election, know what you want to argue well. Don't go and argue something that will not fly. I wish them well in the election petition anyway.
Okay, so if that holds through and that upholds, and by the way, let me share you this, because people have now been circling around that narrative that you just fleshed out. Yes, let me share you this. Let me share this with you. So these are people now, just echoing really what you just said. This is Isaac Fayoshe, who takes a unique and peculiar look at politics, but he's speaking exactly to what you're saying. It says, in line with EA 2022, so EA 2022, the INEC should disqualify the Labour Party presidential candidate from contesting the 2023 election. The candidate isn't on the party's membership list submitted to the electoral body. The list was submitted on April the 25th, while the candidate joined the party May the 26th. So there's a clear month between. So I'm not sure if it's an addendum that they added to add this name, but that 30-day rule is quite marked. And Peter Obi, of course, his own thing is that we must follow the rule of law. We must follow the rule of law. But the rule of law in terms of this is open and short. It's black and white.
Yes, one man. I've said it here. I think more than even a month ago. What Isaac Fayoshe is just tweeting now. I've said it since now. If you can remember on this platform, I said that 30-day thing is sacrosanct. The only way they can go about this thing is if INEC cooperates with them, and if INEC, what do you call it now? If INEC record show that his name was actually included within the 30 days and in the membership register they drop, which will be very unnatural because Adeni has not joined. Then it will also depend on the argument the Tinubu guys are canvassing. Look at it from this angle. Now, a clever lawyer would distinguish between what happened in Kano, but I won't even give them that point anyway. So let's leave it at that. Let's see what the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal is going to make out of this. But just note this, that this thing is sacrosanct and is going to...
You know, my concern is that the Election Petition Tribunal, they might not have the testicular fortitude to make big decisions. Because if they were to go with the technicality, they can just say, okay, you shouldn't even really be, because that is already filed by Tinubu, that you shouldn't even really be on the list. And they could just try.
One man, it doesn't work that way. I've explained it here before now. When one person here was saying that why can't they set down the issue of drug dealing and Shetima issue and first for hearing and determine it before others? And I explained it here that it doesn't work that way. And I was able to demonstrate the absurdity you will achieve eventually if you do that. It will just get you to a very ridiculous extent. Now,
but hold on, Ogbeni. Follow through, because if they establish that Peter Obi was not duly registered to be in that election, which this tells us is not, because this is a clear flouting of the rules and is black and white. So if that is established, then from that he ceases to be a party in that petition. Because if it's not a candidate, then how can it be a party?
We are saying the same thing.
All right, yeah.
What I'm telling you is that it doesn't work that way. The court will still go to the merit. See, it's just like using big hammer to kill. How do I even put it? See, each point, the court will determine each point and tell you, on this point, you are failed. On this point, you are failed. On this point, you are failed. On this point, you passed. On this point, you passed. And now look at everything together. You are failed. So the court will still go to the merits. They must do everything because that is not the final court. You're still going ahead to the next court. So, but watch out for this 30 days point.
All right. Are you still there, Ogbeni?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Can I quickly ask him a question?
Yeah, ask him a question, and then I'll take him to another topic. Yeah, good to see you, Akeem.
Oh, good to see you, man. Ogbeni, good evening.
Good evening,
I
sir.
just want to know, that issue, does it fall under the disqualifying matter?
Yes, it means you are not validly, you are not you know, part of the grounds of election petition is whether you are a member of a political party to contest. So the prima facie proof of your membership, which is a constitutional requirement. You know, there is no independent candidacy in Nigeria. So the constitution simply states it clearly that you must be a member of a political party.
But has the court not clarified that as to say it's purely down to the political parties as to how they submit candidates and how they organize themselves?
No, what the court
supremacy.
What the court clears is the nomination. The court says the nomination of your candidate and everything is within the discretion, okay, of your party. But when it comes to the issue of constitutional, the party cannot just go and nominate somebody who is not a member of the party. It means that he is not a member of a political party, which the constitution states clearly. And the prima facie proof of that, to prove that, is, and that's why that requirement is in the electoral and say submit your membership register. It's not, that session is not just there for fun. They know why they put that session there. Submit your membership register. So it is within those members that you have there that you should go and sponsor. So if you don't have any, it's a serious issue for you. That means you are pushing an independent candidacy.
Yeah, but does that not fall under the pre-election matters?
No. So what takes it out for pre-election matter is that they are not challenging nomination. They are challenging your candidacy, which is in the constitution. They are saying you have breached this particular provision of constitution that say you must be a member of a political party and sponsored by that political party. They are saying what you can use to prove that is look at the members register that you drop with INEC. If we look at it, then you are not there. Then it means you are not a member. Do you understand the logic?
Yeah, no, I get what I understand. That's
it. So they try as much as possible to take it out from pre-election matter, because if they go to nomination, that's election matter. So they are not talking of the electoral act this time around. They are talking of the constitution that you must be a member of a political party. It's going to be a very serious and interesting point anyway.
All right, we'll see how that plays out. But let me take you to this space just to break it up a little bit.
There is still one more issue in that court situation. About time, I think there is like 14. Some people were arguing about 14 days that the time of the filing of that court case was not within the time. That is time barred or whatever they were calling it. What do you think of that?
You mean the Peter Obi filing?
No, the Alex Oti, the people that filed it was outside the time it was supposed to be filed. Something something along that line. Or when
No,
is it?
that's not an electoral petition now. It wasn't.
It's a pre-election matter.
It's election matter, not electoral petition.
Yes, pre-election matter also has days within which you must file it. That's from when the cause of action arose and when you must file. I can't readily remember the exact dates now.
This does not come under the electoral act, the new electoral act, right? This case wasn't brought under the electoral act. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was brought under electoral act now. That's why they're in federal court. But
the electoral act puts a time there.
Yes, I confirm it too. There's a time within which you must file it. So
but this was not filed within that time.
You know, if you don't
just for clarification, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I get what
No, for clarification, but I want to get quickly to Mohammed. I want to come back to you on this topic, but he's about to drop out, but I want to document his voice. But clarify that for Fatai, and then I'll go to Mohammed and then come back to you.
So my understanding is that I know the electoral act provide for days within which you must file your pre-election matter. If you don't file within those days, nobody can extend it to you. It's dead for life. Now, but when you don't put up a defense in court, nobody will be raising that objection. The court will just go in. It is the duty of the defense to come to court and say you filed this in outside the time. But at the same time, if it is detected on appeal, or they return to that court to set aside that decision, if it is true that they filed outside the dates provided by electoral act, it's a judicial matter, and that case will be thrown away. The entire thing will collapse eventually.
All right, brilliant. Hold your thoughts on that headline that I just showed you, but let me go to Mohammed, who joins us for the first time. So, Mohammed, good to see you. On mute. Let's hear from you. How are you?
Good to see you too, one man. I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm great. Let me take you to this space. Because this one stretches credulity. This headline stretches credulity. I'm sure if we go to the readouts, then it probably make more sense. But just off the back of the headline, so this is it. Hold on. This is it, Mohammed. No need for Nigerian presidents to seek medical treatment abroad. So we all agree with that. But do we agree with it coming from Aisha Buhari? So what are you then making then of? It's almost unbelievable. What do you make of that?
This is quite funny. It's interesting to know if this is a direct quotation from her. Like I would like to believe that she's not that brazen and hypocritical to make statements such as this at this time, when of course everyone knows her husband has been away on numerous trips abroad on state resources. So it's surprising that this is coming from her. So I would like to know if it's a direct quote from her and in what context she said this. Really,
yes, it is a direct quote, but the context probably lets it make sense. Let me give you the context. The First Lady, Aisha Buhari, is of the opinion that Nigerian presidents have no need to travel abroad for medical treatment following the inauguration of the 21 billion naira presidential wing of the State House Medical Center. Mrs. Buhari stated this when she joined President Muhammadu Buhari and other dignitaries for the commissioning ceremony of the facility situated in the premises of the presidential villa. The president's wife told State House correspondents that she established the idea of the wing 6 years ago after the extensive stay of her husband abroad for medical treatment. She assured that with the facility in place, Nigerian presidents and their family members will no longer need to go abroad for treatment, but may only fly medical experts to assist their colleagues in the country. So that's the context. It probably makes more sense.
Yeah. So it makes sense now. Obviously, it's a completely different kind of vantage point now you're coming from. So I think she did some work from what I understood. Like there is some facilities now at the Asoro that is operational now, and in that context, she's saying that maybe future presidents don't need to go abroad. Well, then that kind of makes sense. But if it was just that, like just saying that Tinubu cannot go, then of course, like it's obvious that everyone would know that that's not a statement that people will accept. Yeah. So also like one man on this topic that you guys were discussing just before I joined, like about the 30 days rule or something, some legal technical matter. I was just of the opinion that I think if, for example, the Labour Party and PDP to some extent are using procedural kind of angles they are coming from with their petitions, like Tinubu should not have, even been a candidate to begin with, and these kind of things. I just don't think that the other side also should be doing the same with them. For me, the way I see it, this petition should be about only one thing: the substance. So, if, for example, uh, the the screenshots about what do they call it on the IRF or something that was posted at each polling unit at the 176,000 polling units, and every one of the political parties has their own copies, and there is one that is uploaded on the INEC portal. So each of these 176,000, if they compare what they have with what is on the IRF and it differs, and they add up those differences and it's sufficient enough and significant enough to overturn the outcome of the election, then they have a case. Anything other than that, to me, is just like a waste of time. Like Peter Obi was not a candidate, is a candidate. I think this is just all like, we're just wasting mental energy on things that will not pan out to nothing. Like Peter Obi was a candidate, whether Tinubu was a candidate, Atiku was a candidate. Like if they can just prove that there is something. That's why I don't also really like this argument that the other camp is using about the late uploading of the results on the portal. I just mean the way I look at it is that, I mean, they should have uploaded it early, but even if they uploaded it late, that does not mean what they uploaded is contradicting what you have in your hands, unless you can prove that. And if you add up those irregularities, let's say, and then it's of the order of 1 million, 1.7 million, then there is a case to overturn the election. So I don't know. That's how I see it, basically. So this 30-day thing, I'm not really interested.
What are you making of the whole hula baloo around this election and the level of noise that we're still hearing 10 days to the inauguration? Are people with narratives of stolen mandates? Are people agitating the polity, etc.? What are you making of that space? What are your thoughts on the goings on?
Well, I think mostly the people that are talking about stolen mandate, I don't hear it much from the Atiku camp, because most of my friends and the people that I know that were staunch supporters of Atiku, they were supporters of Atiku more as a second preference, but they will take Tinubu any day. Like they are not really against like Tinubu or something. But the stolen mandate idea usually, I think, is coming from the Obi camp. And I think the reason why they have this idea is because of the way, basically, the way they look at Nigeria, basically. Like you can only come to this conclusion if you pretend that, let's say, northern Nigeria does not exist. Like you cannot speak of a mandate when it's just like in two regions in the south or or even if it is just from the south, you cannot talk about a mandate. Like if anybody has like to talk about mandate, it will be the top two candidates because they're the ones that at least have a spread in across the Niger on both sides of the country. So those people who talk of mandate, I just see them as people who, like in their analysis, they completely ignore, let's say, northern Nigeria. That's why how they come to these conclusions. Whenever you talk to them, like I was on another show a couple of times. Whenever I mentioned to them, like, okay, how about Jigawa? How about this? How about it? Really, they don't have any response to that. So the mandate only is like they just pretend that they're the only ones that exist. That's why all this. That's why the like to your question, like I don't make much sense of this idea of stolen mandate and everything. For me, I just look at it. I also like was of the view that the election obviously like was not like flawless. But what I always say is this: if, for example, you are an agent at a polling unit, and then let's say you're a PDP agent or Labour Party agent, you have a result sheet that has your signature and has PDP signature, has APC signature, you have it in your hands, and then on the IRF, something else was uploaded. Let's say there was a difference between what you have and what was there. So that's one case. In this 176,000, like I think if they really believe their narrative, it should be really easy to prove their case.
Mohammed. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're back. Yeah, back. Carry on.
Yeah, sorry. So that's what I was saying. Like, I just don't, all this noise that I hear, it's lacking in really in substance. Like, I like to think of things in terms of first principles. Like, just, I think if they have a strong case that they believe in, like, they can really prove it. If they believe, let's say, for example, the delay in the uploading of the results on the IRF was used as some kind of cover to manufacture results and things like that. Because that's the number one thing that I hear people talk about. They said they will upload, they didn't upload. And that's how they use that delay to do some dirty work. But I just feel like if that is the case, it should be really, really easy for Labour Party or PDP to prove it.
Mohammed, where do you see the crescendo of this thing? Where do you see it?
Well, honestly, to me, I don't follow it. I never took it seriously from the beginning because I know that they don't have a case, both PDP and especially Labour Party, because they came third. I just don't see any scenario where they will come out on top. So it's just more like I think, and I would like to believe that Peter Obi is a smart guy, and Atiku obviously is. I just think that they are doing this more as kind of they are just trying to find some kind of soft landing for themselves and just like a face saving kind of attempt. That's why they are just trying to go to the courts and just to say that they have tried. But I don't really think that they really believe that they won this election. Definitely, I don't think that they really believe it in themselves. So the people who do, like I said, they are people who mostly from the Obi camp, and mostly because they pretend that some parts of the country do not exist. So they just went out and they voted 100% for one guy, and they think that that should make him president without considering, for example, the opinions of other sides. So that's how I see it. And to answer your question, I don't see it going anywhere really, because they don't have substance with them. That's why I don't follow the tribunal thing, but I heard that they are going for, Tinubu is a drug, this and that and that and that and that. But this kind of things, of course, it's not going to overturn it. I just see that Tinubu will be inaugurated on May 29, and nothing will come of this tribunal.
Oh yes, Mohammed. One man dropout. Yeah, so I have to fit in for him. With all these things, are you seeing anything that will stop him not to be inaugurated May 29? Aside from death, I don't wish him death. I wish him good health. But do you see anything? Because some people are still holding that he's not our president. He's not going to be inaugurated.
Yeah, honestly, I don't like I was going to say death, but then you mentioned that aside from that, other than these natural kind of things, I don't think that anything is going to stop him for many reasons, but mostly because I think that like legitimately, I think he won the election, not because of some, and if like the manipulation that they allege is true, like I said, it should be very, very easy to prove that, because like everyone, the results are uploaded there. I heard that there's something in some rivers local government, I forgot the name, that the things that was uploaded on the IRF, like when they added it up, the math was wrong or something like that. So I was thinking they will stick to analysis like this, mathematical analysis. Okay, here you added it wrong, here there is some mistakes, here is this, here is that. But the mere fact that they're sticking to this one local government in Rivers suggests to me that they don't have like the kinds of margins like that will overturn the election. That's why I think that he's going to be inaugurated. Like, and I don't think anything will come from this petition. That's why I don't even follow it. I'm not interested, honestly.
All right, brilliant. And do you
Yeah.
think? And by the way, my network has kicked me out, so that also happened. And do you think
Yeah.
the election? Do you think the election? It could have been better, of course, but do you think the election that we've just had? Do you think it's a true reflection of the will of the people? Is it a true reflection? What the Nigerians want generally?
Yeah. Yeah. I do actually. I do think so, because like I just to mention, like for a couple of times, like I've joined the show, I've watched it, I've not joined as a speaker, but I had excellent analysis from many of you. Like the point has been made many times that the Tinubu is the candidate that, for example, has strong presence in both in the north and in the south. So just by this simple analysis, I think nobody can argue with that. Like he has huge following in the north, he has huge following in the southwest, and let's say maybe he's not that. Of course, in the southeast he's not present there, and south he made some inroad. So just from this simple analysis, you can see that he's the one that has like the spread across the country, and of course that's how you get to be president in Nigeria. Like you cannot just like come and dominate one region like completely and then expect to be president when you neglect other regions. So he did not neglect any part of this country. He did not neglect any. He did what he could. He made the decisions that he thought would win him the election, and then that panned out for him. So to me, I think yes, like he is the one that Nigerians voted for. If you think of Nigeria in totality, of course there are sections of the country that did not vote for him and like fiercely rejected him, like the southeast. But I think when you look at it, everywhere that he's not first, he's kind of a close second. So, for example,
yes, Mohammed, what are you
yeah,
making of the narrative? Because there's this storyline that because he did not get the majority of the votes cast, that colors his victory somewhat. Do you buy into that? That because he did not get the majority of the votes cast, he got the most out of the votes to be the winner, but he did not get the majority of the votes cast. And they are saying that somewhat that 60% of the people that voted did not vote for him. Does that color his victory somewhat? Is that warped logic?
well, yeah, that's a way of looking at it, but I don't think it's the best way of looking at it. Like our laws are very clear on who becomes the president. You need 25% in 2/3 of the states of the federation, and you need majority. So he got that. So by that mere fact alone, like I don't think he's the clear winner. Like there's no like, but the point of like the majority did not vote for him, that's also valid. This speaks to, for example, a lot of work that he needs to do to heal and unite people. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it means his victory was not like it's kind of, you would say, close, but yeah, I tend to agree that the mere fact that he didn't get the majority of the people to vote for him means that he needs to do more work in uniting people, which I think he's doing, because I heard that he's bringing people like Konkoso in, trying to mediate between.
What are you making of that? What are you making of the meeting between Tinubu and Kwakwanso in Paris? It didn't even take him too long for him to jump back in Kwakwanso.
Yeah. So I think if you know, most people that are from Kano and know Konkoto very well, I think from the beginning, like he was kind of signaling this kind of moves. He was not in this race to win it, like even from his choice of vice president. Like how many people have seen this Bishop Idahosa anywhere?
Is the
Any
most
platform?
ridiculous. Is the most ridiculous
Yeah.
of all of the.
So
We
he
went. We
wanted
went.
to make,
Yes, it was a
yeah.
joke. But carry
So
on here.
it was just a joke, like you said, but
Yeah.
from Konkoso's standpoint, he wants to make it about him, not about some vice president or something. And he really wanted to control Kano and project like his strengths and what he can bring to the table for future kind of considerations. And he did that mostly successfully. I think he got what he wanted in Kano, humiliated Ganduje. He got the Kano governorship, and he got like 18 House of Reps or something like that. And he now everybody in Nigeria like is on the lips of every Nigerian. I think that's what he wanted. He wanted to project kind of what he wants to. Now everybody
Do you think it
him
will,
with Kano.
Mohammed? Do you
Yeah.
think it will? Do you think it will cross over to APC? And if it crosses over, because of course, after Tinubu power transits to the north, and if it crosses over to APC, which it will do, I suspect, how does that affect the power dynamics of northern functionaries within the APC? Because of course, if you look at the APC, the two names that you are looking likely to succeed Tinubu are El Rufai and Kashim Shettima. And I'm not quite sure either of those two gentlemen will want Ganduje coming in to join them. Not Ganduje,
Well,
Kwakwanso, yeah.
I would put Konkoso there as well, because I have to tell you that one man, this if you just look at these results, like most people that are not very knowledgeable about the northern space will think that okay, or even Peter Obi did better than him in places in the north and things like that. But really, you would be wrong to think so, because these results do not reflect really the popularity of Konkoso in the north. Because I think the reason why most northerners went for either Atiku or Tinubu is they know that Konkoso has no chance of winning. Like there's this pragmatic approach to politics that northerners have. That's why they don't want to just make a statement and just vote for him. But I can tell you that he's more popular amongst the masses than both Atiku and Tinubu. If you ask ordinary people,
Do you? Sorry,
yeah.
So hold on, Mohammed. Do you think Kwakwanso is the natural successor to that Khalifa sort of a thing that Buhari has in the north, that reverence that he has? Do you think Kwakwanso is the natural successor to, just in terms of the piety, the man of the people sort of that thing that Buhari has? Do you think Kwakwanso is the natural successor to that?
Yeah, I'm not really sure I agree that Buhari is because of his piety or something that people liked him. Like I have to tell you, growing up as children in the north, like we all knew that the problem of Nigeria was corruption. And then we were told that there's this guy who during his time he was like he's honest guy, he doesn't steal, he's kind of like he brought this kind of policies, or we just were brought up with this narrative that this incorruptible guy, and if he comes he will just solve corruption. I think most people kind of bought into that. It's not really about piety or something. But to your point, I think you're onto something. Like I think like in terms of like after Buhari, I think the person that is the most popular among the northern masses, like among common people in the north now, is Konkoso. Like definitely, I don't think there's any contest between that. Even the two people that you mentioned, Kashim Shettima and Erufai, don't even come close in terms of popularity. I'll just tell you anecdotally, like we were standing with we were like 10 of us who were standing after like mosque prayer, and we were talking like about the election, just after the election, like some from Bauchi, some different places of the north. So everyone like, this Tinubu, Tinubu, I think we like it, I think this. But then I just asked them, I said, guys, if all these candidates have equal chance of winning, who will you guys vote for? Every one of us unanimously said they will vote for Konkoso. But when they were talking, they were not even putting him in the equation. It's just like this pragmatic like approach that northerners have. So that's why I think most people chose to go to with either of this. But I can tell you, if Konkoso had a chance, like let's say with a strong, let's say southern, let's say mass mobilizer from the south, let's say was his vice or something, and people think that he has a chance, he's going to do much better than what he did in this post. So yeah, to me, I think I see him as more of someone who is closer to getting the presidency, even than some of the names that you mentioned. But of course, as I to you, but you asked me whether I think he will join APC. Honestly, I don't think so, because I think he wants to be quoted as someone, let's say, he wants to be like the center of attention when people want to come to the north and to pick someone or make a deal with someone. He wants to be that person that they go to. So I just think that I cannot say never, because I see some coziness that he's showing to Tinubu. Maybe if they give him some assurances and some kind of the guy obviously wants to be president. If they show him that maybe he has a chance to pick the ticket, I don't see why he will not go to APC. But right now, I just don't think he's going to jump just yet.
All right.
Yeah.
Finally, on that presidential space, would you concede, Mohammed? Would you concede that Peter Obi cost Atiku Abubakar that election and gifted it to Tinubu? Would you concede that Peter Obi was singularly the determinant factor, so that we are not now talking about President Atiku, we're talking about Tinubu?
Yeah. Well, I think that's actually, I agree with you. I think if Obi was not on the ticket, I'm not even saying that if he joined Atiku, that's a separate thing. I'm just saying if he was not on the ticket, I think Atiku would have won the presidency easily, simply because of the fact that if you just look at 2019 election between Atiku and Buhari, the way that Northerners voted for Buhari, they will never vote for Tinubu the way that they voted for Buhari. Okay, just from that fact alone, if you look at it, at least he's going to take 50% of the votes that Buhari had, And if you look at if you add it to the fact that Tinubu must do Muslim ticket if he's going to contest against Atiku, and then obviously that would make Middle Belt, some of the Christian-dominated regions, and many of the part of the South to go with Atiku.
Let me add this to it. If Peter Obi was not on the ticket and it was a straight fight out between Tinubu and all these other auxiliary candidates, that if it was a straight fight between Atiku and Tinubu, how do you think the Southeast would have voted? The Southeast?
I think definitely they will go for Atiku. That's how I think. I don't know that space very well, but I just think they will go with Atiku because naturally they've always gone with the PDP. And if you add the fact that Tinubu, once he's going to contest against Atiku, he must do Muslim ticket. Otherwise, he's simply not going to get enough votes from the north, which is the stronghold of the APC. Okay, so just because of that, I think because of the fact that they're traditionally PDP and because of the Muslim that Tinubu has to do, I just think that they are going to go with the PDP, as they have always done, if Peter Obi was not on the ballot. So what I'm saying, not only that, some people I heard that they say if, let's say, Obi was collaborating with Atiku, they would have defeated him. I think that definitely would happen. But I'm saying that even if he had not collaborated and if he just stayed out of the fray and he was not the vice president, I think still Atiku would have had an edge. So what I think there's some kind of serendipity to this thing about Tinubu, that the things that have to come together for him to win all came together. No, he had to do Muslim ticket. He did that, but the Muslim ticket had its negative side. But even those negative sides were kind of doused by the fact that those votes that, let's say, the Christian votes in the north, for example, that naturally go to PDP, did not go to PDP because of the fact that Peter Obi was there. So because then these votes went to Peter Obi instead of Atiku, that really also helped Tinubu, in the total calculation. If you look at this election as a zero-sum kind of game between the two big parties, between Tinubu and Atiku, and if you have Peter Obi, every vote that goes to Peter Obi, basically you have to consider it like a vote against I vote minus for Atiku. If you look at it like that, definitely, then you have to say that. So I just think that, like you said, I completely agree. Like if Obi was not on the ticket, even if he's not collaborating with Atiku, I think Tinubu would not have won this election. So
Oh,
it's
oh,
like
oh, oh.
he ensured, he ensured Tinubu victory. That's what I think, honestly, and that's
Yes,
what most of the people
you
think.
know, there's a conspiracy theory that is suggesting that this whole thing was actually orchestrated, because they did not fight Peter Obi too hard during the election. They are only now fighting him really post the election. So they all knew that Peter Obi was going to carve out the Southeast from Atiku, and with because the margins that we've always seen is around about 2 million, no more, in all of the races. So if Peter Obi carves out the Southeast from Atiku, and Atiku is not really trusted, yes, it's the son of the North, and they'll accept him, but it doesn't have the gravitas and the status of a Buhari, a Kwakwanso, or a, it's not. They see him as somewhat of a loose guy, So if Peter Obi had not done what he did, then of course Atiku would have won. But let me take you to let me ask you one more question on that space, and then I'll move you to another topic. What is your expectation of the Tinubu administration, and how long would you give him before you call a good or bad verdict? So, what's your expectation, and how long would you give him before you want to start to see signs of delivery?
So I think so. Honestly, in the beginning, like during the campaign and everything, I was not for any candidate. Like I see the positives of everyone and the negatives of everyone. I just like Atiku as a human being, but I don't think that he has some issues like the way that, like the things that you mentioned. He's kind of, there's this arrogance to him, and he assumes too much. He kind of thought that simply because he's a northerner, the northerners would just vote for him, and like he was almost taking decisions as if like the presidency was assured to him. Like if you look at the vice presidential candidate that he picked, like if you were guaranteed you know the presidency, you might want to have like a meek guy that is not too troublesome. But if you wanted votes, everyone knows that Wike would have been better. So because of that, I knew his faults, but I have to tell you that post the election, retrospectively, I'm feeling very optimistic about Tinubu presidency, because I just think that in Nigeria now, what we need more than anything is someone that commands respect everywhere, because all the crises that we have, let's say the security issues that we have, like it demands like the kind of personality that will like call people and talk things out and kind of mediate things, offer things to some, deny things to some, and kind of unite people. And I think Tinubu has that. Like for someone, for example, not even from the north, like to like come to like bring Konkoso, bring Kanduje together to talk them out, and he's there, he's talking to this, fixing this. So I just think that like the personality of Tinubu is really like a kind of like it is the kind of things that the thing that we need. I mean, I'm not sure of that, but I just think that after the elections, like about the analysis going on with things happening, I'm just feeling optimistic about this presidency. Like really, Buhari, we were optimistic for different reasons, but the problem with him is he's kind of like a stubborn guy. Like he can just come and say this, and then everybody tells him this, and he will just stick to his gun. I think Tinubu is kind of a consensus builder. He kind of senses what people want, the majority of people want, and he's kind of like the focal point. And he tries to, pick decisions based on what like most people want. He's not like that stubborn like Buhari is. So because of that, I'm kind of optimistic. I even told one of my friends, I feel more optimistic really than when Buhari came in. Of course, in hindsight, because at that time we thought Buhari will solve all Nigeria's problems. But right now, I think we need like the personality, like the Tinubu-like personality, especially in in solving the security aspects. Because everyone, I think by now knows that just military is not going to solve it. So especially the problems in the southeast, I think Tinubu has a big shot of kind of attempting to solve them. I'm not saying that he will, but I think his personality is the type that can have a chance at doing that. So to answer you directly, I think I'm optimistic, very much so, about what is going to come. And how long will I give him? I would say anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, because it depends on the problem you're looking at. The economy, I'm not expecting is going to pull any magic wands. These things are so complex. So I will give him like 2 years to begin to really like judge him. Even Buhari in 2015, when he came in, when people were criticizing at the earlier stages of it took me around 2 years or so, or more than 2 years to really start turning against Buhari for economy and things like that. So I would give Tinubu the same, let's say 6 months to 2 years. The security, I will expect him to get running as soon as possible, but on the economy, maybe 2 years. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. A very brief commentary on this next one, and then I'll go on to Ade, who joins us for the first time as well. So you are saying you are feeling optimistic. Optimistic. Is that optimism, is it further enhanced by this headline? NNPCL begins oil supply to Dangote refinery next week. So this speaks to that space then, that vexatious oil subsidy. Is this a solution then that we're saying? This is essentially the beginnings of the removal of the oil subsidy, is it not?
Well, on this subsidy thing, honestly, like I think like most people who comment on this, they say that just remove subsidy. Well, I agree, but when Nigeria, guys, this subsidy, if they remove this money, we don't really know how it's going to be spent, unless there is some, we don't want a situation whereby the subsidy is removed, the monies are recovered, and then some people are looting it. So, and I just think that Tinubu should be very careful with the way he does this. Like while yes, NNPC and this Dangote refinery, I think this administration takes most of the credit for doing that work. Like it's not really something like that you can give credit to Tinubu for. But I think he has to manage this space very, very carefully, because everyone, all the commentators and the pundits are saying removes oil subsidy. Well, I agree it should be removed, but I think he has to do it in a very, very careful way, because these are the kind of things that directly affect everyone's pocket. So if you just do it anyhow like that, and people feel the pain of these things, like it can come back to backfire. So yeah, I would say just this news doesn't give me any, more like optimism about him. But like I said, mostly I'm optimistic on the security side from Tinubu, because I think he has that kind of wherewithal to navigate the space.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you for joining us, Mohammed. Stay there just for as long as you can, and you can interject if you want to add thoughts to what people are saying. So let me go on from you then, Mohammed, and welcome Ade to the session as well. So Ade, unmute. Good to see you, Ade.
Thank you so much, Oman. It is a privilege. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Is this your first time as well?
I've been following this platform for quite some time now, maybe last year. So, and I've actually been enjoying all the contributions. I think I'm quite familiar with most of the major contributors, and I've really enjoyed it.
Who is your favorite? Yes. Ajale Koko, Abi?
Ajale Koko, very funny man. Then in terms of expertise too, I think the lawyer, I've forgotten his name now.
Ogbeni.
Ogbeni always give a very, brilliant perspective. The rational mind, just because of his brilliance, even though I might not, agree with everything he says. But Ajale Koko too, I love him. And this lady Zita.
Madam
I was
Zeta.
listening. I was listening to her the other time when she was having a row with is it Emmanuel or somebody last week, and she apologized the next day anyway. So I mean, most of your guys have been brilliant. I've actually enjoyed listening, and I think this is a very good platform, and also enjoyed Prince, the Prince that came, the politician, a few days ago.
Oh yes,
So
Prince Adewale Adebayo.
yes. So Woman, I think this is a very great platform. I'm not just saying this because you are listening to me. I think it's really very positive. I just love you for what you are doing and what the other guys are doing. So we just want to encourage you to continue to do more because we're actually getting lots of information. Although sometimes I think you try to play the devil's advocate most of the time, and sometimes I may be put off by some of the spin you put to some of those things. But I do understand because you try to get conversation going, like issues around Tinubu's health. I think sometimes we could be a bit excessive in trying to, paint it as if it's something very serious. But at the end of the day,
Is it not? Is it not?
I don't think so.
The guy is in France getting booster shots for election. Yeah, what are you
I
talking
know,
about?
but I think Madam Zita put it so brilliantly. Madam Zita said, at that age, everyone needs something. But I think in the case of Tinubu, I think people just overhyped it. Because I'm a keen supporter of Tinubu to start with. And it's because of what I saw in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos, and I know what Lagos was before 1999. And, so I'm just really very much enchanted with everything is done, And if you remember very well, I don't know where you are around that time, but during the Tinubu era and Obi era, people were not talking so much about Peter Obi in those days. If you are to talk about governors that performed, Tinubu would actually stand tall. So I'm just very surprised that people are now, painting Obi in very good light when no former governor, even present governor of Anambra State, ever praised Obi. So why would somebody I see him as an opportunist, to be very honest, because why I love Tinubu is just because of his antecedents, what he's done, the people he's built. I've never met him. I don't know him. And sometimes I'm even surprised that why am I supporting him? I'm here in the UK. I don't go to Nigeria that often. But I'm just so excited. And it's just based on what he's done. So if you have to judge them based on what they've done, I think Tinubu comes out top. So I think the only concern might be the health, which people are talking about. But I still see him as somebody who is sagacious, somebody who is very intelligent. So, and if God spares his life, people say Buhari is cloned, is this, is that. But then it's managed. It's still, it's trudging on. So I don't have so much fear. So it's much about his intelligence and, things he's done. And I think he will do more. So that's just my view on the whole thing.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you then to let me take you to the Alex Otis space. What are you making of the judgment that came out of Kano? It didn't actually nullify Alex Otis' return certificate because it claims it does not have the jurisdiction. But what's been nullified is the Labour Party primaries that gave him the ticket. So if it's nullified, then at that stage, then everything cascades and collapses. So what are you making of that storyline? And in terms of his jurisdiction and the impact that it will have on Alex Otis?
I don't think much will come out of it, to be honest. I think it's been brilliantly analyzed. To start with, I don't think that court in Kano has jurisdiction. And there are issues about, is it pre-election, is it post-election? If it's pre-election, the time they filed it, definitely is statute bad. So I don't think anything will come out of that. Because if you look at it, our courts in the past, they've been reckless. Some of them. Yeah, we have lots of them that have really done very well. But some of them, they've been reckless when there's forum shopping, there's this, people just go all over the place. So I want to categorize this particular court as that. So, because if it's pre-election matter, I will say it's statute bad. If it's post-election, Then you have to talk about the jurisdiction. Then even OT was not even in the matter. So I think from the legal point of view, it's just sensational and everything. I don't think much will come out from it. But the funny thing is that I was listening to news, I think Sheun's program, and the Labour Party lawyer was arguing. He said OT has been given the certificate of return, so there is nothing anybody can do. They will swear him in and they can pursue the court case later. But is that not exactly the same thing they were saying about Tinubu, that they shouldn't swear him in? I mean, you can imagine that double standard. They don't want Tinubu sworn in until they conclude election tribunal. I mean, while he's saying that there is nothing anybody can do, that because it's been given, OT has been given the return something, May 29 is sacrosanct, they have to swear in, and any court case, they will handle it after. So, but be that as it may, I don't think much will come out from that. I think it's more about the Apampa group just trying to be funny. And to be very honest, it's possible APC could be very much involved, because don't forget that Tinubu, it's a very strong politician, and he covers everything, dots all the I's, everything. So you can't take anything past Tinubu. Tinubu, when he's desperate, when he wants something, he does everything to get it. That's him. So, but he'll be doing most of it at the background. So, but I won't take it past him to be people who are engineering this sort of moves to destabilize Labour Party. But having said that, I don't think even Labour Party believe in themselves that they're going to win any election tribunal or anything. I mean, even Atiku stands even a bit of more chance than Labour Party anyway. So, but I think that has been well analyzed by Mohammed and some other people on this platform.
When do you anticipate by in 10 days' time, when Tinubu places his hand on the Quran and then vows then to defend the Constitution as it's been taxed to by the electorate, do you think that marks now the end of all of this noise? The court cases will go on, of course, but do you think the space will still have the patience to entertain all of this hula baloo that we're hearing from the disobedience?
I think it will be more on the social media platform. For the main establishment news group, I think they are going to be more responsible. In a way, maybe they might just, give them some kind of warning or something, because, I mean, from May 29, everyone has to be serious. It's more about Nigeria. So, I mean, if people really want Nigeria to move on, we have to accept that there is a president who is going to be sworn in. And if you really love Nigeria, you want to, play down on all this sensationalism and all those other things. So I think in 10 days' time, all the main news, media will be more responsible. But in terms of on the social media, I think we are still the obedience will never give up. They will never give up on that, and it's just because that space is not regulated. So, but I think at the end of the day, people will just ignore them. People will just ignore them. So there's still going to be lots of opposition in social something. Then probably after like 6 months or something, it will just fizzle out. And more importantly, it's going to depend on actions Tinubu take. The way it starts. If they can see some success and the direction, the trajectory, if it's encouraging, I think that will play a major role, So, but having said that, no matter how much noise they make, it's not going to change anything, even after the swearing in, But for the mainstream media, I think they will play it down. Even Arise News will play it down, because they can't continue to play this kind of...
Do you think they have to get rid of Rufai Hussaini on that Arise News after the 29th?
I mean, they have to, because they are going to look foolish and stupid if they continue to attack Tinubu the way they do. They are going to look stupid. And, because, Nigeria, if you really love Nigeria, you want to stand behind whoever is there, except if clearly that person is not performing. To me, so you need to be very honest. I don't even see him as a journalist. I think I have more respect for Ruben Ebati and some other people. But to say it to me, everybody criticizes him when people go there, apart from just Labour Party. I mean, people, the spokesman for PDP, everybody, the way he asks questions, I mean, people have accused him. Are you part of are you debating or are you asking questions or things like that? So, but I think he has to be more responsible after the swearing in, because if he claims to love Nigeria, I mean, he just has to, do the right thing. And by the time people start ignoring him, I think, that's what I think. But that doesn't mean that Arise News will, because we know who they support, and there is no problem. It's just like TVC. TVC is always going to support Tinubu because that's his TV. So, but if you do it in a responsible way, you are not, overly critical. I mean, if you want to criticize, you have to come with positive criticism and you have to have your points, but not just anything about electioneering. So I think after May 29, they're probably going to play it down. That's what I think. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And was there anything else that struck you in the news cycle today? What are you making of this story from the NNPC to say that as early as next week, you'll start to funnel crude oil to Dangote for refining? It's surely that's a real leap for the Nigerian state.
Yeah, I mean, the issue of petroleum and everything, that's not my strong area. But what I can say is that I think just like Mohammed has said, Tinubu has to be very careful. Because, I mean, even though he said repeatedly that he's going to remove subsidy, but by the time they start the opposition, I mean, so it's going to depend on how he's going to probably win them over. These people sometimes can make the country ungovernable in a way. But, I mean, we have to see how he plays it out. But generally speaking, because there's a deficit of trust, people don't trust the government when they say, I mean, can you imagine a situation whereby they're already applying for loan to give to indigent people, maybe they give people 5,000, 10,000, those other things. So those are things that make people feel that this government is not serious. Hopefully, Tinubu will toe that line. So I think when he gets there, he has to forget about the subsidy for this year. He probably has to start sometimes later and this will give him the time to establish himself. But if he's going to start on a difficult terrain, by being oppositional to what people might think, I think, that would be a wrong way to start. So, but apart from that, people like Dangote, all those people, they are businessmen. I think a lot of people are making money out of Nigeria, petroleum and things like that. So I doubt if Tinubu is going to do so much massively, because I think what happens is that during the electioneering time, you have to promise and settle a lot of people. And I believe some of the people who are actually controlling Nigeria are involved in all these petroleum deals and things like that. So it's going to be difficult to actually go against those people without having a backlash. So probably Tinubu might even have to just, close eyes to some things. And so I don't know, to be honest, but I don't know. Maybe others might know some other things about that. But it's going to be a very difficult thing for him to tackle. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Good to meet you. Stay with us. Let me take the conversation around just to make sure that people are not waiting just too long, because a lot of people like to join, and a lot of people do enjoy joining, but it's just the waiting around. It gets under their nerves sometimes. So let me take the conversation round, and let me kick it back off with Ogbeni again, because Ogbeni, I'm not sure that we're making enough of this headline. I'm not sure we're making. Actually, I'm not sure we're making enough of the headline that NNPC will be funneling crude oil to Dangote's refinery just as early as next week. For me, this is a game changer.
Well, I don't really know much about that Dangote thing and which oil they are supplying Dangote. But if I may ask, I thought the refinery will be refining. Okay, they are supplying oil for Dangote to refine, right?
Yes.
Okay, it should be a good news. I don't really know much on that.
Because if they are supplying the oil to Dangote to refine, then the round tripping of refining is removed. So we know the cost from NNPC, we know the cost that Dangote is refining, and then we know the cost to the Nigerian market. So we have a stable and a stabilized cost. That removes the narrative of oil subsidy.
Okay. It's a good news for Nigeria, and I think we should be happy. We need more experts to come and explain to us the benefit of this for the Nigerian space. And
where is Kulata when you need him, Abi? All right. All right. Okay, this one then. Peter Obi reacts to U.S. Secretary Blinken's call to Tinubu, makes promises. So are you following that space?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oma, I'm following that space. And you see, if I tell you again what is in my mind now, it's okay, rational mind is not here. If I tell you what is in my mind now, you see, it is what will naturally agitate people, particularly the obedient, once again. I would like, in making my own comment, there's something I drop in the private chat. If you can project it and let's see, and then we conflate it with what Peter Obi is saying here. So basically, here Peter Obi is saying the U.S. Secretary shouldn't have called Tinubu because they still have case in court, they have case in tribunal. So why is he calling? The same narrative that Shimamanda Adichie gave us sometimes back, that Biden should not call, right? Now, look at this. Peter Obi did this one November 7. Joe Biden was declared November 3rd, 4 days after. As at this time, Trump was still making noise that his own mandate was missing. And these hypocrites were congratulating Joe Biden. In fact, I think he described Joe Biden as probably the best that ever happened to America or something like that. So what's the difference? I keep asking. If not because his followers are so, I don't know how to describe them. This is common sense. It's not. So why is he so angry that the secretary to the state to the US is calling Tinubu when himself he can't tell us that his own election, it's more, how do I put it now? The hostility that was between Trump and Joe Biden by then, and invasion of capital and all these things were hot as at the time himself and Atiku has started congratulating Joe Biden. And nobody criticized them, nobody vilified them, because that's their belief. So why will he now shut another man up? And that will always lead me back to this partisan thing I always talk about. Mine is right, theirs is wrong. When he did his own for Joe Biden, he was right. But now, another person is doing for Tinubu, that person is wrong. How can you be so that entitled? And the people that are following you, how can they not just have that common sense to just have a little sense of history and just date back a bit and see what is happening? So I don't understand. Just leave. Even he congratulated our own MP in UK here. Even as at the time that I know the UK MP was not that, but the way Boris Johnson left office, he didn't leave office so happily. And this Boris Johnson was somebody who many of the African leaders love. They met him, he met well for them, but he left that place. But you have another person, and within a day, all of you are congratulating the person, including Obi. So why would you congratulate Biden? Trump was still looking for his mandate the same way you are looking for your mandate now. And there are still some.
The level of hypocrisy is just
it's too high.
In the response that Festus Keyamo gave him, he described just this exact same scenario when he won the second term in Anambra State. All of the oppositions were in court challenging his mandate. He was sworn in the middle of those court cases, and those court cases subsequent to him being sworn in lasted several months before it went in his favor. So why was it okay then when he favored him, but now the country must stop when it doesn't?
That is the point. And I will even go and check Kenya. I hope he didn't congratulate that guy they eventually remove in Kenya. I will still try and do a search and look at Kenya. So my point is, somebody has won. See, let me tell you, I was watching Ruben Abati today against Rufai. Ruben Abati was saying, they were talking about what Buhari said, about Buhari was he praised Jonathan once again for calling him to concede, the election thing and others. And Abati was talking about the event that happened around that time, how Jonathan told him to go and write the speech, and they came back, they bet it together and everything. And he told us that, you see, when you see war leaders, they will start calling, and there's nothing. What can you do about it? There's nothing really you can do about it. And that man said something. See, the reason why Jonathan called was that they have their own situation room. They knew they lost. They knew. And then, what next? Let me tell you, Peter Obi has his situation room. Like somebody said, I think it's Mohammed or so. You have a situation room. And I've said it also here on this platform before. You have your own situation room. You have all your results in your hand by now. It's a lie. They tell you they don't. They have. All those ones, let's check. INEC is not giving us. It's a lie. It's just to cover face and just get a soft landing for themselves. Why are they making noise about Rivers alone? You want to tell me that the BBC and all those premium ties have not checked all the 776 polling units? They have checked all. And the only area they have their problem is that local government in Rivers State. And that's why they are blowing it. Premium Times brought it out. Gazette brought it out. BBC also is following suit. So for me, what I've just displayed now has demonstrated Peter Obi hypocrisy once again. And I think part of some of the supporters who has common sense should be able to make sense out of this hypocrisy. That's all I have on that.
All right, brilliant. And just finally, because these things, they must end at some point, and a lot of people are waiting in anticipation for the 29th of this month. So when Tinubu takes that oath of office, do you expect a shift then in the dynamics of the country? That's not to say they shouldn't still continue to pursue their legal options, but really a lot of this are just endless noise. It should start to peter down in 10 days. Do you have that anticipation?
I don't see it die down. That's on the part of Obi. I see it die down on the part of his supporters. One man, I don't know how many of them you have as friends. I have a lot of obedience as friends because I belong to the progressive group. In everywhere I try to find myself. And I realize that there are so many youths, particularly educated ones and others, that are calling Obi. See, of late, a lot of them are conceding gradually, and they are beginning to see, particularly what is happening in Labour Party presently. They are beginning to see the issues. One of my friends, just today, I played what Arabambi said as at last year September to him, and he was so surprised. I said, you are one of those emergency political analysts. You just jump into politics. You didn't go back to history and check. This labor matter didn't start today. Look at what happened as of September. Arabambi was fighting. And as at then, that man has been saying you are southernizing Labour Party. It's not about election for him. Yes, election may come. Maybe they give them money or whatever. But something has been brewing before now. And I also cited to that same guy, see what happened in Gombe. Gombe, Labour Party candidate said Obi sidetracked them and only used the people around him for his campaign in Gombe. Same Kano. Kano also alleged you of the same thing. Same in Oyo, they allege you of this thing. It's only you. One of them will be saying the truth. But according for Obi, they are all bribed. Anything that is saying anything against him, anybody that is saying anything against me, they are coming for the opposition hand, they are all bribed. So for me, Obi will continue going to court because he wants to save his face. he will continue going to court because he's a billionaire already. He doesn't cost him anything. But you see those obedient that have something better to do with their life, they'll just be looking at the space like, okay, whatever happened there. But they won't put their strength like before into it. I can assure you, you will start seeing those things nose diving gradually. But before I close my own part for maybe for now, one or two things I want to say. I don't know why you are not following this guy's story. Something Uba, the man that Peter Umba, who
Is it the fake certificate guy?
yes, the first certificate guy. I think
Right.
it's something we should bring to the fore and discuss here. Then finally,
I saw it. I thought maybe it wasn't strong enough. But yeah, if it wants to be discussed, then yeah, go on.
oh, no, I learned that NYC DJ has come out to say that they don't recognize that certificate and they never issued it. And if that is
Yeah,
the case,
but he has now instituted a legal suit, 10 million against the NYSA.
but if NYC should be coming out to say that they don't have your certificate, it's a serious issue. Are we not seeing another Madam Finance, Madam Kemi Adeosun, happening
Yeah.
again in Nigeria? So that's for that. Then on, I would like to speak a bit on this Madam Aisha Buhari. Maybe just few seconds on Aisha Buhari. Now, my take on Aisha Buhari, see, we can't criticize that woman. That woman, from day one in the Aso Villa, that woman has been criticizing both her husband and the people around her husband. Don't forget, sometimes in 2017 October, the woman, in fact, I think it started from their daughter, Zara. It was Zara that first criticized the Aso clinic that they had budget of 3 billion naira and he couldn't get ordinary paracetamol from them. And Mrs. Buhari also sometimes in 2017 went to the Aso clinic, if you remember, and then just come on check, and the doctor advised her to travel to London, and she refused. And it became a serious issue between herself and I think chief medical director in the Aso clinic or so. And then it became a public issue where he criticized them and said a lot of things. And I remember Sarah Reporter, as of 2019, came out with a report that within the space of 4 years, that Aso clinic has collected about 9.17 billion naira. And as at October 2021 again,
I think it was also reported that the budget of that clinic is equal measure, if not higher, than the national budget, the national health budget.
Yeah, it's collecting money. As at October 2021, Buhari approved about 21 billion naira to build about 14 bed space or something like that. So if that woman is talking, what that woman is simply saying is that if you are collecting this kind of money, the president has no business traveling abroad for medical checkup, because all those hospitals you go abroad, how much are they? Are they really spending this about 21 billion? So if you are collecting this money, where exactly is the money sinking? Where is sinking the money? So you can't blame that woman. That woman speak her mind independent of whatever any way the husband is going to feel. So I don't see it as an hypocrite. And I want to believe that even if her husband traveling abroad and everything, she may even be one of those criticizing him. Say, build hospital here, you don't need to be travel abroad. It's possible. So that's for that on that side.
All right, brilliant. There's still a few more topics that I want to run you through, but stay there. Let me do, for the benefit of people who have been waiting. Let me go on to Akeem. So Akeem, you're up next. Akeem has probably fallen asleep. He's always quick to. Are you taking your nap again, Akeem?
But you can come back to me after, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let's go then to Fatai. And then rather than lead with topics that I've picked, I'll invite that you just, what have you been looking at in the news, Fatai?
No, I wasn't really. I rarely follow the news that much lately. But if anything, I would like to have played that video from yesterday, but I don't know if the conversation is there. But so in the absence of that, it's what is being discussed here. Okay. Actually, I was what you were when you were talking with Mohammed just now. You were saying Atiku would have won the election if Peter Obi was not there.
Yes.
Okay, maybe not. It would have been a different dynamics if Peter Obi was not there. I think the argument about Peter Obi, the issue about the Peter Obi being there, I think the argument is relevant when the numbers issue is raised. It's like if Peter Obi was not there, Atiku will sweep the Southeast. And so when you look at the numbers that come out of Southeast, you also have to look at it in that context that the numbers, even if APC got a little number out of Southeast, but there's a number that brings a new dynamics in favor of APC. So the number of Southeast has done great for APC. And the way to look at it is not just, they didn't give us number. Well, the number that didn't go your way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? So Southeast to Tinubu is the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. So when you look at numbers, Southeast numbers, you have to look at it in two perspectives. The number that APC collected, which doesn't really matter anyway. Even if they got a lot of number from Southeast, it doesn't change the dynamic of the election. What is the number that is very, very important to Southeast is that Southeast was able to stop Atiku from solidifying the Southeast and a little bit, and also a shift to South-South, and also a little bit of cut in conjunction with Wike in the South-South. So that's the way to look at the number of Southeast. That is when they talk about Peter Obi. But if you take Peter Obi out of the picture, the damage that Peter Obi did in the Southwest, how is Atiku going to do it? The narrative was okay, Peter Obi is younger, and Atiku is so if you take out Peter Obi is younger, and what is the other argument? So the two salient argument, and then we need a new change or whatever. If you take
the religious card that will be played, talking to those bishops,
and also and you take out also the religious card. They will not be there now. Tinubu will consolidate solidly in the Southwest. Atiku, there's not going to be a lot of change, appreciable magnitude of change to Atiku in the North. What you will get is what you will get. The narrative of Atiku in the North is solid. Is that many people didn't trust him and all of that. So it's not like it was going to get a bigger jump in the North if Peter Obi didn't play a factor in the North. So the North will be what it is. The difference will be in the South, right? And without Peter Obi, Tinubu was actually solidifying more his South vote. So the dynamics will be different. Not the only thing that is guaranteed is if Peter Obi was not there, the election will be bloodier. It will be Atiku is not a baby machine. It's Atiku's political machine. It's not a baby. So it's going to be really deadlier. So if you look at it in 2019, it was like a almost head to head with Buhari. But they are both northern. So they are both northern. The southern dynamics, nobody who cares. Southeast didn't care about Buhari. Okay, they didn't particularly care about Atiku, except that PTP had a machine there. Same goes for South and Southwest. So it doesn't. That won't be an argument. It's going to would be a totally new debate.
Dynamic.
Totally new dynamic.
All right, let me take you to this clip then, which I think you're keen to speak on. So this is a spillover from yesterday, and you wanted to especially make this point. So you said to play from minute 19. So here it is.
Yeah.
But what we are trying to avoid is a situation whereby the number 1 citizen, number 2 citizen, number 3 citizen, number 4 citizen, number 5 citizen, are all of the same path. That will lend credence, that will validate the negative narrative of an Islamization agenda. This is why my principal, a very peer-minded leader, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is more inclined towards having the number 3 citizen from the South or the Southeast. Given the current circumstances we found ourselves in, the stability of the nation is much more important than all other considerations. The most incompetent, the most corrupt Southern Christian is better than the most puritanical and competent Northern Muslim to be the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. All other considerations have to be relegated to the background. Because we are
Yeah, it goes on. Yeah, whenever you want to stop, it's fine by me.
Okay, so to you.
Then let's continue.
Yeah, so
that's a very good. I mean, all right. I wish we can listen to more in that video.
Sure,
all right, let's say. Okay, go on.
Of the nation. We are talking about inclusivity. We are talking about togetherness. Because nation building is a continuous work in progress. And politics is about perception. It's about optics. I'm quite glad that Ben Kalu will emerge as the Deputy Speaker. The hope for the black man rests with the people of this country. It rests with the Igbo people of the Southeast, who were described by Ali Mazrui as the Nigerian Jews, geographically mobile, economically enterprising, and educationally ambitious. The hope for the black man
that's been patronized
rests with the Yorubas of the Southwest, who are the most educated, the most exposed, the most developed part of modern Nigeria. In terms of development indices, the Southwest of Nigeria is where South Korea was in 1980. The urban educated workforce, access to the sea, land mass, the industrial base. Lagos is the 5th largest economy in Africa and projected to be the 3rd largest economy by the end of the decade. The hope for the black man rests with the Hausa people of northern Nigeria, probably the most hardworking race amongst all of us. And wherever you go in this country, if you have not seen a Hausa man and an Igbo man, you better run out of that place when there is no money. The hope for the black man rests with the ethnic minorities who are the glue that binds this country together, who have the largeness of heart to embrace all tendencies, who have made strategic sacrifices so that this country shall remain one. I will urge you, I will beseech on you, I will implore on you, let us unite. Not for our own sake, no, for the sake of the black man, for the sake of our children and great-grandchildren. Fundamentally because all of us, we have gotten more than our fair share of the national cake. Most of us here are above the age of 40. I am 57. The average age of a Borno man as per UNDP report is 47. That goes to show that I'm eating into another person's share. And all of us here, distinguished, honorable ladies and gentlemen, as I've always said, power is the most ephemeral of God's gifts to humanity. And take it or leave it. We'll spend more years of our lives outside power than in power. We should always have this at the back of our minds. And we are what we are, not because of our physical prowess. I'm the vice president-elect, but this gentleman can maul me to pieces. We are.
All right. Always a good orator. There's one thing, his power of oratory is something that's always impressed me with Kashim Shettima. But it wasn't his oratory that you were after, Fatai. You were going to make a different point.
Yeah, the point I was going to make was his declarative right there. That Tinubu's, it declaratively stated, Tinubu's position is that the Senate president will go to South and Southeast, either South, or Southeast. There they will pick it from. Tinubu did not endorse anybody. And the reason this is very important is that the Senate presidency is going to be the first major direction of the administration, right? It cannot start, the narrative cannot be pushed that eventually when how can I say it in English? Right? It's not fair on the man to be misreporting him, because when the Aroka starts, the people who are pushing the narrative, they are the ones that will be one leg in, one leg out, right? The man did not endorse any particular person. He said, let the two zones go and contest it. Whoever, let the best man win. And the narrative needs to, because the election, the country just went through tribal and ethnic and whatever election. It is not fair on the man who is going to be at the end of affair to be dealing with another ethnic whatever, right? However anybody feels about it, the man did not endorse anybody. Let anybody go and fight go and fight whatever. The Southeasterners who are pushing Akpabio, they think they are sticking it to the Southeast. No, you're not sticking it to anybody. And you don't even need to stick it to nobody. Because you win the presidency does not mean the country belongs to only you. You don't all of a sudden the country, you are not the owner of the country. Only you. Everybody owns the country. Even if somebody contributes 0 votes, doesn't mean they will be out of the situation. And when you look at the six number, the first broad positions that naturally should go to each zones, where is Southeast going to fit in there? You're going to have a problem. So if you're going to have a problem, and it's not going to be a small problem, and the man himself did not choose anybody, why are people propagating the narrative that the man chose? Didn't choose anybody. He said they should go and contest it. So if somebody didn't choose something because some people want to put it on. No, put it on yourself that you want this, you want that. Okay, not on somebody that essentially is almost like, because of also his position, can't be talking too much anyway. Then you'll be putting on him. And also he has to play the game. If you say, no, I didn't endorse anybody, and that person, he ends up being the Senate president, he's going to have created a rancor. He's looking at everybody. They are all big boys. Nobody needs to write on paper, this is who we choose. The people, the senators, they are not babies, right? You can push your influence if you want, particularly, you can push your influence. Why are you writing on paper? Where is not central in your paper? There are four positions or in the National Assembly, and where is not central? Where there is a whole lot of problem with the list, and they are putting it. The list has so much problem. It's unfair to be putting it on the man. The man didn't endorse any particular person. Fight for yourself. Maybe you win, maybe you don't win. Who cares? Who knows? who knows, the thing will be fought out on the Senate floor. So that's the point I wanted to so much desperation that is being taken as a endorsement. Nobody did not endorse anybody. In the Port Harcourt did not endorse anybody, right? The man was speaking, oh, we have 40 senators, I have whatever, 1 million, okay, whatever. And he went in and he shook him, okay, doesn't mean endorsement. Man never said he endorsed anybody. And immediately Tinubu went to Paris. Akeredolu started speaking harshly, like, what the heck is this list? What is this? What's going on here? These people, so I assume whatever, his people know he's not part of it. He's not part of the list. The list is not the authority of the party. It's not like the NEC or the National Working Committee ratified. There was no ratification of the list. Okay, some big boy from the party put up some list. It's not the same big boy that put up, that gave that say Ahmed Lawan is a consensus. So when people say, oh well, Odius Okalu went to see Atiku, went to see Atiku. Akpabio went to see Labour Party, Abure. Nobody's attributing some James Bond stuff to it. Politicians see politicians every day, right? Or when they say, oh, people say, oh, Odius Okalu was trying to support Ahmed Lawan. Well, okay, this consensus also was consensus for Ahmed Lawan. So what is different? So that's the point I want to make.
So can I interject this?
Yeah.
Oza. Oh, Ade.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
sorry, this is Ade. Can I just say something in response to what he's saying? If you listen to Dave Umahi said Tinubu called him and said Akpabio is his man. That's number one. In fact, that's why he stepped down.
Closely. No. It was a technically made. I listened also to it. It didn't say Tinubu said step down for it.
No, hold on. What's the wider point that you are making here? Because everybody has the understanding that Tinubu has endorsed this guy.
No.
Hold on. What's the thing that you are trying to push through?
The wider point is that it's a very problematic list, and it's very problematic, and it's not fair to put it on somebody. It didn't originate from somebody, and everybody is propagating it. Why can't? Okay. If you're saying the list on itself is whatever, why can't every people where it emanated from, why can't they just own it? Why are you putting it to somebody that it didn't come from? Why is it so important to make it that Tinubu endorse the list? Or
yeah, but what if Tinubu did? So what? What's the point here? Because I'm struggling to understand what you're getting at. What if he did? So what? What if Tinubu indicated a preference for Akpabio? So what? How does that? What does that add or remove from him? What's the issue?
No. Like, this is the propagation. I'm trying to understand the point of the propagation. If Tinubu if it didn't come from Tinubu, what is the point of the propagation?
But all the indications are that it did come from Tinubu.
Which indication? That's the point. Like, which indication?
All right. I don't know
which indication. Which specific indication? No, this is the look. What you are the question you're asking with me is chicken and egg, right? You are saying what is my point. I'm also saying what is. I don't mean necessarily you. Not just you. What is your point of this propagation?
Can I say something, sir? Can I just add something?
If you look at add that, and then we move on, because I'm a bit confused about.
Yes. I think that would have been very characteristic of Tinubu to even have picked something. If you look at Tinubu's antecedents, the way he ran Lagos State, Tinubu has never shied away from identifying people, and he picks them. He never, tries to hide. So I think he picked Akpabio. He allowed him to speak at that dinner that was organized. So from all the indications, he picked him. So, and I think with APC, it's also the reward system. So don't forget that all these other people who are vying for those posts, many of them is not for regional interest, it's for personal reasons. It's for personal reasons.
That's
So we have to be careful. We have to know
every
that.
politician is
So,
like that. Every politician is like that. There's
exactly.
no politician
Exactly.
that all of them. It doesn't. All of them are
Yeah.
like that. My own point is this: everything can stand on their own, right? If it's going to, if this is this, if it is on its own, if it's on its own, it makes sense. It can take a life of its own. It doesn't need to be attributed to where it didn't come from. Look, the point that people don't see is that when a thing starts, it's a problem for the country. It's a problem for the country. Just actually, where I'm coming from is this. Look, people are pushing this lightly to stick it to some people. Let's stick it to them. They didn't give us a vote. So how does it promote the country? Sticking it to people, right? That's my point.
Are you trying to assuage the Southeast? Is that what it is? Is that where you are?
I don't assuage nobody. I speak as things comes to me. I mean the way I see this, the way I see things, I see it, and I see tremendous propagation, and I don't get the point of the propagation. I don't get the point of the propagation. What's the point of propagation?
But no, I'm not sure. I think you are trying to assuage the Southeast to say that they are not being.
Well, I'm not the president of Nigeria.
Well, yeah, but you are somewhat of a Tinubu conscience, aren't you? But I don't see that that's a problem. No, because the Southeast knows enough to know the politics. And they know enough to see the cards that they played are likely to land here. So it's the pragmatism, isn't it? Tinubu, the Senate presidency has to go to somewhat of that region, but not necessarily even to the Southeast, because there is nothing in the Tinubu narrative to land him on Aso Rock that seeks to reward the Southeast because they didn't vote for him, which is fair enough. But they did all they could to destroy both his person and his personality, and that was not fair enough. So for him not to go to them, it's not beyond the realms of what they should not have anticipated. And the people that get him the vote, because he's also permutating for the future, isn't he? It's unlikely in 2027 to get a single vote. He probably get less votes in the Southeast unless he does some magic work in the next 4 years. So I mean, this is it, isn't it? It's a high stake game. Heads you win, tails you lose.
You are making the argument that is really the source of my concern. This is not here it is. Look, let's assume that I am right that it didn't come from Tinubu. If this didn't come from Tinubu, the level of propagation, it's actually emanating from people who don't have an interest in the success of Tinubu's administration, who want to make Tinubu's administration to continue to have a problem. If it didn't come from him, maybe it came from him, but if it didn't come from him,
what if it didn't come from him? But Akpabio and hold on, what if it did not come from him and the narrative was not even in place that it ever came from him? But Akpabio goes on to win the Senate presidency. Would the narrative after that not still be that it came from him?
Look, if it didn't come from him, right?
Yeah.
And that is how the problem starts. If it didn't come from him and Akpabio goes on to win, and it becomes an issue of everybody crime marginalization, they will heap it on him.
Yes.
If denied, it will be him that will be heaped on that. He's the one marginalizing some people, when he's not the one marginalizing anybody. The game played out on the
but that's immaterial. Whether the game played out on the floor
of course
of the Senate it's going to be immaterial, because whether the game played out in a fair duke out or not, if Akpabio becomes the president of the Senate, either with or without Tinubu's influence, the optics of it, the way you've been with the obedience space long enough, the optics of it, the way it will play out in the Southeast is that Tinubu schemed them out. They don't want to care whether
now it will. Now it will.
Yes, now but it will. No. You are not paying attention. I'm saying even if this does not exist, and that Akpabio goes on to win that Senate presidency, This narrative that we're seeing now will be embedded post Akpabio winning that election, and they will insist that it was Tinubu that orchestrated it.
Yeah, but there will be an answer to it, which is
what answer? I did not do it.
You heard my no. You heard my
and
position.
they will pay attention to that.
No, it doesn't matter. You pay attention, but at least there's an answer. You didn't support your man to win. It was zoned to south, and southeast, and you people didn't support your man, your people to win it. So there is an answer there. But with all this, Tinubu do it. If the man didn't do it, there is no answer there. But at any rate, if it didn't come from Tinubu and there is this much level of propagation, what is the interest of the people propagating it? That is the point.
Okay. So this, okay, hold on. So this apostasy that you see in the future, I'm sure you don't have a unique and peculiar vision. If this apostasy that you see in the future, it should also be cited by Tinubu and his camp to quickly act now in order to prevent what you are anticipating. So how come they're not acting now? And Akere Dolu saying jab, that's nothing. Akpabio is going around the whole country telling us that he's the anointed one, and nobody is telling him that he's not.
No, they acted. The thing is come down. Did you listen to Shehu Akinbaloye's interview with Felix? What is that, Felix? Whatever. Today, the guy that signed the letter of the list. His whole voice was shaking. You're going to throw the country into rupture over what? Just to make it something that constitutionally or whatever, or even logically.
This is a non sequitur. It's much ado about nothing.
Well, my non sequitur, don't throw non sequitur around every time like that. It's not a non sequitur. Why you are not supposed to write somebody's name? You are supposed to zone to particular places. What is the interest of the people zoning to names? Okay, even if they want to zone it to south, let's say they want to zone it to south. Okay, let the south people.
But hold on. It's always been tradition though that I zoned to names. Under Buhari's first administration, he wanted
particular names.
Yes, yes. Under Buhari's first administration, he wanted in Dume. But Saraki outmaneuvered him under his second term. He anointed and enforced Ahmed Lawan. Obasanjo was picking.
Influence playing.
All right, round it up and then I'll move on. It's we're just looking around now.
Yeah. It's looking right. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody plays their influence. Or it's not you write on paper, we are zoning to this person and you shove it on everybody's face, just to stick it to some other people. It's not the way a country is run, is unified, and when the repercussion comes, everybody propagating it, they are not going to be there. It's going to be when the whole narrative was happening in the election, most of the people now that are Tinubu Pro Max, they were neither here nor there. All of a sudden now everybody is Tinubu Pro Max, but the welfare of the country is more important than everybody's feelings. Whether you feel that some people are whatever, the welfare of the country is more important. When they fight it out on the Senate floor, let the best man win. That's just the way it is. So all I just want to say is that I just want to say that the way I see it, it's my opinion that it did not emanate from Tinubu. And there's too much propagation that emanated from Tinubu. Tinubu just say south or southeast, you to go and fight it out and let the best man win.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put, Fatai. Somebody of equal potency, verbally, Zita, she joins us. So Zita, I wonder if we still have you, Zita, or are you too busy chatting with Solomon in the chat room, Zita?
I'm here. Good day, everyone.
Good to see you. Good of you to spend time with us. So, where do you want to come in at it? Do you want to come in at it from this Alex Otis space? we don't know now. We probably suspect that he still has his ticket, but he's not clinging on to it for dear life. So a judgment then from Kano State telling us then that it was not even qualified to run in the primaries of the Labour Party, never mind being a candidate, for reasons of being out of the loop from the time constraints of that space. So what are you then making then of this? Is this the beginnings of the snatching of the one win of the Labour Party?
Yeah, one man. Actually, I don't know if Obeni stayed there. I wanted him to clarify me on something about this Kanu case. Is Obeni still there? Okay.
Yes.
Obeni, is this the same as what happened in Zamfara, that they kicked out the APC guy?
I don't know of what happened in Zamfara. I can't remember Zamfara issue again.
Yeah, because they said the primaries was
I have
not.
an idea. I have a small idea about that. I think it was based on something. It looks like something like that too, but not like actually like that. I think the APC had issue with the national chairman at that time. So I know they had the factional group. There was a factional group. The party was divided into two. So the one that
Can you raise your voice a little?
Yes, you have to speak up. We can barely hear you most times, Darasi.
Yeah, the one that signed the forms.
Oh my God!
Yari then.
No, all right, Darate, we can't hear you. So,
are you listening to me?
all right, let Zita carry on. We can barely make out what you're saying. Let's Zita carry on. Zita carry on.
One man, before I continue with the OT case, there is something you people were discussing yesterday. I just wanted to say some few words about it, about what people say during election. I understand that they're mixing up pre-election and post-election. They're not the same thing. All those things that we are saying, Osiba just said, they said in 2015 was before the election, before the result was called. You see, when a winner is announced, anything you are saying that time is a trigger. That's why people are showing concern. Not during the electioneering period. In 2011, the same thing happened. You know what Buhari said after a winner was announced, and it took the life of almost 300 youth corpers in the north. So I don't know why they miss pre-election and post-election. It's not the same thing. If a winner is announced, it's a different ball game. Anyway, back to OT. I don't know. I heard it's the same thing with the Zamfara case, where they said the primaries were not, the guy wasn't a member.
No, it was factional chairmanship. It was a factional chairmanship. The party was split into two. So the one that signed the papers of Yari was not favored at the national headquarters by the national chairman and the national
committee. They said the guy
committee.
was not a member 30 days before the time.
No, it's a bit different. It's a bit different. It's more of party factionalism. You know, there was there's a serious faction, Jibrin and Yari. It was a fight to finish between them. So the one that was favored was the one that said, okay, if I can't have it, nobody will have it then. And that was how PDP came in. So they nullified every party, from nominations that was signed by the factional chairman in that state was struck out. So that the PDP guys can come in. They have a smooth ride in. So you know that case is still on granted date. The issue as regards that. So I think that is a bit different.
One man, I really wish Abia State people to have something new. Honestly, I'm not saying it because it's OT. I just wanted them to have something new. But it's unfortunate. If the man wasn't LP member, I don't know. it will be tight. Unless they are talking about the time of the filing of this case. I think they should be, because the explanation the LP Council gave to, is it Channel TV or something this evening, it was not really strong. You can't say because he's elected, nothing will happen. I don't know, but I'm not a lawyer. I think Ogweni should be able to tell us more about that. But there is something, I think the time the guy filed the case should be the issue, not that. I think what they are requesting for is constitutional. So I don't know. I didn't listen to Ogwenisha.
If it's the case, if it's this kind of case, my opinion on it is that what I heard from Arabambi was that Labour Party didn't put up a defense. They didn't send any counsel to represent them there. So possibly it's just a case between whoever filed it against INEC in one side and then Labour. Labour refused to put up. INEC will just be there as a nominal person, and then they get judgment against them. So,
no,
but
Obani, see the situation. Situation is, yeah,
okay,
whatever they did in Kanu. You know, when you file, you're a lawyer now. When you sue someone to court, you send that person a letter that you're taking him to court.
yes,
Nothing like that happened. Do you understand?
okay.
So now it's more like you're giving judgment when the other person is not there.
Not
Do you
aware.
understand? This is what's going on. So all these things is just, I think it's just a mess of Nigerian system. I think that's what it is.
No, but let me tell you how it happens in court. No judge will proceed to a case if there is no what we call proof of service in the file. No
So
judge.
that's what I'm saying. That's what's happening. That's why I said that judge is just, I mean, I don't know
No,
what's going
don't
on.
condemn the judge. There may be a proof of service in on record until Labour Party comes to dispute that with evidence. Because what they do most time is they go and serve them at the national office. Because Labour Party is one, you will take it to Abuja to go and serve them the national office. If they serve them,
Benny, the
yeah.
way you even know is that this is more like a surprise to all of us. We don't even know. Nobody, you haven't even heard of anything in the news that Labour Party is being. There's a case in Kanu. We haven't even heard of this before. It's just like today something just prop up. I'm like, where is this coming from? Everybody is surprised. Where is this coming from? So it's all this is gonna be sorted out, which I know, and
no,
also.
Des,
Yeah.
you know there is difference between Obedient and Labour Party. Now,
Yeah.
they didn't sue Obedient, they sue Labour Party. Now, Labour Party has its own issue, don't forget. So, if they serve Labour Party, the Obedient need to go and confirm from Labour Party if they actually serve them. That's what I think. For you to maintain a position here, you must be sure that they did not serve Labour. And like I said, no judge will proceed without ensuring that they have served all parties. Look at the case of this lady, Deborah, this lady that was killed in Sokoto. They struck out that matter after the judge, where is the service? Have you done this? Why is the man not in court? About 5 or 6 times. The man has to strike it out. So generally, if you that drag somebody to court fail to go and serve that person and come back to show, and when you come back to show, it's not you that will show, it's the officer of the court, the sheriff, the bailiff, that will swear to an affidavit that I have served before a court will continue. So if the sheriff didn't serve and said I have served, everything will be exposed. It's a matter of time. Let's wait for a few days. We'll soon see. But don't go and be relying on Okonkwo and that guy or that Nollywood star.
No. And now also there is this situation that because I believe that the law says if this primary happened like last year, and you have about I think give or take 30 days to file a complaint to court, and now it's more than how many months, and they are filing a case, after so many months when the primary take. I mean, there's a lot of things to this that I don't think will even hold water, to be honest.
Not to be
I don't know.
exposed, yeah. In a few days'
Yeah.
time. I agree.
Again, one man, what I have to say is that this is politics. They say it's a dirty game. You don't blame the somebody who is making use of the window you opened. You should blame yourself for opening the window in the first place. Because as it is now, any window you open everywhere, it's not only Labour that is having issues. The PDP on their own side is shattered. ABC even is having issues, but that everybody is trying to close their window. But it seems as if Labour Party, their window is very wide. So I don't think they should be blaming people for what is going on. They should be blaming themselves.
All right, brilliant. And this headline, Zeta, Peter Obi reacts as U.S. Secretary Blinken calls Tinubu makes promises. So are you following that space, and what are your thoughts on it?
One man, as I said before, I care less about what he says. I really do care less about what Peter Obi says. The only thing I can say is, I just give an example. When you have a business partner and one day you are walking on the street, you see one of the children or some of the children run to you, we are being beaten by daddy, we are being beaten. Custody demands that you will ask a question. What did you do? Why is he beating you? Probably take them to the parents or talk to the parents. They have done their investigation and it was thorough. And they found out that all those letters that were flying up and down, nothing you're accusing anybody that you did not do. So I don't really care less about. All I can say is that work has started. Next thing, please.
All right. Let me take you to Aisha Buhari, who tells us then that the headline, no need for Nigerian presidents to seek medical treatment abroad. So this is Aisha Buhari, who stands accused of hypocrisy.
I won't call what she said hypocrisy. But one thing I will say, you don't have a right to tell anybody where to seek for his health. That is absolutely wrong. I don't even know where people are getting that thing they're saying. You must get it here. You must get it. How dare you? Anywhere you believe you have trust that you will go to the hospital, to their hospital and get your health back. Go.
No, but Zita,
let me finish now. She fought. That is the area I don't agree with her. Saying no president or nobody should go outside for medical treatment. That's where I disagree with her. Back to what she said about the hospital. Fine. There's supposed to be a very good hospital in Nigeria, not only in Aso Rock. So that even if you don't trust them, you go overseas for your treatment, you come back home, you should have a place where you go for checkup. At least once in a while. Or as a president, you have a place you rest, they do you the preliminary checkup. Another thing is, why would you budget money for a hospital and there is no hospital? That is the area I agree with her. If you don't want to have a hospital in Asco, that's fine. But if you put billions of dollars for a hospital, that hospital should be functional. And anybody who wants to believe in it and wants to go there, that's fine. There are some certain surgeries. There are countries that can do it, like India, but I will never do it in India, even if I'm an Indian. So how would you tell somebody who is seeking for his head, who wants his head back, to
hold
go
on, Zita.
Go and must do it in a particular place?
Hold on, Zita. The wider point that Nigerians are making is that you are in a privileged position, and then you are using the state resources to go and take care of your own health. So then, what is the fate of the remaining 200 million people who don't have that option? So what happens to Mama Uche, Mama Dele, Mama Abubakar down the road who have medical needs? but cannot fly abroad. So that's where the argument is.
No.
And the country has an abundance of resources to facilitate for the health needs of the people. So is that wrapped around privileged corruption? Really? So if you are the president of Nigeria, if you are the president of Nigeria, seek your medical needs in Nigeria. Your children must go to school here, and you must not fly a plane or a helicopter from here to there. Drive on the roads, have that experience that Nigerians have, so that then you either fix it or you suffer with the rest of us.
One man, actually, I don't really know the last time you left Nigeria. I don't know, because sometimes when you talk, it's like you see Nigeria as a ghetto. It's not. The surgery I did in the United States in 2018 was diagnosed in Nigeria. And they kept me till the day I took the decision to do the surgery. They kept me. So now, it's not that Nigeria doesn't have good hospital. It's for people, can they afford it? That's why they're doing this health insurance they're doing in Nigeria. People are contributing a little of their penny. Instead of subsidizing petroleum, I think that is the area the government can subsidize for Nigerians. I think that's what we should be talking about, so that everybody can afford medical treatment. Not that they don't have hospitals.
Okay. Then why are all the politicians, from your local government chairman to the president, why is it as soon as they get a cold, they're on a flight to somewhere?
That is what I'm saying. I still repeat what I said before. You don't tell somebody where to get his help. I don't know where you people got that thing, but I will never buy it. You dare not tell somebody where to get his help. Look, healing comes by faith. Even if you are the best doctor on earth, you can go and read some of Ben Kazi's book. Even if you are the best doctor on earth, and I don't have faith in you, somehow you can heal me. So this question of telling somebody you must get your health here, otherwise heaven will fall, I will not buy that, woman. I will not. And I will never be part to that. But what I will be part to is make the medical services anywhere in the world affordable for anybody. That is the only thing I will say. Either you subsidize it or you... Nigeria have very good hospitals as the day pass by. I don't know when you left them, but so far so good. And they have insurance. They have insurance. People in Nigeria pay a little small every month to contribute to their health insurance. Go and ask. When you get to the hospital, all you need to do is to drop your insurance card, and then we call the company. They confirm, they start treating you. It happened to my cousin. It happened to a lot of people I know. So I don't know where all this Nigeria is in shambles, Nigeria is dirty, Nigeria is... I don't know where you people get it. But one man, I will never buy.
You have health insurance for people in rural area.
Hello, that's what we are saying. This
Ajali
Coco, what?
are on the insurance?
Understand me. What
How
I'm
many
saying is that
Nigerians are on the insurance? How many? What's
there are
the
a lot.
population? Yeah.
There's a lot.
What's the population?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
That insurance, and where are they available? Do they have them? Do they have healthcare system functioning to carry out? Functioning well in the rural area? Do you have
some rural areas?
Services?
They do.
Yes,
they do, but they have a lot of work to do more. That is the area, Ajani Coco, we should
No,
be
Madam
about.
Zita, no, I can't accept this thing. I don't know why you're
Please don't
sharing this kind
interject
of...
me, please.
No. You are
I beg
sharing
you in the
something
name
that
of God.
is actually untrue. What are you saying?
Please.
That Nigeria, there's a lot of people that have
Please,
insurance.
can you
Are we
don't
still in the same
interject me?
Nigeria?
Listen.
No. Now, why are you saying?
Please, Please,
One man is
don't
here. Listen, I
interject
mean,
me.
can you just fact check this?
We are
But
not
Des, are
in
you
the
in
same school
Nigeria?
of thought.
No,
It's
no,
my
don't
You are not
say
in
state.
this.
Nigeria now.
We
Listen to me.
all of us here. Let's say this. All of us here. Which of our parents or our mom or our brothers in Nigeria have insurance? Can we just
When
stand
it
here
gets
now?
to your turn, you
Can
can
we stand here
recouple what
now?
I have just said. It is
Come
my
on.
right to give you interjection or not. I said, don't interject me. Two of us are not in the same school of thought. Please. I don't want a rowdy session. Baba Jali Koko, let me continue with what you said. You see, I am not saying that everybody have it in Nigeria, like other places. I'm not saying that the majority, they do have it. But what I am saying is that that is the area they need to work on, to extend it to that mama in the village, to extend it to that farmer in the village, to extend it to that young girl in the village. That is what I'm talking about. They have to extend it to that place. They have to make it robust. They have to make it affordable. If we want us to argue on that, fine, we can argue on that. Let them do it. But telling me that somebody must get his health in a particular place, I will never be a party to that. But if you tell me that Nigeria is not doing well in healthcare, then we can talk about that. There are hospitals, although in not every area, there are healthcare services, although not well equipped in most areas. But the important thing is that we have to force our government, talk to them anyhow we can, to make sure that that medical health care that are given to the people in the city and some places get down to the lowest person. Somehow, they need to get, even if it's 10 kobo from them, to give it to them. I'm not saying it should be totally free for everybody. That's not what I'm saying. But you should get people, enlighten them, more especially those people in the village. I have said my encounter here several times on what happened in River State. It's not a joke. They just have to make it robust, make it to get to them. But telling me that I should tell somebody to get his health in a particular place, otherwise it's wrong, I won't do that. That would be unfair on my part. So one man, that's my case on Aisha. Yes, they should go to health. Yes, people should go to hospital in Nigeria. But saying you should not look for your health elsewhere, I am not part of it.
All right, brilliant. So Zita, I want to play you this clip that
Sorry, one man. Just give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
The reason why I support Madam Zita is this. Assuming we have healthcare in Nigeria, can anybody force a particular person that he must go to a particular hospital within the country? Nobody can do that, because you have a choice to say, I'll take my child to this hospital. You can even be taking service in a particular hospital in Nigeria, and you are forced to take your child from that hospital to another hospital in the country. So the same way, nobody can force anybody to say you must take your health in a particular country. You can go to India, you can go to China, you can even go to Alagbo. Your health is your responsibility. And to close with this, I had a small experience like that in Nigeria. My first son was sick. I have health insurance and everything, so it wasn't a problem. I went to the hospital. The hospital was taking care of my child in a particular. The boy was running stool and was vomiting. Averagely on a daily basis, was doing that like 21 times. I was still encouraging and telling my wife, no, let's stay here. Do you know my wife forced me and forced that child out of that hospital, took him to a medical center, and it was there that they diagnosed the infection. If not, I would have lost that child. So you have to take responsibility for your own health and for the health of your family. So you can't say, do it this way, go and take it that way. Would that best be the person that will mourn if you die? So, Madam Zita, you are on point on that. Thank you, one man.
Thank you.
Hey, Woman, can I make a comment?
Yeah, come in, Prince. We'll be waiting to hear your voice. Prince.
Yeah, thanks. So in regards to Aisha Buhari's comments, well, okay, let me back. People in power, okay, or in leadership, right? um, yeah, according to Madam Zita, right, it's okay. We can't tell somebody where to go for medical care, but the perception about Nigeria not having enough medical facilities or hospital institutions, it's a problem, right? But the way she's making it sound as if we don't have that problem. So I'm not really sure. But there's that
That's not
perception.
what I said. No, that's not what I said. I
Well,
said
you
today
said we
in
have good
Nigeria.
hospitals. We have good
Yes,
medical.
we do. We do
Yeah.
have good
Well,
hospitals.
I
Your
don't
vice
question that.
president did. Sorry, hold on. Your
Hold
vice
on.
president did it.
Let him make the point, Zita, please.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think I understand Madam Zita's point. Yeah, we have good facility. Perhaps I won't be surprised that we have high quality, world standard medical institutions in Nigeria. But do we have them enough? Do we have enough for the common people to be able to go there to seek medical services? That's the question. I don't think we have enough. Of course, a good way would be just like our education institutions, having private hospitals that can accommodate uh, um, you know public health care would be great. But the leaders, yeah, when they talk about when they go overseas, we can't tell a commoner or anybody where to go for medical care. But as leaders, they can't just pack their bags or whatever and go to Paris and go to England for their medical care, and we're not having a say about it. Because trust me, just like she was alluding to, if we have plenty and sufficient medical care facilities in Nigeria, I don't think anybody will be talking or even care where anybody goes for the medical care. But I don't think we don't have it to that standard. I mean, we don't have it to that standard to accommodate the 200 million people that we have in the country. So when we question the politicians or the leaders going overseas for their medical care, I think it's a legitimate questioning. Yeah, we can't tell them what to do, but in this case, as public officials that may not have done all that is necessary to provide the people with quality care, we can question them. I think so.
Okay, let me respond to you. One man, can I respond?
Carry on, carry on.
Okay. You see, whenever I talk, I separate my thoughts and I make it clear. First of all, I said the first thing. I said the first sentence, I disagree. You don't tell anybody where to go get his health. I am not a public official. But when I wanted to do my surgery, I left Nigeria. I was in Nigeria then. I did not steal money from the government. I wasn't a politician. Neither do I have any politician in my family as at the time I left Nigeria. So that being said, and I said again, we should be talking on the other side. Make it robust. Drive it down to the last person in the country. Let it be affordable. If need be, subsidize. And again, there is something I notice when Nigerians talk about their government. They talk about their government as if the government is one human being or one entity somewhere. They always talk about what the government will do for them. They don't talk about what they will do for the government or what. That's why I said the other day they should write a charter and everybody was laughing at me. I talked about my experience. I think if Bishop is here, he would have helped me confirm it. I talked about my experience in Port Harcourt with the hospitals, the public health care, the small, little hospitals. What's his name? The former governor, what's his name again? What's River State governor?
Amechi.
Yes. He built hospitals in every nook and cranny. And most times they complain. I was telling my friend here that it's not that sometimes our leaders don't do things. They do things, but most times there is no accountability. Before you know it, all the machines in those hospitals were disappearing. Most of the doctors that were attached to that, they're listening to me now, attached to those hospitals, we are moving it to their private hospitals. And these are the things they do, no accountability. And in the next 2 years, 1 year, everybody will be shouting, where is the hospital? Where is this? Where is this? These are issues we have to address. Where is the table? Did it get broken? Who repaired it? How much did it cost? Where is there no paracetamol? Where is there no doctor present at the time of the incident? So that's what I'm talking. If that's the area we want to talk about, I am cool. Let's get the healthcare to the last person. Let's make it affordable. Let the government subsidize if need be. I agree with you. But the one I will not agree is for you. Whether you are a politician or you are ordinary person in the street or you are the richest man in the world, for somebody to tell you that you must get your health somewhere. That's not going to happen. I might decide not to go to doctor. I might decide to go for homeopathy. It's my health. I owe myself the responsibility to jump back on my feet. It's nobody's responsibility. I have to agree. That's why sometimes when you go to hospital, you have to sign some certain papers. That's agreement. So why would somebody tell me that I must take my medication in a particular place? I tell you, one man, I totally
No,
disagree
Madam
with
Zita.
that.
No, sorry, Des. Let me just play this clip. Let me play this clip. So, sorry, this was sent in by one of the subscribers.
Thank you very much. To start with, my name is Comrade Splendor Okoeze, the governorship candidate of Labour Party in the just concluded governorship election 2023. The matter started right from when we conducted party primaries. And as at that time, I was the state chairman of Labour Party that conducted the primary of Labour Party in Ebonyi State on the 9th of June, 2022. Before the conduct of the primary, there was no His Excellency P2B in Labour Party. So practically, things were very difficult to, to achieve that period. So Barrister Julius Abure was on my neck to help the party to conduct the primaries. All my effort to get the national leadership of Labour Party to assist in the conduct of the primary proved abortive. I resorted to selling off my property, in a choice location in the state. And that is where I was able to generate the money I used in conducting the same primary. After the conduct of the primary, Barrister Julius Abure was very excited. He said that he never knew that I can single-handedly conduct that kind of primary, that he knew that a lot of money must have gone in. I said, yeah. He said, okay, that I should not worry, that the party will see to that. I thanked him. After the primary was conducted on the 9th of June. So the next month, Abure called me that I should please come to Abuja, that there is a development. So, and I said, okay. I boarded the next available flight, came to Abuja, met with Abure. In my own way, I was thinking that maybe the party wanted to reimburse me of the money I spent in conducting the primary. Little did I know that Abure has struck a deal with a man he referred to as a big fish, that left APC. He participated in APC governorship primary, where he failed woefully, and then jumped over to Labour Party. Instead of coming to the party at the state level to identify with the party, probably go to his ward, tender a resignation letter, then resign formally from his party, APC, before coming over to Labour Party. He did not resign, which means he was still in APC, and then jumped over to Labour Party. So instead of meeting me in the state, he chose to meet organizing secretary, former organizing secretary, Clement Ojukwu, who in turn took him to Abure, Barrister Julius Abure, and they struck a deal. The man made a confessional statement that he first of all gave them 200 million naira, which he paid through Oluchi, the treasurer, in 4 installments, 50 million. That was what exchanged hands with Abure and the man called architect Edward Nkwego, the owner of Barcelona Hotel. So with the money Abure collected from him, Abure didn't deem it necessary to even hear from me. What Abure now demanded is that I should write a withdrawal letter and give to him that he has gotten a big fish. I said, who is the big fish? It took him a lot of time to tell me the name of the big fish he caught. Until I continued to press, he now summoned the courage to tell me whom the man is. I said, this man you just mentioned is of the APC, and the man is a mole sent to Labour Party to destroy Labour Party. And we cannot do that. We have suffered a lot to have this party destroyed by an agent of the APC. But because of the money he has collected, he gave a deaf ear to all my advice to him. I told him that in terms of popularity, political popularity in the state, that I am more popular than this person you are talking about withdrawing to. That in 2019, I contested governorship position against the incumbent governor, Engineer David Weze Umahi. I ran for that position with the platform of Advanced Congress of Democrats, ACD. All the effort of the incumbent government to get me into stepping down proved abortive. I contested, and at the end, they declared the incumbent winner. I went home. Now it's 2023. I have my structures intact, and I'm more popular than him. I cannot withdraw for him because he's not going to win the election. He is not even prepared to run an election. With that, we had a disagreement. I left in anger. But Sir Julius Abure told me, right before me, that since I have refused to withdraw for his big fish, that he is going to prove to me that he is the national chairman of Labour Party, and that it was our final. I told him, okay, let's see how it goes. I left. When I got to Ebonyi State, 2 days after that meeting, or thereabout, 3 days after the meeting with him, I got a call from INEC. They told me that there's a letter, a withdrawal letter that was sent to the commission indicating that I'm no longer interested in running the race, that I'm incapacitated. Therefore, they have brought in a replacement in the name of that same man, architect Edward Nkwego. I told them it's not possible because I know the law, that the law says if you must withdraw, that the withdrawal letter that has to be submitted to INEC must emanate from you, that you must write personally to the party, stating the reason why you are no longer interested in the race. Submit the same letter personally to the party, who will now submit to INEC. That all of these things never happened. So I don't think that Abure, being a lawyer, can do that, all of those things. But on the second thought, I said, maybe go and verify whether this allegation is true. I now came to INEC and demanded to see what they submitted. The staff told me that they don't operate in such a manner, that I have to inform my lawyer to write them demanding for the CTC of those documents that were submitted. I quickly called my lawyer here in Abuja. I asked him to write INEC immediately that I want to see all the letters submitted to INEC by the party, Julius Abure. Eventually, I got the CTC of all the things they submitted to INEC. Behold, my signature was forged. I have one signature. I don't have two signatures. And this signature, way back my secondary school days. I had the signature to date. Even at the bank, I operate one signature. When I saw this thing, I saw that what they use is initial. My name is Eze Oko, official name in my certificate. So what they did was that they used E for Eze and O for Oko, initial. That is what they use as my signature. And I'm so surprised that INEC can accept that kind of thing. So with that, I was very upset. So I had to instruct my lawyer to write a petition to the police. So my lawyer wrote to Inspector General of Police, demanding for investigation, of this crime. The petition referred to case of forgery, perjury, and criminal conspiracy. So police, went into the matter, conducted a forensic examination, and the forensic examination report came out that my signature was forged. So the matter started. They have even issued, a certified true copy of their report. We have it. So as the matter proceeded, Barrister Julius Abure, in his normal way of doing things, because he doesn't care about anybody, he's so selfish, he just cares about himself. What he did was to instruct Oluchi, the treasurer, the former treasurer of Labour Party, to go to Ebonyi State and conduct a substitution primary for that architect Edward Okwego without my consent. I didn't even know the venue. I didn't know how they did it. I hadn't withdrawn from the race. So when I saw their moves, I said, I am a law-abiding citizen. I approached the court, the Federal High Court, and the matter started there. As God may have it, the court set aside the substitution primary they conducted and reaffirmed that I am the governorship candidate of Labour Party, that my signature was manipulated. It's in the judgment that I remain the authentic candidate of Labour Party for governorship position in Ebonyi State. They were not pleased with that judgment. They went and appealed the judgment. So we went to Court of Appeal Enugu. The matter started again. At the end, the Court of Appeal in Enugu dismissed their suit and reaffirmed that I'm the governorship candidate. They were still not satisfied. They have money that they have collected from people. So they took me to Supreme Court, Abuja here. I continue to spend money, but because I know that what I'm doing is right, I have to continue to do what I'm doing. That time there was nobody assisting me, so I was doing it. We got to Supreme Court. Supreme Court further dismissed their suit and affirmed that I'm the governorship candidate. So the matter started that way. So the other day, before the governorship election proper, my phone rang. It was organizing secretary, former organizing secretary, Clement Ojukwu. He invited me. He told me right there that, please, he was with His Excellency P2B, that His Excellency P2B wants to talk to me, that he wants to see me. So I said, okay. He gave the phone to His Excellency P2B. I spoke with him that I should come, that he wants to see me. Eventually I went and met with him. He apologized. But Sir Julius Abure was there seated. His Excellency P2B was seated. Organizing secretary, former organizing secretary Batuago was seated. He pleaded with Sir Julius Abure to preside over the meeting. But Sir Julius Abure declined. He couldn't preside over the meeting because he couldn't look at me eyeball to eyeball. He knew that he had wronged me. He couldn't look at me. So eventually, His Excellency P2B, in his wisdom, took over, the meeting and presided. He first of all apologized to me that he never knew that I'm the governorship candidate of Labour Party, that these people continue to present a wrong person to him, and he has been working with this person, that it was Senator Victor Ume, who called him to order, who reminded him of the fact that I am the governorship candidate of Labour Party, and that the window for substitution in INEC has elapsed, and there's nothing anybody can do about it, that I should go back to my state and continue with my rally and my campaign. With that, I thanked him. We snapped pictures. I left for Ebonyi State and continued my rally. But I was surprised at the middle of my rally, because we have 13 local government in Ebonyi State. I had covered some local government. To my surprise, His Excellency was seen in Arise TV, saying that Labour Party in Ebonyi State has no governorship candidate, knowing fully well that I have all the judgment in all the courts in my favor. And as at the time we were having this issue, it was not party that will determine who is the candidate. Neither is INEC that will determine who the candidate. It is only court of competent jurisdiction that will determine the candidate as at that moment, because there was already, dispute. So all the courts in Nigeria, from Federal High Court, Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, all affirmed that I'm the candidate. So I was so astonished to hear His Excellency P2B say there's no governorship candidate in Labour Party. But that should be a story for another day. But the truth is that Labour Party, under the leadership of Barrister Julius Abure, the former chairman of Labour Party, did not concentrate more in winning the election. Rather, he was interested in, having deals with people who are not members of Labour Party. The same thing happened in Edo, where Honorable Murphy, who is the candidate for Federal House of Rep in Edo, who emerged as a validly nominated candidate for that election, was shortchanged, was substituted illegally, the same way I was substituted. His signature was forged as well. And in all of distance, Abuja will always go to collect money. In my case, he collected 200 million naira at a go in 4 installments. This is a confessional statement the man they extorted this money from made to the police. At the long run, they continued to extort money from the man in the way of going to court and all that. And the man said he has spent well over 400 million in this matter. The same thing he did in Edo, the same thing he did in Lagos. So my question is, in all of these things you are doing, how are you supporting His Excellency P2B to become the president with all this attitude? So this is where we got ourselves. And I said, since we, the youths, because I believe that this particular electioneering period is centered on the youth, that the youth have woken up from their political slumber and they want to take back their country. If youth like us can aspire to become a governor, to become president, to become senators, so people like Abure should not shortchange us simply because they want to make money. Thank you.
So
What man are you saying?
No, sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I'd muted myself. Yeah. So there it is. The case continues to mount against this element. I kind of done after the elections from Labour Party, but following him very closely will be Abure, who is not going to leave Labour Party to go to any other party. But from everything that we have, and this is, if you hear the rage behind Lamidia Papa's voice, this is an example of it, because what this guy described, he described the situation and told us that the same thing happened in Edo, the same thing happened in Lagos, and by the way, all the person that Abure was extorting money from, he didn't say it as an anecdote. It is a confessional statement with the police. So that guy is going to jail. There's no doubt about that. What are the final throw of the dice by these people? This next clip, it's only 4 minutes, this one. But before I play this clip, let me acknowledge the super chatters. I say the super chatters is only ever reliably Ayo and ever reliably Alexander Gomez. So there it is. So thank you to the both of them, and thank you to Ayo, who, as you know, doubles down with the coffee as well. So thank you to the two of them for. Thank you to those two gentlemen. That space is still open for others who wants to join in that space. So I'm going to play this next clip next, which is the final attempt to cling on. This is the last throw of the dice for Peter Obi, but the last throw of the dice to rescue himself from jail for Abure. So I'll play this clip, but as I play this clip, I'll ease myself out to hand over to Thomas, who has able competence to carry on. So Thomas, over to you.
No. I am Kenneth Okonkwo, the spokesperson for Labour Party Obidati Presidential Campaign Council, and one of the lawyers representing His Excellency Peter Obi and Labour Party in courts for this petition.
Your processes have been adopted. Your whole take about
Oh, well, in issues like this, you go on incrementally. There were motions that were moved, but particularly the application that we are seeking for the live streaming of this petition was the one that stood out. And let me say that the issue of public hearing of our courts is a constitutional issue. Section 36, subsection 3 guarantees that courts should sit in public. So there is nothing secret about courts. If you go to Kenya, you will see that Kenya's the live stream. You go to United States, even when a president of the United States, the former president, was indicted, the whole world saw it. What are we hiding? The one that is disturbing is that INEC, as an umpire that has a great opportunity to clear its name from its battered image, is opposing the public hearing of this petition, opposing that Nigerians should know why they declared a winner in the dead of the night. They are opposing these things as if there is something to hide. Why would an umpire oppose Nigerians hearing something publicly? So it's very disturbing. So the court has adjourned for ruling on that issue till Monday.
There's a fresh development, I don't know if you're aware.
Yes.
In Kano State, regarding the governor-elect in Abia State.
Oh, well.
Do you have any reaction?
We were in court when we heard it. What do you expect? The reason people are developing cold feet to the justice delivery in our country is for such orders and rulings. But we have come this far, and there will be no retreat, there will be no surrender. You also saw how a court was disgraced in court today, who came in purporting to represent somebody in a petition that has already commenced. Where we are there on the 8th of May when this petition commenced. And you just want to break in, as they normally do, breaking into people's properties without authorization. The only thing that is regrettable is that at times they do it with some collusion with some members that ought to be delivering justice, not delivering judgment. Whether the case, we heard it that it's in Kano. Good. By the time it comes to Abuja, maybe where jurisdiction is, I think the people that have the jurisdiction will deliver better justice to that. But just know that it is ephemeral, temporal, and will soon pass away, like the people that came to court today passed away disgracefully. As a matter of fact, the learned judges of the Court of Appeal told one unknown lawyer, you should have known better as a son that you shouldn't do this. So our legal system should have known better that they should not be removing people that come to power by the will of the Nigerian people through the courts. It's the Nigerian people that determine who will govern them, not the courts. So it's unfortunate we've come to this level in this country. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Madam Sita, are you
So
there?
I'm here.
Are you there? Yeah. So let me build it up. We just watched two videos. So let's start with the first one. Do you think with what you just listened from this man, he mentioned name? He's not speaking in secrecy. He mentioned names that can be verified. Do you think this same labor are the same person that want to rescue Nigeria? What do you think about the video, about the other first guy?
You see, Thomas, to be honest with you, you and I and everybody in this platform know that Labour Party has a problem. Right from time, their problem is not today. If you've been following the Nigerian space, you will know that party, they do have problems. I don't know whether it's Abure or maybe people who have been managing it. I don't know whether Abure has always been their chairman. I don't know. But I know that party, they have problems. And from what I'm hearing, I think their problem is this money. When this guy, what's his name? The governor, you remember that their governor that time, what's his name again? The
Which
guy
state?
that won, is he Ondo?
Mimiko.
Yes. You remember that was how he had it hot with these people for a long time. He has to decamp. I don't know what is it with that Labour Party. They have a lot of problem with them, but I actually thought that when they were doing their election 2023, I thought because of the way the election was going and the Electoral Act, there was that kind of way we will get votes. I thought they would have sat down to rearrange that place and get everybody together, sack the ones they need to sack, bring the ones they need to bring together. Do you understand? But they just, I don't know how somebody will want to use, you want to wear I don't know how to put it. You want to dress up. You want to dress up. You want to dress up, like really dressing up. You decided to go and pick the wrong dress. And you didn't bother to, stitch it and make it right. You think you can wear it and come out and tell us that you dressed up. I think that's exactly what is happening there. Because the whole thing is just mumbled here, mumble. And the annoying part of it is that the thing is even full of lies. It's a whole bundle of lies. Sometimes you begin to wonder. I don't know, but I don't know what they...
Madam Sita, sorry. With this video that we watch, Peter Obi is indicted on this video. The guy said he sat down, had a meeting with Peter Obi, and Peter Obi knew that is the candidate of the party. And he told him, continue with your campaign. And he said Peter Obi was on channels, said they didn't have any candidates in Ebonyi State in Labour Party. So what is going on here?
Thomas, that is a blatant. Let me say something. That is a
this
blatant
is my
lie.
space now. You can't jump into my space.
Sorry,
please. Can I talk,
Madam
please?
Zita. Let me
When
just
it gets
debunk
to
that
your
for a
point, you
minute
can
before you
discuss.
continue. Just give me just a few seconds.
Madam Sita, let's just give me microseconds. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can provide you a video where Peter Obi was campaigning for him in Ebonyi State. I can still provide you a video of what he's talking about in channel, and I can remember exactly what P2B said. He was basically mentioning Aisha Yusuf, who said that they are not Labour Party, they are not a member of Labour Party, so they are not supporting Labour Party candidate in Ebonyi. They are supporting the other guys, the PDP guy or whatever. But P2B specifically said wherever we have Labour Party candidate, that's where he's going to support. I can send you this video. So I don't know why all this lie is flying around,
Can
and
you
it's
please
just
send the video in? Because
yeah.
for now we yes we can have
I'll
a
try
look
and
at
get
it.
it. Yeah.
Yes,
No,
because this guy yeah, let's go back to Madam Sira. Yeah.
you see, while I tell you that it's a lot of lies and confusion going on in that spaces, when you pick a ticket of a party as their presidential candidate, from my understanding, according to Nigerian Constitution, you're automatically the leader of the party, right? Is
Yes,
that not
please.
so?
Yeah. Yes, please.
More especially if the party is not a ruling party already that have the president, it makes you the leader of the party going forward.
Automatically, yeah.
Yeah. They did a primary. They went to a lower court. They went to the middle court, if there's anything like that. They went to Supreme Court. If what the man
For
was saying
affirmation.
is true, they went stage by stage fighting the case. Look, Thomas, I care less about what P2B says. Honestly, sincerely speaking, let me concentrate on what is going on in the Labour Party. You see, these people, this party called Labour, I don't know whether it's there because they are older than APCO. You know that.
Of course, they are.
After PDP,
PDP, yes.
They are the. I think they were very prominent in the 1990, 1993.
Yeah, in the Southwest, mostly in the Southwest. Yeah, in the Southwest. Yeah.
But they are covered with all manner of. I told you. I think I told one of my friends in those days when this Arabambi or whatever they call him, that guy is. I don't know. That guy is full of trouble. Honestly, he might be fighting for his right to, don't get me wrong. But the first time I heard about that guy, I think it was in 2007. Is it 2007? I knew what went on then. And when I saw him again last year, started another, I said, they better find something to do with this man. This man is going to blow this thing left and right and scatter it. It has always been. I think that guy was one of the reasons why Mimiko left that party. If I can remember vividly what was going on there. So, I don't know. They would have arranged that party. They want to occupy Aso Rock. Is it what we should be hearing? Madness here, madness there. It's a lot of mumbling
Madam
and
Sita,
jumbling.
Madam Sita, what baffles me is that Labour Party logo, or what this told us they stand for, is no corruption, zero tolerance for corruption. You know what I mean? Like the saints, the saints of the all them all. This guy confirmed that this guy collected 200 million instrumentally 4 times, 50 million. And even the guy that paid him the money confessed in the police station. And out there they will be claiming they don't bribe, they don't everything is okie dokie. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know they pay shishi.
You know they pay shishi. But something is going on here.
You see, Thomas, let me tell you something. You see, in life, the brain, human brain, is created in a way that it functions with narrative. But you have to hold your mind. You have to take control of your mind and soul. Otherwise, you will not be able to dictate a false narrative. When somebody is telling you something, you won't be able to pick out the lies from it. And you know that is that decision that of that the narrative that determines your decision. You see, what went on in 2023, I begin to wonder. Some people just decided not to live with the truth. They made themselves very comfortable with lies. And that thing is really giving me worry. Actually, I keep telling people that's why I started speaking on one man platform. I don't do things like this. People left to live the truth. They left it and they are so comfortable with lies. How could you, as a party, you want to contest the election? You look, all these parties, they have problems. So all of them, even APC is going through something now. If you look inwardly, you will find out they have a problem. But the important thing is, how do you manage it? You have to. You don't start blaming people for opening your window and they jump in. You should be blaming yourself for opening the window in the first place, because it's politics. It's a dirty game. And most times when you go into politics, you will come out soaked in feces. That's just it. So if you don't want to get soaked in feces, lock every lockable. Make sure your opposition don't get in. But from what I'm seeing, it's I don't know. It's I don't even know why people are believing those lies. It's Abure did not handle the what is he doing with 200 million and 400 million? What is he doing with, and he's not the only man he collected from now. What's the guy doing with all those money?
But do you actually believe? I mean, there's something that people will say. It's almost like you're just talking. They're calling money like 200 million, 400, like say Labour Party na APC and PDP. I don't even
No.
understand.
Let me get you. Let me say this. First of all, I am neither I believe it or I don't believe it. I need to follow narrative to the latter, because you can. I'm somebody you cannot confuse with narratives. But why I said what is he doing with that money? Let me get clear this now. This man is not the only person saying it. Yeah,
You're right.
10 people.
You're right.
10 people might be saying the same thing and they may be lying. But common sense will not see them as all liars. These people have been putting this thing in black and white since September last year. They said the man forged papers. They said the man collected money. They keep saying it over and over and over and over again. And they showed the papers. They showed everything.
The evidence is there, Madam Sida. The evidence is there.
And the man is not even defending it strongly. That was why I said, what is he doing with the money? I'm not saying that I was there when they gave him the money. No. Nobody should get me wrong. It's just that monitoring the space, what went on in 2023, everybody has been pointing. So many Labour Party candidates, so many Labour Party members, they said the same thing. Are we saying all of them are lying?
No, they are lying, Madam Sita.
Maybe you're right, but there will be some kind of atom of truth somewhere.
But the thing is that there's a common goal. These people have one thing in common. All of them saying the same thing. They have the fact that they have been suspended from the party. That's their common goal. If they're saying the same thing, it won't be surprising to me they're saying it. Do you
No,
understand?
let's get this fact right. You know, one thing
Yeah.
about me is that I don't usually forget. That's why I keep things for documentary. I don't forget. You see, as at the time, I keep mentioning that man's name. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Arabam, whatever his name is called. As at the time he started that problem in September, he was not sacked from the party. He was a full-fledged party member. So you cannot tell me that they were saying it because they have been sacked. No. At that point, a smart politician would have stopped. Listen, there is one thing, maybe because I'm married to somebody who is in the military. You don't underrate anybody's guts. If you are a good politician, don't try that. If you are a human being who is very conscious of your security, do not ever underrate anybody's guts. Don't look at somebody and say, what can he do? That's a wrong estimation. The time the man started that thing in September, smart politician, that's when you would have quenched it. It's spreading like wildfire. And these guys have their hands in all manner of documents. Look at Papa. What's wrong in bringing the man towards your side? Why look down on him? Why call him a native doctor? Yes, he has a mission. I quite agree with you. Their mission is to destroy you. So why let them? Or you think they can't? Is that what you're thinking? That's a wrong assumption.
But Madam Sita, with this their problem going on, do you see these people that like somebody that can rescue Nigeria? Because all the problem in APC, they have the same problem. Corruption, they have the same problem. There's no difference. You can't really say they are saints in anything, isn't it?
See, we know that that is one of the reasons why I don't like most of the political parties in Nigeria. Because actually, I don't really look at the individual who is contesting. I actually look at the party structure. And as somebody who go to read the party structure, sometimes I have a lot of concerns about what their structure is talking about. And when such a structure that doesn't really make sense to somebody like me, bring out somebody to be their president, and that same structure is backing them. According to, what's his name, Tinubu is going to be a blah blah, balulu, blue.
Bula balu.
So, whatever. so that is the issue I have. It's not that their structures are fantastic, but this thing in the open is making them look as if they are the worst. I'm not saying parties don't have issues. No. They have issues.
But Madam Sita, I was sorry, I was suggesting something yesterday. Why don't you even collapse to two parties?
What do you mean by collapse to two parties?
Like we just have two parties. You remember SDP and NRC then? Just two system of parties. Because
unless
all these
if you
all these
collapse to two
parties, I don't regard them. Yeah.
No, if you collapse to two parties, our constitution don't give room for independent. I don't think so.
No.
Because if you have two-party system, you should have independent. That should be a thought force.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
don't think our constitution, I don't know when is Obeni there.
No. Our constitution doesn't. No, there's no independent candidate. That is, yeah, you're right.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
If he doesn't have an independent candidate, they won't go. That two-party system will not work. So if you don't get ticket in the two-party system, you should not contest. That's depriving you of your constitutional right. You can form a party and contest on it. If the citizens want you, they vote for you, that's fine. I don't
But
have
Madam
problem with
Sita,
that.
the next election that we had is very sacrosanct, no equivocation that APC and PDP will still be ruling Nigeria. APC won the election with the problem PDP has, with the obedience problem, with the G5 problem, with the Wike problem, with everything, they still become second. Even though Nigerians, some southerner, they don't want another northerner on the table. Even some northerner don't even want another northerner on the table, because if the northerner wants another northerner on the table, they will not be rooting for Tinubu. Like 14 governor was rooting for Tinubu. So what's the point?
Thomas, you are getting it wrong.
Yeah.
I must say, let me tell you something. You know, when that election was going on, as I said before, I have issues with the structure. And as I said before, I thought that when somebody wanted to run under a party and you go into that party, you should arrange it the way you want it to function as the leader of the party at that moment. You see, if Labour Party has played their card well, arrange themselves well. When I mean arrange, be serious for once. Because to me, they were not serious. Be serious for once. They would have made inroads in the north. Because when I did that shot I did, I was looking at inroads. But when I heard what I heard in Bombay, I heard what I heard in Sokoto, I was, oh, no way. Because I was thinking in places like Adamawa, in places like Katsina, in places like Sokoto, maybe Bauchi, he will be able to get up to 28 or 29% if they have played their card very well. But they did not, and I had concerns. What is my concern? I actually wanted a third force for Nigeria. And when they started that they are not being serious, I had concern. What was my concern? These people are going to make a joke of third force. And if they make a joke of third force, these politicians, man, those guys are gangsters. Have you all forgotten how they came into power in 1999? The elites of Nigeria, they were scared. The people that had value, they were scared. The people that had conscience, they were scared to contest. They said,
but Madam Sita, you are wrong right there. You make a
wait,
soft
let me
comment
finish.
now. Yeah, finish.
Wait, let me finish. They were scared, and they said, we contest tomorrow, we win, the military will come and take us away. So that's how these people came in. Those guys are gangsters. For you to come and do a shenanigan of third party, look at what they did immediately after the presidential election. They took over the place again. Because the foundation was not strong. I wanted a strong third force, and now they have messed it up. That's my worry.
So, Madam Zita, the what you wanted, I'm sorry, how do I put this? Something that is not strong, let's even assume this whole thing is right. Gathered over 6 million votes, won so many
It's not
House of
strong.
Rep, and so many senators, and you're saying it's not strong. How strong do you want them to be?
Okay. If he's strong, why didn't he manifest himself after 2 weeks?
What do you mean?
Something that is strong will last now. 2 weeks after the presidential election, everything collapsed.
Madam Zita, let me ask him a question. Let me ask this. Can you allow me to ask this question?
Only one governor. So does that show
Yes,
they're strong?
you won 11 states, including
12 states.
Abuja.
12 states. And
11
yeah.
states. It was 11 states. Is Abuja that they counted as 12 for them?
Really?
Yes, it was
Oh.
11 states. It was Abuja they counted as the 12th. And that was why I was saying that they counted it as a state then. Now it's now standing as a special territory for them to get 12 million as a must to get
It's their
25%.
hypocrisy now. They gathered as a state for them, and they
Are
are
you
now
going
saying, no,
to your
it's not a state,
question?
it's a special place.
So the question I want to ask you is that you won 12 states during the presidential election. 2 weeks after, you are struggling with only one state. So what happened? If it's a strong party, that is the question Madam Zita is trying to ask you, that you are saying what is the difference?
No, you can't say that because 2 weeks after, they still want so many House of Reps. So you can't say that they want
2
12.
weeks after. No, don't say that. House of Rep and the presidency was not
You
the same
can't.
time.
That's what I'm
Hold
It was
on,
the
saying
same
now.
time.
Let
It
me
shows that you don't
States.
even understanding. You
No,
don't even have
I
a
understand your
understanding of the election.
question. I understand your
Simba, let
question.
me explain
House
to
of
him.
Rep and Senate and presidency was done the same day. So you cannot say 2 weeks after they won House of Rep. That's what we are saying. Governorship election. That's what we're
Governorship
asking you.
election, but they won one state now. So what are you talking about?
So 1 to 11. So where
It
is the strength? Where is the strength
No,
that you're talking about?
that is not how
Let
it
me
works. That
explain.
is not how
Let
it
me
works.
explain.
Simba,
Do you
Let me
understand?
explain
what
to him.
happened is that the party is not
Let me
strong.
explain. Can I
Some
explain?
individual in the parties are strong. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
explain?
Yeah, Madam Sira. Yeah.
Okay.
But Madam Sira, before you
if
go on, you make a comment. Sorry, I'm sorry. You said Peter Obi in the north. Do you think if Peter Obi didn't use the religious card, all those memo they are sending to those church, do you think he will even make what he had in the north? I don't think so. He used
That's
the
why I
religious card.
said.
Oh, yes, all the
That's
states
why
he
I said
won,
if he
everywhere
had
he
played
won,
himself his card
yes,
well,
in the north is a Christian vote, most Christian votes.
he would have been able to woo the Muslims. The thing is that you are not listening to what is coming out from the space. Did you hear the complaint in Sokoto? Did you hear the complaint in Gombe?
He
Those
was
are
only
the
using the Southeasterners. That was the complaint. He was not using the indigenous there.
So that's what I mean by if he has played his card well.
Madam Sita, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Thomas.
I think Madam Sita dipping. Madam Sita, are you there?
I think
No. I think we lost. She's still on the screen, but maybe our network. Patrick, that question to you. Do you think if Peter Obi didn't use the religious card he used in the north, he could have gathered those votes in the north?
Yes, he could have, because those places where he got the votes in the north were traditional places where they are more liberal. Places like Plateau State, you understand?
Yep.
Plateau State is a multicultural state. Yorubas are there, Igbos are there, and you have a lot of Igbos there. The same thing with Nasarawa. Plateau State was carved out of Nasarawa and Gongola and Co. So you have some Igbo presence there. And this, like I said, these were states that Nnamdi Azikiwe used to win. Solomon La was the governor of Plateau State in 1979, and he won under the party of Nnamdi Azikiwe. So those were states that traditionally would have been won by anybody, any strong politician that has the Igbo interest.
Patuski, let me tell you one thing, that those places were part of the eastern region before independence.
Okay.
So it
So
was the colonial master that carved them to the north.
Are you wait, that is, what are you saying? Who's saying that? Who,
Okay,
who just said
before
that?
they share, okay. When initially they divided them with the river, so some of those states will fall into the east before they created the Benue Plateau, before they created the Middle Belt.
That's what you are saying. There's the word. There's you always say something that you don't know about.
That is a blatant. I don't even know how to put this. I don't.
Yes,
What are
you
Lie,
you
lie.
like?
You know,
you
we
don't
know
know.
Like
you. It's a lie.
when Frederick when Lugard created Nigeria or whatever, divided it into three regions. You're saying that that part of that region was mostly eastern region. Is that what you're saying? If I
Yeah,
get
yes.
What
you
I'm
right.
saying is that before they created the Benue Plateau, when they divided the state, the country, I think they used the river. Just those map. Do you know the way the map comes like the river comes from the west and the east and came down to Niger Delta. So that was how they divided Nigeria then, the east and the west and the north. That was how it was divided.
There's those.
So
Go and
what is
ask
the
what the
no
question.
no
Go
the
and ask
question
your
is
elders. What is the
no.
relationship between those
No,
places? And that's what. Don't say no.
no, you have to answer this question. What is the
Mm.
guarantee that when Lugard divided this state, that is actually an eastern country? What
No,
would you
no.
tell me
It's
that they
not
are
really an
Igbos? No,
Eastern country.
no,
What we are saying.
that's the
What
argument
we
you're making.
we
That
are
it
not
was
making.
Eastern.
You heard what Patoski say that that time they were more that place those region Plateau Benue side because Nasarawa was created out of
They are
Plateau.
Igbos now. That's what you're saying.
No,
No,
no.
I'm not
You
saying they
see,
are
that's the
Igbos.
mistake you are making. All
But
the eastern
they
regions
are
then
more
were not
aligned.
Igbos.
Excuse me.
Hello.
They were
One
more
person at a
aligned
time, please.
towards
Yeah.
Igbos than any other region
Yes.
before they created them as states. They
Let
were
me
more
correct
aligned,
this.
and that was why Solomon La,
Could emerge.
NNPP, National Party of Nigeria, the party of
Nnamdi Azikiwe.
National People's Party of Zik was winning in those regions in those days.
Yes.
The reason why Azikiwe was Azikiwe of the what's it called? I've forgotten his party and the MPC. They had a very Northern
NNPP.
People's Congress, Northern People's Congress. They had some kind of alliance with Azikiwe. It was like the Western wasn't really in the picture. That is why Azikiwe and the
No,
Northerners.
no. Let me explain to you. You see that you are talking of the earlier election when you talk of NPC.
You are talking
Now,
about
this time
Second
we are even
Republic.
talking about NPC was out of the picture, and this thing I'm telling you, they didn't tell me. I witnessed it. I was in Enugu that time. So, 1979 election, 1983 election. You understand? Especially 1983
You
election.
were born in 1979.
How can I be born in 1979?
You said you witnessed it.
I said I witnessed
I
it. So for
understand.
me to have witnessed it, that means I was born
If
way
somebody
earlier
witnessed
than that.
something, so it was when he
That
was born.
means
I was born
okay.
way earlier than that.
Way earlier than that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Des,
So
hold on,
You are thinking
Patoski.
no,
that
what
all
I'm
of us
telling you,
we are the
Des,
same, Abi?
what are you saying?
No,
Des,
no, I'm not
Des,
saying
Come
You
what
on
that.
think
I'm
we
now.
are the same?
Are you joking?
That's what I'm saying is that you see, when we say Eastern region was not just Igbos in those days. Eastern region was not just Igbo. That Akwa Ibom was part of Cross River. They were also Eastern region.
Even rivers.
Rivers was Eastern
Until
region.
Bayelsa, till Bayelsa.
Till Bayelsa, I think Bayelsa was part of Eastern region. Some part of Bayelsa was part of Midwestern region.
And the old Bender.
Bender, yeah, exactly. So
Patrick, I don't want us to go to that side. This is just a young man, so he doesn't
no,
know
that's why
the.
we need to let him
No,
know.
No,
no.
you want to
You guys
Someone needs to
are
explain it.
no,
Someone needs
no,
to explain
no.
what is explaining.
I
It's
like.
part
I
of
want to
learning.
understand what he's saying. If he's born in 1971, that means he wasn't.
Come
When
on now.
he's
How do
talking
you know where he
about.
I
was
said I
born?
witnessed
Sorry,
something that
you
happened in
witness.
1979.
Sorry. If you were
Don't
there,
you speak English?
this this stuff happened. This stuff happened way before then. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. MPC was before 1979. Solomon La was a governor in
MPC
1979.
MPC was the
Fourth Republic,
it was
Balewa.
Tafa Balewa's party.
So this thing we are telling you was
And that time
1979.
it was
Solomon
not
La was governor in 1979. Do you know
Second
Solomon
Republic.
La?
How will you know Solomon La?
No, Solomon La
The
was
people
the
that are
first
just
chairman of
coming to
PDP
learn about
now.
election
I
2023.
don't know.
Solomon
That's what you say
La
now.
was the first chairman of PDP in 1999. So you should know him. It's not even way back.
I know Solomon La now. Did that come? That name is common.
So you don't know
That's
Solomon
popular
La.
name.
So when we tell you anything about history,
I
the only way you
don't.
can contest it with us is go and search Google.
Patrick, I don't want us even to go there. This is the first cycle of election is participating. So
Thomas, don't say that. My problem. See, my problem
no,
now.
you
No, let me say something.
Hold on,
My
please.
problem is
You don't hold on, please. You don't sound like somebody that is political. I know. I don't know how to put it.
That's drinking all of them. They are not
well,
politically inclined.
whatever you say, Thomas. But my problem is someone
Patoski is
says
older
that
than you. Is older
I
than
know
me.
that.
He
I'm
can,
not saying that
tell us
he's
some
young.
things.
No, I'm
I'm
not
not
even
saying
saying
that
I'm
he's
Madam
older
young.
Sita,
now.
where have you been?
No,
Where have
I'm
you
not saying
been?
I'm older.
Where
I'm simply saying
No,
you
I'm
can
not saying
be
that.
younger.
We're not dragging age. Do you
Yes.
understand
I
me?
was
Yes, I'm not
trying to
dragging it. You
explain
can even
to
be
Des
younger
the
and have that
question he
information.
asked.
You understand what I'm saying? You can be younger and still have more information than
So
Thomas,
what I'm trying to say is when you say they're part of the
Madam Sita,
northern
hold on.
whatever,
Thomas.
You
or
just
sorry,
went off.
eastern region.
Yeah.
No, we are saying
Madam
that what
Sita.
we are saying
Eastern
is that
region.
Igbos are not the only group in the eastern region of Nigeria. That's what me I'm
I
saying.
said,
Madam
Thomas.
Sita,
Okay.
you
I
just
understand
went
you, but
offline.
No, I
Yes,
didn't go
hold on,
offline.
please. Hold
but
on,
you guys
please.
are kind of making it. Yeah.
Hold on, Desi, please. Madam Sita, you just went off.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
Yes. Are you sure?
Can you hear me?
We can just hear you now. You deep in like some minutes, and we couldn't hear from you.
No, I was just silent.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought.
Yeah, I didn't go off.
Yeah.
I was just listening.
Let's just leave the. What do you talk about the second video? The Okoko guy, the Nollywood artist that was feeling and peacocking in the court.
No, there is a question. What Des asked me, I will take this thing to explain if he will understand. He was asking me a party that got 6 million votes. Am I saying they're not strong? I made mention of 2 weeks after what happened. Now, when you talk about a party that is strong, you talk about momentum. The momentum lasts for a very long time. That's some people call it's part of the structure. You see, we look, they call it politicking. That word ticking, you do the politics, you tick the one you got right. You continue, you fail the other one, you mark it down. You continue, you win another one, you tick it. That's why they call it politicking. So a party that is strong, the politicking goes on. The momentum is still there. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, election or no election, the momentum is. Look at what is happening in the US. Donald Trump lost the election. His momentum is still there.
My sister, very strong, very strong.
So that is what they mean. Somebody who has something that is strong. 2 weeks. 2 weeks after the election, the momentum died. Look at Calabar.
Madam.
How many votes did you get in Calabar? How many votes did you get in
naturally, LP never had much humanitarian candidates to maintain
that is the problem I'm
That's what I
complaining
witnessed.
about.
They don't have.
That is the problem I'm complaining. That's why I said I thought I had concern. I wanted third party. Do you understand? I wanted a third force. And I had concern when they are not building a foundation. because that's the first thing you do. So that when you politic, the one you think good, fine. You politic is bad. We lost this one. You are still gingering. You are still firing. So that people will continue getting advantage of that foundation. But just lodging, that's why I said it is not serious. It
Okay,
fizzled out.
Madam
No,
Zita.
it will still be serious, Madam Zita.
Let me
I know the
no.
way.
Maybe,
Because
maybe.
many things went wrong before this election with Labour Party. I witnessed it. I witnessed it. Most of
Madam Zita.
the old guys that were in the party, most of the party were full of old guys, and the party was like the youth wants to take over the party. You understand? So it's becoming something difficult. Like in Rivers State now, they're having a lot of issue in Rivers State. They now have to withdraw the state chairman and give it to that woman, that only the woman. The woman is now trying to rearrange, put some structure. The same thing in Lagos State. So the party, even before the election, those gubernatorial candidates, even the Lagos State candidates, it was a struggle, court to court. Even I don't think if that guy would have won that election, that they would have still nullified that election because a lot of court cases. So, but I still believe that maybe the next election they would have sat down and yes, they will arrange it. That is what I experienced. So the party will still come out. I believe that.
Madam
They will
Zita,
still do that.
but this third force you're talking about, remember this third force is basically mostly presidential. Nobody was even thinking about governorship or whatever. All these things you
No, it
saw
doesn't work that
was
way.
Jara.
No, don't say
That's
that.
what I'm trying to.
No,
That
don't
was
say
the
that.
sense.
No,
That was
don't
the
say,
sense.
don't say that.
It
Don't say
doesn't work
that in
like that.
politics. Don't say
I
that.
Doesn't work
understand.
like that.
I
See,
understand it
he's
doesn't
not
work
an
that way.
independent candidate. Listen, can I explain if you want to listen? He's
Yes,
not
yeah,
an
go on.
independent candidate. When you say this kind of a thing, is when it is an independent candidate. It's not running under any party. So it doesn't carry that wind of senator, House of Representatives,
House of
Rep,
local
councillors, and all
government
those things.
chairman.
It's
Yeah.
an independent candidate. You don't go to a party to take their platform to contest for presidency and run as an independent candidate. That's a no-no.
No.
That's a total no-no. You will just destroy the party, turn it upside down, jump it, dabaru it, and walk away.
Madam
You don't
Zita,
do
please
that.
enlighten. Madam Zita.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
Yes, hold on,
Yeah.
Patrick. Have it with what you want to say. How many people, how many governorship candidates out of the 36 states did Obi campaign for physically? How many?
Okay, you want me to answer that?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I don't have that information, but I know he tried. Yeah, but let me push what
He
I'm trying.
campaigned for Lagos State. He campaigned for Delta. He campaigned for Plateau. He campaigned for Abia. He campaigned for Enugu.
Every state will be went.
Even this Ebonyi State, he still campaigned for Ebonyi State.
I mean physical.
And that is where they feel they have strong candidates then, especially Enugu, Abia, and the Lagos.
Thomas.
So that is where he feel they have strong candidates then.
Ekene,
Yeah.
you didn't get what I said. Listen carefully. Let me explain myself again. When I talk sometimes, I don't like calling names. But I talk with what they call MAP, M-A-P, and I listen to people with M-A-P. By the time I start talking, if you listen deeply and think inwardly, you will know the direction I'm going to. The same thing I do when I listen to people. When you open your mouth, you say the first, second, third, fourth, fifth sentences. I know where the direction you're going to. I don't need you to finish your essay for me to know what you're talking about. Now, let me explain to you again. You cannot come into a party unless you are an independent candidate. That means you are not running under any party name. You run, campaign, do your campaign, move carry your momentum, win the seat or lose the seat you are campaigning for. But the moment you come into a party to use their ticket, it becomes a different ball game. That's why the word comes, carry everybody along.
Along, yes.
You might not like them. You don't in
Yo,
politics, you don't
Madam Sister, I
necessarily
understand
need to
what you
like
are
them.
saying.
No,
No?
Let me finish now.
Let
Let
her
me
land,
finish.
please. Let her land,
Let me,
please.
I'm just trying to tell you my observation. I want to narrate something for you. When I finish those narration, then you go back, rewind, and say, this thing this woman said, let me rewind and see what happened from the beginning till the thing started. At that point, you pick some governors, gubernatorial candidate, whether they have won the primaries or after they have won the primaries. They become some sort of your bodyguard. Whether you're going to the church, whether you're going to see a traditional ruler, whether you are going to see a personal friend, they follow you. Do you know what? You are marketing their faces. They don't need to say a word anyway. When you talk, you do your hands like this. That's what they call teamwork. You now have a party. You do, these are the governors of my party. You make reference to them. They keep following you. You carry all of them along. That will be even before the campaign. Your own, I'm talking about your own personal visits. You are going to see, the moment you, before you go to Aba, the governorship candidate for Abia, the House of Rep, the senator in your party, they will already be waiting at the airport. The moment you step out of the plane, they're walking towards you. You know what you are doing? That's what they call buga in politics. Dengue in politics. You don't de buga, you don't de dengue, you are showing off what you got. And you know, it sends a very sensitive signals to people that matter. It sends what they call seriousness to people that matter. One thing you guys will have to understand, the new members of Labour Party, love them or hate them, you need politicians to win an election. When you win, you might decide to drop them. But love them, hate them, you need them to get there. So those are the buga, you will be bugaring those politicians, because you know why? What you are doing is politics. In LP, I did not see that till a particular time. When some people who actually wanted you guys to succeed start making comments. Where are these? Where are that? Why is he alone? Why is he visiting alone? Why didn't he? They started trying to bring them? But even at that, they didn't do it well. You need that crowd. You need that momentum. Not actually the voters, but the politicians themselves. When you are moving as a candidate, you need those politicians behind you. Love them, hate them, they just have to be there. They're serving a purpose. The voters can be running around campaigning for you, that's fine. But you see that buga, you need it. I did not see that buga in LP. I hope I've made
Can I
myself
say?
clear.
Yeah, I understand what you say, but can I drop some point? Everything you said is clear. I did not doubt it. So, but what I'm trying to say, you cannot just come into a platform that has been in for many years, and you begin to jump into that space just like that. I just took like when Obi started. Many of them, Obi, I think he was the last person to decamp to that party, because even Alex Oti is older than him in that party. Alex Oti was older than him in that party. So, but immediately he came in, the structure of the party began to change. So, and you cannot just Just like what is happening now, you see their complaint. Even this Alabambi and their papa, when they sit on national TV, all they complain is that they are older than Obi in the party. Obi just came 8 months ago, this and that, this and that. And that is the
But
problem.
everybody, we know that it's new there.
That is what I'm trying to explain now. So the man wouldn't just come and begin to command everybody in the party, this and that. Even I don't see him speak the way he's supposed to speak in that party. But I still understand that, because you cannot just come and they hijack the structure of the party like that. You still need to go deep, listen to them. If you
What
see
do you
him, you
mean
don't.
it's not? What do you mean it's not speaking the way it's supposed to speak?
As in, there are maybe as in the campaigns and all that. I follow the campaign very well. As in, there are things I wanted him to do more. There are things
He's
I
not
wanted him.
speaking. He's not speaking because he doesn't believe he belongs to that party, and that's why he's not concerned
No,
about
no,
the
leave it
daily
there.
running
Leave
of
it
the
there.
Thank
party.
you. That's the point I'm making. You
He
didn't
don't,
understand.
No, it's
he's
not
not
like that.
concerned about
He
the
has
running of
made
the
it.
That's the
party.
point I was making. They didn't
Listen to me.
understand.
Listen to me. Let me finish my point. Let me finish up my point.
One voice at a time, please.
So
One voice,
when all these things happen, even in that governor that presidential campaign, a lot of group in that campaign is not member of Labour Party, and you can still explain that why some governors lost, why they lost that gubernatorial this thing. Many group in that presidential campaign, mainly at least 70% of them are not member of Labour Party. Even Patotomi is not member of Labour Party. Even Chris Nwokobia, all of Chris Nwokobia is a camp of Osibanjo. They just came in maybe when they don't see maybe when they don't get what they wanted in APC, they just
They are
decided
just
to jump to.
rash
You understand?
marshals of people that the
Ekene,
different interests. They
Yes.
represent
Ekene,
different interests. They are
Yeah,
not
that
coordinated. It's
that is
just
why I said that
so
is why I
if
said
you
that
are,
a lot of
if
structure.
you have such a thing, it cannot be. It's not
One
sustainable.
voice, please. One voice, please. Yeah.
So that is why I still maintain the fact that I know what is going on the ground now. They're still trying to build that structure,
It
especially in
can never
what.
be built because the foundation is wrong and it's
Don't
based
say that. How
on
can you
lies
say it can
and
never be
deceit.
built? Are you the one that is building it? I'm telling you what is going on the ground. You say it can never be built. So you are praying for it not to be built. And you are still complaining that they are not doing things right.
Hold on.
Ekene.
Ikene, your audio is very bad. No,
Can I
your audio is
interject now?
very bad. Yeah. Let's hear from
Ekene.
Patrick. Yeah. Madam Sita, hold on. Let's hear from
Yeah, I'm
Patrick.
hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. You see, I don't know the way you want to look at Labour Party. Whether you want to look at it one way or the other, the bottom line is that Obi is an additional value to Labour Party. We cannot say Obi have destroyed Labour Party. Rather, Obi has added value to Labour Party. The parties in the category of Labour Party before this election were SDP, ADC, all those even Showore party. Where are they now? They are inconsequential to our political narratives. You know, look at how much of time we spend discussing Labour Party here. And in 1999, we didn't spend that amount of time. It was all because Obi joined that party. Let's be very objective. So
yes,
Obi,
you are right.
Obi
You are right.
is a
Quick question,
plus.
Patrick. Patrick, quickly, if you don't mind. So, yeah, Obi's an addition to the Labour Party, but is it sustainable? Because it
Okay,
brought the wave. It brought the
I'm going
wave.
to
Thank
that now.
you.
I'm
That's
going
the
to that now.
independent
I've
candidate I
interjected.
was talking
Please
about.
don't
I
interject. I
thank
am
God some people are
interjecting.
understanding what I'm saying.
I'm interjecting. So
Yeah.
Obi
Finish
is
it.
an
Yeah.
addition to Labour Party. Before Obi joined Labour Party, there was crisis in Labour Party about chairmanship. I remember when Obi joined and they interviewed Falana on that because Obi joining Labour Party were part of, I think Tommy and Falana were part of the people behind that particular party. Obi could have joined any other party and could have had the same effect. You understand? But Falana and Batomi, they were really behind it. And Falana said, well, that the party chairmanship contention would not affect Obi. I think they were in court and stuff like that. So this party crisis and chairmanship and everything were already there when Obi joined. It was delicate and it was already in, so he couldn't have opted out. And the only way he had to do it was to try to play carefully. To me, he really tried. You understand? Obi did not cause this crisis that you are seeing now in that party. I am not an obedient, but I'm just giving you the information that I have. Obi did not cause this crisis. This crisis was there. And for it not to have even gotten to this level was because of Obi. And for it to have come into the news was because Obi has brought that party to the news. That's why you boy here and discuss it now. And some
No,
people focus
Patrick,
on
I
Hey,
don't agree
okay.
with
now,
you.
but
I
now
don't
Sorry.
agree with
that
you.
the
Uh,
party, now that Obi has ran and the
Patrick,
election is over,
Patrick, where
Hey,
is the
Patrick,
source
1
of your
second.
information that
Hold on, hold on. So,
Falana
Lady,
wants to
hold on.
split
Patrick,
the
is
Everybody,
so
Labour
so
Party?
Hey,
too much.
Patrick.
Eh?
everybody, hold on, please. Everybody,
So,
hold on. If I say hold on, everybody. Yeah, Ajale Koko. Let's hear from Ajale Koko.
Patrick, where is your source of information that Falana advised Obi to join Labour
I
Party?
will look for, no, this is what I'm saying. I'm
Uh,
telling you that I saw an interview. I'll look for that interview. I think it was on Channels or Arise News. That time Obi just joined Labour Party. They asked him some questions about the crisis in the party because there was a leadership crisis in the party before. I think they had problem with chairmanship and stuff like that. Whether one chairman died, I don't have the
he
full
died.
information.
The
Yeah,
chairman died, yes.
so they had crises and stuff like that. So and
Mm.
then Labour TUs, you know this man that is in ZLP now or something. They just had those kind of problems, Sha. So they were trying to ask him that what was the reason, was this going to affect him? The man said no. I'll look for that interview if I still get it. That it wasn't going to affect the way that they were still going to settle down. And the way Falana was talking, you could see the excitement, and the way he was talking, you would be able to know if
But Patrick, you can say that is your own subjective view.
no, wait now. If I give you that
It's
interview,
not what he's saying is the truth. And there was
you
a
will
time they had
know.
meeting with Falana. Falana was trying to
Uh-huh.
tell the Labour Party that for you to win this election, it's in your hand. Drop all those things and focus on the election. The votes are there on the ground. Just go and pick it first. So what he's saying is the truth.
So I'm not an
Patrick,
obedient.
can I come in? Patrick, I
Don't
want
call
to
me
tell
yet.
you
I mean,
something.
I interjected. I will soon close. Now that
Okay.
the election is over, we are saying we are beginning to see the crisis and issues like that. They have case in court. Will Obi be able to build this party? Will Obi
No,
be able to sustain the tempo?
he cannot.
Oh, wait, now let me finish. Obi or Tinubu or anybody cannot sustain the tempo that you have during an election in a post-election time. You understand? Because that was a campaign time. The tempo will be high for every party. Now the tempo is down for every party because the election campaigns are over. Obi is even trying. Obi even has a higher tempo post-election than most parties because people are even say, is this man not aware that election is over? So post-election, you don't expect parties to run at the same tempo during election. Now, Obi has a higher tempo now. Now, after this crisis and after the tribunal, what happens in that party will be what will decide whether he has successfully built the party or not. He could not have been calling the shots in the party because the party already had a problem and he's using a platform, and then for him to now be changing and changing structure, divesting this part. We all say the party does not have structure now, so why are you expecting to change structure? Which is, the party has some structure. You don't expect him to go there and use up the power. He has not done that. Now they're already saying that he has used up the power and he has put Igbo everywhere. So you can imagine if he has done that.
Patrick, you know what you have succeeded in doing? You are just giving the excuses for this guy. That's what you are just
No,
doing.
No.
Believe me.
He
it's very
succeeded in
unlikely. I won't give
concurring to
excuse
what
for
I
people. I'm
said.
telling you the truth there.
Patrick, you concur to what I just said. When I talk on the platform, I mean, I said I talk a map. You see all these things you just said now. You just concur to what I said. Let me repeat myself again. Maybe you didn't understand what I said. I said, unless you are an independent candidate, you can run, carry your momentum, ginger your swagger, swagger your ginger, booger your booger. Win or lose, you go home. But the moment you go to take a platform of a party, it becomes a total different ball game. You cannot use that platform to run as independent candidate. You just confirmed it. The momentum, the tempo that time, he cannot arrange something. Forgetting that, he went into that party in May. The campaign proper started in September. May, June, July, August, 3 months. If you are serious, I keep using that word serious. Fire the fire, throw away to thrower, pet the pet, love the one, hurt the one, subdue the ones. All you need is to ask questions. Hold on, let me finish now. Now I sabi talk rubbish. Ask questions. The moment you go in there, you ask questions. Of course, they will tell you the strong head, the stubborn one, the gari. If I were him, but God forbid I can never be him. You see that Arabian be? All those ones where I know where they give problem, I go carry them like handbag. They follow me anywhere where they go. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to release information to them all. You know what that means? It's a motivation. I'm not a politician, but I will do better. It's a motivation. His person. Nowhere where our governorate candidate they go, they carry me. As I said before, and I will say it again, do not, as a politician, look down on anybody. That's a no-no. Do not, as a politician, underrate anybody's guts. That's a no-no. Before you do that, make sure you have clipped his wings or her wings. Make sure you have succeeded in clipping that person's wings. He can no longer fly. Cripple him, then you can ignore him. But as long as his wings are there, his legs are there, his eyes are there, you do not. It's a no-no. He would have sat down, as I said before, you just confirmed all I said, but you made a lot of sentences. He should have sat down, asked questions. You came to use something now. You're supposed to know how the thing they function.
He did not have the skill, Madam Zita. He did not have the skill.
But he couldn't have used up the place now. Use up the
Listen
process.
to me. I did not say resolve.
Use up.
There are differences.
Listen. The place.
Listen,
if he has done that now, we'll be the one that say he just got there, he was firing people.
No.
We'll still be the one.
You are getting me all wrong. You are getting me all wrong. You didn't hear what I said. I said those problematic
It should have been a
ones.
unifier. That's what Madam Zita is saying.
It doesn't necessarily need to be there. Be a unifier. Make appropriate use of the opportunity and the individuals. The one that have vices, make use of the vices. The one that have virtue, make use of the virtue. When you are a politician, you should learn how to use the good, the bad, and ugly.
And the ugly.
Yeah, well, quickly, Madam Zita.
If you don't know how to use these three personalities, you will be getting into trouble from time to time.
Look at the result he achieved now. Could he have achieved that if he had not used people?
What did he achieve?
Let me give you one question. If Tinubu floated a party immediately after he became the governor of Lagos State, what was the success of that party? Was he able to gather as much vote as would be gathered? Immediately after he became governor and he left being governor, he formed a party and floated the presidential candidate now. Was he able to gather that much vote as will be gathered? So let's give it to this man.
Patrick, why are you speaking from both sides of your mouth? We all
I
know
don't
what
get it.
transpired.
He's not understanding.
I don't
See,
know, but Patrick,
you see, Patrick,
Patrick,
No, it's just my view of Obi.
Ó ti jẹ́ dodo, kò lè sọ dodo mọ́. Patrick ti jẹ́ dodo,
See now,
kò lè sọ dodo.
Are they
Patrick.
surprised though? I just keep quiet. Are they surprised though?
Patrick ti jẹ́ dodo,
No, but
kò
no,
lè
this
sọ
man
dodo
is
mọ́.
objective now. This man just Madam Zita, you said the man joined the Labour Party in May. This is May. The man is barely 1 year in that party.
That is
That's
what
the
I'm
objective
saying
now.
now.
Look, the point is that my argument against
Can you
Obi
let me
is that
speak?
sorry,
Can you
will
let me
speak now.
speak?
You will speak now. My contention against Obi was I was running against Tinubu, so I campaigned for Tinubu. Now he's not running.
That can never be my
So I'm
contention against
appraising
anybody.
Obi
He has the
as
right
a
to
person
run.
outside contest. So I can speak for him. Because he's not standing against Tinubu now. He's not doing anything. We are just talking about him generally.
I can never
Patosi,
have
you know what we are trying to
contention
do? We are trying to assess its ability.
No, we are not.
Hold on.
You
Hold
understand?
on. Everybody hold on, please. Hold on. Please. Let's manage the interjection and the voices. Yeah. Maybe two voices at a time. It doesn't make sense.
Thomas, can I say something real quick?
Oh, stop. Somebody is in the middle of something. I cut them off. So I can, let them land. You can come in, please. Yeah. Madam Sita, bring it home so we can move on. I want us to leave this space. I'm getting tired. Yeah.
Patrick, first of all, for me, I can never be against anybody for running against anybody. That's not right for me. Now, what you're saying is maybe you are not getting the picture I'm presenting. Even after the election, in this situation that is going on now, it's not managed. You will see these Labour Party candidates, the campaign. How would you see that? I'm not making sense to you, right? I am not making sense to you. You think, wait, let me finish. You think any politician will want to be going through all this rowdiness? No politician wants to involve himself in this thing that is going on in Labour Party. And first of all, I did not tell you.
Madam
Let
Sita.
me finish.
Oh, yeah.
Let me before I lose my thought, Patrick. I did not
finish.
say he should go to Labour Party and make trouble. Maybe you were not listening to me. All I said, ask questions. When you ask questions, there are several ways to manage somebody. But as a politician, you should be able to manage the three set of human beings. I said, people like Arabambi, give them a job. Carry them like handbag. That doesn't necessarily mean you like them. Make them belong to you. They will be posing. They will be puffing. I'm president. There is nowhere president. Before you even say you are planning, you call him. Do you think we can go to Abuja tomorrow? Yes, sir. There are several ways of handling those people. But I repeat myself, you cannot use a political party, their structure, to run as an independent candidate. I rest it there. Thomas, is there anything you want to ask me again?
Can I say something, Thomas?
Hold on, please. I don't want to go to that side again. Let's just move on. We've tarried along on that space. Madam Sita, can you just quick response on the
Thomas,
video?
Prince Daddy want to talk. Let's Prince Daddy talk now.
Oh yes, Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. Coming. Are you there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Thomas, and staying back. Yeah, I know you want to move on from this space, but I agree with Madam Zita, what her analysis, and also I was going to say, I know Patrick is in support of Peter Obi right now, but it wasn't sufficient enough for Peter Obi to not have caused the trouble in the Labour Party. I mean, coming there as a freshman, so to speak. Now, it was supposed to inquire and see what is going on in the party. See, it just came with the momentum into the party, and it didn't spend time to get to know the people. Let's put it that way. And to be frank, And I think most people would agree that Peter B and his people were quite dismissive of the founders or the people that have been in the Labour Party for such a long time, and that is true. That's why they dismiss them. They don't regard them because they thought, hey, it's our turn, and it's we have the momentum, we have everything. Without us, Labour Party is nothing. And surprisingly, I just
But
learned
please,
that.
Daddy, how do you think they can disregard those Baba and they want to make headway? How? These are
Well,
founding's father, isn't it?
well, yeah, again, what they didn't regard them, and quite frankly, this would have been the underlying issue with the Labour Party, even if Peter B had won. And yeah, even if I was, in fact, if he had won, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually switched party as a president if he had won in Labour Party. The Labour Party was just a platform for him. And I've always said on this platform that Peter B is not a builder. It's nothing against him, actually. We all have a different personalities. Unlike Tinubu, Peter B is not a builder. He hasn't built anything. He's not a good negotiator. It was quite clear when he was in ABGA and PDP. So that's his nature. He doesn't have that managerial organizational skills. He doesn't have it, and he displays that all the time. So when if I say such things, I'm not trying to knock him or talk bad about him. It's just the way he is. So yeah, it didn't cause the issues or the problems the Labour Party is having. But trust me, as a leader, you could have come in and inquired and done a better job at it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I agree
thank you so
with
much.
you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah,
Well,
That is the way it's
somebody
supposed to do.
somebody
He's
that is
not
not
a
a
good manager.
builder is not a builder. He
Mm.
brought Apoga to the limelight. He brought LP to the limelight, and you are saying
You
he's not
guys
a
are
builder.
missing the point.
But
You guys are missing the point.
Madam Sita, let's
Never.
just move
Okay,
on,
never
please.
mind.
Let's
Thomas,
just move
let's
on.
move on, I beg.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I don't.
Thomas, Thomas,
If
Thomas.
somebody is not getting,
The narrative has eluded, narratives makes anyway, never mind. Thomas, which other thing do you want me to say, please?
yeah, let's move on, please. Yeah. Madam Sita, please quick response to the video of the Okonkwo, the guy peacocking in the court.
Is it part of the what else?
Madam Sita, initially, I thought he was not among the Peter Obi lawyer, but in his own word now, he said he was among the lawyers. So I don't know who to believe. Earlier on, what I know, that he's not among them. But since in his video now, he confirmed that he's among the team of lawyers. I don't know how far is true, but that is his own word.
The earlier published names of lawyers, was his name there?
No, his name is not there. We treated it here. His name wasn't there. His name wasn't there.
It's a shine,
now
but one shine.
Ajale Koko Sheroti, we treated it here. His name was not there.
Madam Zita, the guy na shine, bobo, you just shine.
Nollywood.
But it doesn't matter now. Some people can still add lawyers to their whatever.
No.
You can,
Des. Hold on.
Was he a practicing lawyer?
Please. Hold on, please. I don't even care if he's a practicing lawyer. That's his own cup of tea. But when they read,
I'm kind of getting confused, Thomas, because
yes,
I listened to him. He said Apapa brought a lawyer to join that was not there when they started the case. So how come he joined after the case? I mean, that's the problem I have. There are a lot of mumbo jumbo in these things. It should be handled well. Otherwise, you will lose all you gained. It should be handled well now.
Madam Sita, let me just clarify this. Madam Sita, hold on, please. Let me clarify this. Ajale Koko, I don't know if you remember, you were there that time. One man brought all the names of the Atiku's lawyer, Tinubu's lawyer, and Peter Obi's lawyer that was published by the mainstream newspaper in Nigeria. Okonkwo's name wasn't there. Ajali Koko, I don't know if you remember. His name wasn't there. But he's claiming now that he's among the team of lawyers. I don't understand. Ajali Koko,
Thomas, can I ask you a question, Thomas? Can you fire a lawyer? Thomas,
can you hold on, please?
Can you
Can you hold
lawyer?
on, please? Can you please hold on?
Yeah.
I'm speaking to Ajali Koko. I didn't call you. Des, please. Ajali Koko, I don't think you remember.
You are right. His name was not there, but as like I said earlier, the shine, but you won't shine. If they take will be the shine. Who know him before? No be drama and comedy. They do. Now we don't carry wig for head and gown. They show us saying be lawyer. They laugh. They laugh. So,
Ajali Koko, is even a practicing lawyer? I don't think so.
Hold on, Thomas.
He's
He's a practicing lawyer.
Theater in the do.
Theater lawyer. He's a theater lawyer.
No, Thomas, Okonkwo identified himself. He identified himself as a spokesperson for the Labour Party. I didn't hear him say was a part of the
No,
legal
he said
team.
that.
No, he said
they did.
Hey, Prince said it this evening. Yesterday.
I still have
it's part of the legal team. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
But,
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Does the practice law now? Anytime they are acting court case in a movie, it used to be lawyer there.
Patrick, what are you saying? Let's listen to him.
But that's not the
please.
issue, Thomas.
Hold on, please. Yeah, hold on. Let's listen to him.
I am Kenneth Okonkwo, the spokesperson of Labour Party Obidati Presidential Campaign Council, and one of the lawyers representing His Excellency Peter Obi and Labour Party in courts for this period.
That is it. So that is clarified. He said he's the one of the lawyer representing Peter Obi and Dati in the court. So there's no equivocation.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes, let's hear from hold on, Des. Let's hear from Mekene. Yeah.
Okay. His name is not necessarily in part of there are senior lawyers there. But you see, in this case now, there are many lawyers that are interested in the case. It's not it's not necessary that your name will be among the top senior lawyers, the sons that are. But you see, whenever they're having a meeting, all this Kenneth Okonkwo is not a son, but almost all the top lawyers, they are son. So these people, all of them, they sit down together, put their head together before they come up with their case. And Kenneth Okonkwo is part of that team.
Ekene, hold on, please. If he said he's among the team of lawyers, and his name is not among the registered one, you know, all these lawyers representing Obi, the judge knew all of them. I don't think Okonkwo hold on, please. Let me land, please. I don't think Okonkwo can stand up in that petition room and speak for Obi in any capacity.
No, yes, that is not what I mean. What I mean is that there are some, even it's not only Okonkwo, many junior lawyers that are coming for that case. There are plenty. Many junior lawyers. It's just necessary to support.
They are not.
They are there to support, and he's part of the team, as in he's part of Labour Party. He's already a spokesman to Peter Obi. So maybe
they are not recognized officially.
They are not recognized. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, it's not necessary that they recognize. It's not necessary that they recognize. But I'm trying to make a point that does not mean that he cannot be among the ones that I recognize. That is the point I'm trying to make.
We have a name for them. We call them Soko lawyer. Soko.
Whatever name you want to call them, but necessary. Most of the time, their support, they can give advice. Their support are also good for
What is happening? No role. Hold on, he has no role to play. It's a follow.
No, nothing.
He's the chief spokesperson for Peter Obi. He's the one speaking for Peter Obi. If you don't know.
He's a man of double portfolio.
We don't care about that one.
What
But
I'm
all
saying
these
is
That
people,
is
that
it.
all these
He's
people
the one
say,
speaking for P2B. So whatever you see him say there now, maybe you don't see P2B grant an interview this is not the first time that he's coming out to grant an interview after the court case. He's the one granting interview on behalf of P2B. He
so
is the chief spokesperson for him.
Ekene, hold on. So everything Okonkwo has been splitting out on mainstream TV. That means everything came from Peter Obi's
I said
mouth.
he's the chief spokesperson for P2B.
If if I spoke possible, I understand English, my brother. If I
Yes.
spoke firstly for somebody, that means anything that is coming out of your mouth came for the person you are speaking for. Am I right?
Continue now.
Yes, synchronizing. So are you telling me that everything this guy has been splitting out on TV came from Peter Obi? He's not speaking he's not speaking in his own capacity.
That duty has been given to him, so he now has to speak on his own capacity on behalf of the man that he's representing. So I don't know how you want to twist it, but what I'm saying is that the duty he's not the only chief spokesperson for presidential campaign. Or PDP has their own, APC have their own. So what I'm trying to say is that he's the chief spokesperson for Mr. P2B. So whenever you have him come out to speak, he has that right to speak. That is what I'm trying to say. So he has acquired that right to speak on behalf of the man called P2B. And it's a duty given to him. Just like Unisai Tanko is a chief spokesperson for Labour Party. That one is speaking for Labour Party. This one is speaking for P2B personally. That is
And
the point I'm trying to make.
He has been speaking nonsense on TV. That means he came from Peter Obi. That's fine. That's all right.
That's whatever. So what I'm trying to say is that he has the right to speak.
I
Whatever that
didn't say
happens, the right has been given to him.
I didn't say he doesn't have rights. Madam Sita, can you please finish that so that I can go to somebody else?
Which
Madam
other
Sita,
thing do you want me to speak on?
you haven't even talked on this Okonkwo one, and the people they don't let you talk. They don't even let you land. Do you remember? You were just asking question. Is he among the list of the lawyer representing Peter Obi in court? And
So
everywhere
what did
just
he
go gaga.
actually say? Maybe I've lost my thought. What did he actually say in the video? What was he talking
In the
about?
video. Hold on, let's just play it. Since you don't know, let's play it.
I am Kenneth Okonkwo, the spokesperson for Labour Party Obidati Presidential Campaign Council, and one of the lawyers representing His Excellency P2B and Labour Party in courts for this petition.
Processes have been abducted. Your whole take about
Oh, well, in issues like this, you go on incrementally. There were motions that were moved, but particularly the application that we are seeking for the live streaming of this petition was the one that stood out. And let me say that the issue of public hearing of our courts is a constitutional issue. Section 36, subsection 3 guarantees that courts should sit in public. So there is nothing secret about courts. If you go to Kenya, you will see that Kenya's the live stream. You go to United States, even when a president of the United States, the former president, was indicted, the whole world saw it. What are we hiding? The one that is disturbing is that INEC, as an umpire that has a great opportunity to clear its name from its battered image, is opposing the public hearing of this petition, opposing that Nigerians should know why they declared a winner in the dead of the night. They are opposing these things as if there is something to hide. Why would an umpire oppose Nigerians hearing something publicly? So it's very disturbing. So the court has adjourned for ruling on that issue till Monday.
There's a fresh development. I don't know if you're aware.
Yes.
in Kano State regarding the governor elect in Abia State.
Oh, well.
Do you have any reaction?
We were in court when we heard it. What do you expect? The reason people are developing cold feet to the justice delivery in our country is for such orders and rulings. But we have come this far, and there will be no retreat, there will be no surrender. You also saw how a court was disgraced in court today, who came in purporting to represent somebody in a petition that has already commenced. Where we are there on the 8th of May when this petition commenced. And you just want to break in, as they normally do, breaking into people's properties without authorization. The only thing that is regrettable is that at times they do it with some collusion with some members that ought to be delivering justice, not delivering judgment. Whether the case, we heard it that it's in Kano. Good. By the time it comes to Abuja, maybe where jurisdiction is, I think the people that have the jurisdiction will deliver better justice to that. But just know that it is ephemeral, temporal, and will soon pass away, like the people that came to court today passed away disgracefully. As a matter of fact, the learned judges of the Court of Appeal told one unknown lawyer, you should have known better as a son that you shouldn't do this. So our legal system should have known better that they should not be removing people that come to power by the will of the Nigerian people through the courts. It's the Nigerian people that determine who will govern them, not the courts. So it's unfortunate we've come to this level in this country. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Sita, before you respond, please. Before you respond, I just want to build it up a bit. I have two things I clarify from that. I don't know who called this guy to bar. I don't know when they called him to bar. But let me just say this. He said in his own word, he said, why would they do that in secrecy? The last time I checked, election petition in Nigeria, it wasn't in secrecy. There will be a lawyer in the court. There will be a prosecutor, what they call it. Everybody concerned about that election, they will be in court. He has never done in secrecy.
No,
Let me finish, Madam Sita.
In secrecy. No court holds in secrecy.
No court hold in secrecy. So that's all I said. I don't know who called this guy. I don't know who called this guy to bar. I don't know when they call him to bar. Maybe they should revoke his license. Secondly, he said they declare a winner in dead of the night. The last time I checked, they were counting the votes, and immediately they finished counting the 36 states, including Abuja. Mahmoud Yakubu doesn't have any right to wait till tomorrow morning. If they finish counting it 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, that is when they're supposed to declare the winner of the election. So, oh my, Madam Sita, just over to you. Over to you.
Okay. I don't know what he means by I'm not a lawyer. I don't carry wig.
He's just showing up at the law court for the first time. Congratulations.
Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, but court doesn't hold.
Madam Sita, I'm not even a lawyer, but I have brain. What is this guy saying? It's just brainless. Everything he's saying.
Thomas,
can
I say something?
Let's hear from something. Yeah, response. Then we'll go to Madam Sita.
Let me just this summary. I can summarize from everything that this guy said. It didn't make any sense in whatever he has said in this interview. Let me give you what he's just trying to do. They left the petition. You understand? He said they are doing it incrementally. Now, these are the people that were talking about rounding up this petition before inauguration. He said they are doing it incrementally. Now, what they are pursuing now is live streaming. They are not pursuing the petition. What they are doing now is live streaming. What they are pursuing now is live streaming. That the petition should be open to the public, as if there is nobody. They are locking the door of the court. That people are not there. Or it's not the same court that we are seeing that the people they are showing us on the television. And now
what are they showing you on the television?
Oh, so and God. The guy was just
I might be, I don't know about Nigerian constitution.
Do you know
what he just said? Let me
Everybody,
finish.
hold on. Everybody, hold on, please. I will
Thomas,
come to
can
you.
I continue?
No, Simba, hold on, please. Madam Sita has the floor, please. I will come to you later. Let Madam Sita finish, then you can hear. Yeah, Madam Sita, just rescue me with what I just listened to now. My head almost come out from my body. It's just.
I don't know what they're asking for. If they're saying open court session, it's already an open court session. Unless they're saying it should be televised live. Even as the tribunal is going on, the number of people LP put in their team and who is supposed to be present will be allowed to enter the courtroom.
I wonder, my sister.
APC, the same thing with PDP, and any other person the lawyer wants to bring in, plus the witnesses. It's not secret. Unless what they are asking is for them to televise it for Nigeria to see, live streaming. Unless that's what is happening. Then, if it's that what the asking, is boy that no court can even tell. I don't even know why they're going to the court. With the little knowledge of law I know, it rests on the judge.
Discretion.
No judge can, no judge can command them to air it live. I don't know why they went to court for that. It rests, the law says it rests on the judge. He decides to
Do you know why they are going to the judge, Madam Zita?
Why?
That's why they have the case to the judge, so that the judge will decide. That's why now.
That's what I'm saying. They don't need to make it a case. Is that tribunal themselves, that same tribunal themselves, is in their hands. It's just like for those of you that go to other countries to ask for visa. When you go to other countries to ask for visa in their embassy, if you read down the dotted line, they will say if you bring everything that is still in the hands of the consular to say yes or no.
Yes, to your application.
Yes. No matter what anything, evidence, everything is correct and 100% correct and on point. They still say, even at that level, it rests on the person's hand to say yes or no. So this thing that are running around is to rest on the hand of those judges for the tribunal. They will decide whether they want to put it public or not. No court will command them to put it public. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding what they're asking for. Because courts are not held in secret. I don't know which one is it's public.
What they are
asking
for?
Streaming?
They are asking for live streaming. Yes, the court will be going on. Everything will be going live on television. That is what they are asking.
Okay.
Who does that? Who does that?
No, wait.
Come on.
Let's wait. The judgment will be given on Monday now. So when they rule on Monday, we'll know where they stand.
Listen.
So they I don't know. That's what they are standing.
He made reference to Donald Trump's own. Donald Trump's own was not aired live. They just showed some clips of what happened. Nobody aired that in live. Like
it wasn't live.
From the... They showed some clips.
Madam Sita, do you know what baffles me about these people, these labeled settings? They will be spitting lies, propaganda.
No, it's
just
It's,
I don't get it.
no, that's the way the human brain is created. It works with narratives,
But
but
I
you have
watched
to
Kenya
guide
on live
your.
now. Kenya on, I
Huh?
watched it live.
Are we Kenya?
No,
We are Africans now. Are we not
So,
Africa?
but
We are Africa. We are the
Ekene
giant
don't
or we are their
lie.
giant.
Where did you which channel? Which channel did you watch it live?
All the
You
channel,
said you
I
watch
write
it
to you,
live.
show you.
no.
Channels, it was
Kenya's
live.
own was live.
they don't show
Kenya's
I
you
own
was
was
live.
watching
They
it.
live.
They
will
deliver
just
their
show you
judgment.
some clips.
Oh my
There is
No,
God.
nothing like some
Kenya's own
clips.
was
I watched it
live. I
live.
watched it.
Starting
Oh,
from the
let
time
me
they
ask
That
you
begin
a
the cause
question.
case, I watched it live.
Ekene
There is nothing like some
saying
clips.
Kenya's own was live.
Ekweremadi's case, was
What
it
I don't
live?
understand is
Why are you
what
not
I don't
what are you not
understand
understand?
is
Yes.
what I don't understand is you guys won the election. I understand it.
Which guys? Which guys?
I whatever. APC won the
Agbado
election.
people won the
Why
election.
not? If you Abado people, if you believe, that's what is baffling my mind. If you believe that you won this election free and fair, you should be the one trying to show the world that you won this election, and you should be
So
the
that
one
you
trying
be
to
beat
even
up,
facilitate it
so that you beat up
fast.
lawyers the
No,
way you beat
no,
up our papa.
no, nobody's beating up
Really?
anything. If you
Really?
show the world, you should even be the one
Did
trying to
anybody
facilitate
beat him
peace.
today? He came today and comported himself, and nobody beat him now. If he had
Nobody
come
beat
that
Okay.
day
him.
and comported
Let me say,
himself, nobody would beat him.
Thomas, can I say
Oh
something,
my
please,
God.
before I
Oh my
leave?
God. Yes, Madam Sita, please. Yeah.
You see, I don't do with this kind of narrative. You see one thing, you cannot. I believe the judges and they work hand in hand with the law enforcement.
Agency. Yeah.
Their job is to protect and defend lives and property. That is their job.
Mm-hmm.
From what is going on in Nigeria, it will be the most stupid judge. I don't even know. You think anybody will do that anyway? To say that kind of a thing, it's already like live streaming, so that people's houses will be burned down. When you say something you didn't get it.
So that
Look,
when you mess
you
up,
see,
even as a judge, when
let me
you mess
finish
up,
now.
they will
I'm
visit
talking.
you.
This is
Ekene,
my.
please. Ekene, please. Let her land,
Let
please.
me finish now.
Please.
You
Thank you.
see, there is that's why they say politics is a dirty game. If you go into politics, if you don't take your time, you come out soaked in physics. You see, that thing that happened on Wednesday was a case study for never for it to be in live stream. You know, when they trigger you, you fall mugu, they jump in. You keep opening your windows for them to lodge in. Why would a judge in Nigeria see where an old man, you look at an old man, you say he misbehaved. And because he misbehaved, you hit his head and remove his cap.
Remove, Madam Sita, do you know what means to remove a old man's cap in our culture?
And you still say air it, live stream. So it's a banana republic. So that when lawyers come out, they can't get into their houses again. Looking at what happened during the Roe v. Wade, it wasn't even, it's a script that is drafted. Somebody leaked it. That look, this thing, these people don't want to give a yes or no on this issue. They say we should go and sort ourselves out. That's it. The whole place went ablaze in a country called America. They went to Chief Justice Robert's house to attack him. Call the police, we're going to get the man. And they know how much, with their power, how much they fought that thing to quench it. Anyway, those people, you can't bully them. That one of a kind. They still give the ruling the way they want it. That thing that was leaked, that's the same thing they put out. Do your worst. And they never did their worst. So if they have to put on police round the judges' houses to protect them because of ordinary Roe v. Wade abortion. And this one, you guys are already jumping up. You hit an old man of almost 80 years on his head and remove his cap. What kind of level of anger is that? In front of a courtroom. And you don't see it as, according to A versus B, this thing will not hold. You don't see it as an evidence. And you think somebody said he won an election, so what is he hiding? Did anybody say he's hiding anything? I'm not trying to get this.
Of course,
Abeg, Thomas,
you're
please,
hiding something.
move
It
it
is.
to another
It is quite.
Listen,
It is quite obvious, though.
let me
It
tell
is
you,
quite
Thomas,
obvious.
let me make my final statement before I leave. I am not a fan of law, but there is one thing I know about law. The law is the law. Nobody manipulates
and it's
the law.
sacrosanct. It's sacrosanct.
You can only manipulate the fact. The only thing you can go into the court to argue as a lawyer is the facts. The law is sacrosanct. If the law say it is like this, it is like that, it's not debatable. The only thing you can begin to argue and ponga parangas grammar is the facts. That's what they use to win a case, not the law. So what are they hiding? Is it the facts? Oh, bring on your facts. Let them bring on their facts. By the way, why do it? What showing it to Nigerians? Most of us don't understand the law. So what are we going to see? Argument of good English? Is that what we are going to see? When some of us cannot even interpret the sentences. So what is it going to add? That we watched what we cannot understand? I don't get it.
Who says we can understand, though? Who says we can understand?
All Nigerians are not lawyers. The only thing we can do for most of us that are learned, when they do the judgment, we now look at it and see what reasons they gave, why they gave the judgment. All those arguments inside
or
the
the
court,
technicality.
We all those arguments in the court is we don't understand the direction those arguments are going. So why televise it to people who cannot interpret when the main people who are supposed to interpret it are seated in the court making the argument? I don't
Madam
get
Sita,
it. But
do you know what
it's a narrative.
Do you know what baffles me? It's the level of misinformation these guys are taking out there. Firstly, our court is not in secrecy. Never. There is human being in that seat, which is the judge. We have a clerk of a court, which there may be 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know how many a day. We have police in the court. It is not secrecy. We have the team of lawyers of the plaintiff and the defendant in the court.
And even some of the supporters, if you put their name, they're allowed to see
If
them.
you put your name down, they will claim that. Your team of lawyers.
The medias are there. Medias.
Yes, God bless you, Simba. Even the medias are there. The
and they are covering it.
They are covering it. What is going on here? Sometimes I can't even wrap my head. Look at what this guy just done now.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes. Can I please finish my comment, please? Thank you. I don't know. I don't get it. Sometimes I can't wrap my head around it. Our court has never been secrecy. The judge, let me line it up. The judges are there, the court clerks are there, security are there, newspaper, media will be there, the prosecutor and the defendant, their lawyers will be there, the team of lawyers that will speak, the one that will not speak, that will sit down there. Even in the court, Madam Sita, yeah, Madam Sita, tell me if I'm lying. If you are a public, if
When
you are a
the
public, let me finish. Des, please.
You are,
If I'm talking, I said let me finish. Please.
you are lying,
Don't let me
Thomas.
remove you. Please.
Thomas.
Let me
But I'm
finish,
not the
please.
only one talking now.
But hold on, please. Let me finish. Please. Sometimes you just you make people go crazy sometimes. The lawyers are there, the prosecutor, the plaintiff lawyers are there. Even Madam Sita, as a citizen, you are allowed to be in that court.
Yeah, sure.
As a citizen.
Yeah.
But we know all these things now. We know all these things now.
But why is your lawyer the nonsense guy Okoko speaking
We are talking
rubbish?
about live streaming. Live streaming. That is their
Shine,
application.
shine,
All these things we are
Bobo.
talking, we
What
know
do you
it.
want to gain by that?
Oh,
What do you want to gain
hold
by
on,
that?
please.
Forget about what
Let
we
me
are not the PDP also apply for the same thing. It's not only Labour Party. We are talking
let me
about live
let me
streaming.
let
They
me
are
ask a
just they are
question.
chasing
So
shadows. They are just chasing shadows.
we have a lot of things to do with it. We want
Let
maybe
me
when they are giving the judgment, we merely call start. I will on my television.
I didn't call you to speak. Please.
can
I
I
haven't
speak,
finished my
Thomas?
statement. Hold on. I haven't finished my statement. If I don't finish, anybody cannot speak. Please. Thank you. Anything I've said, then you can respond to it. As a citizen of Nigeria, you have the right to go into that court house. If the judge give you the permission, you are allowed to go in there. The guy said they are doing it in secrecy. That is what I'm emphasizing. Our court has never and will never be in secrecy. Now you can respond. Thank you.
Okay. Thomas, this is a very simple thing, yeah. We are not asking for whether they are trying to we are going to understand what they are arguing. But what we would understand is the evidence brought to the court. If P2B doesn't have an evidence, it's going to benefit you as a person that will come here and argue, hey, Labour Party don't even get evidence. They are coming
Which
here to
you?
talk.
Which you?
APC, sorry. It's gonna benefit APC to see that
Thank
Labour
you.
Party don't even have the right evidence to come and argue.
So the
And
APC
if
representatives, they are not in the court.
understand me, we are talking about us. We're not going to see it in person. All this evidence
Who
there,
are the hosts? Who are the hosts?
listen. I'm saying that us, the public, are not going to see this evidence, right? But the lawyers there are going to see it and they're going to argue with it. When they come
So
out, they are
what
going
will
to
you
tell
do? What
us.
will you do best as a public person? What will you do with the evidence? You as a person.
See,
Okay, now
see what I'm saying. There is nothing beating about the bush there. The issue is this: what Labour Party and the PDP want is live streaming. They want immediately the any day the court will come on session. Everything will come live on TV. It's not like after the court somebody will be giving an interview and they will be showing part of it.
You know one thing? Just continue to be chasing shadows. By the time you finish your time, you will not have enough time to even face the
Oh my
petition. Just
God.
continue.
Oh my
Continue
God.
wasting
No
time
problem.
on irrelevant.
That's what I said. The judgment for that section will be given on Monday.
So that
So
one
maybe
will
when
take
the judgment
that one has
is
taken
given,
almost 3 weeks out of the time.
Why are they
Case
Let
don't
me
asking
even
for
move
that
to
is
another
judgment?
thing.
that is not the only thing going on in the
Thomas,
court. Many things has gone. Many
Ekene,
He
things.
Thomas,
said they are doing
They
it
that's
just move a
enough.
motion
incrementally.
today.
That's enough,
He
please.
said they are doing it
That's
incrementally. That's
yeah,
what he
that's
said.
enough.
Thomas,
That's
Thomas,
enough
why
for
are they
everybody. Yeah,
asking for
yeah.
adjournment?
I don't even know.
There
Madam
is
Sita,
a
it's
court
just
session
actually
continue.
it's
tomorrow.
actually the
There is a
APC
court
asking
session
for
today. Today is
adjournment.
Saturday. There is a court session today. So
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Madam Sita, I want
Thomas,
you
is
to
there
comment
another
on
thing you
this.
want me to speak on? I beg.
Yes,
This
yeah, I
thing,
want you
I
to
just
speak
told you
on.
people that
Yeah,
human
Madam
brain
Sita,
function with narratives.
narrative.
So
Yeah, Madam Sita, just a few comment on this. The same guy, he said they declared the winner in the middle of the night. So, what is your take about that?
is there any time constitutionally that's supposed to declare the winner?
No. and it's the time they finish counting the 36 states and Abuja, and they discover the winner. That's where they're going to declare the
In
winner.
the constitution and the electoral guideline, there is no time he said when you finish, you must declare it in the morning or in the
No,
afternoon
And
or in the night.
they did
no.
So
say it
why
must
make
be 12
reference to
noon.
such?
But
Why make reference to
Okonkwo
that?
said they declare the winner in the middle of the night.
So why make reference to it? Doesn't make sense now because the constitution did not, the guidelines, none of them said when you are supposed to. I don't know why he
Ev-
said it. Maybe the day you
Everything
see
that the
him, you
guy
ask
said
him.
doesn't make sense.
is that not an oxymoron? It's
Des,
just like someone speaking out of.
I
It's an
didn't call
oxymoron.
you, please. I didn't call you, please. Madam Sita, finish your comment, please. It is
Yeah.
not
So
everything
I don't know
everybody
why
said
he
you have
said that.
to comment, please, please.
Maybe with the time any day you see him, you ask him. Then
I don't
secondly,
pray to see him. I don't pray to see
before
him.
I leave, I know that they are listening. Before I leave, you see what happened in Kano today. I mentioned Zamfara, but I know somebody in this platform was trying to push it away. He said it's not the same thing. I will advise OT to go and appeal. I end my case there. Una good night too.
Oh, thank you, Do. Thank you
Good
so
night.
much,
Good
Madam
night.
Sita. Good night, Madam Sita. Ajalikoko, are you there? Do we have about Ajalikoko? Ajalikoko is not there. I'll go back to Ajalikoko. Progressive, are you there? Progressive cannot be there. He can't really silent like that. Adewale,
Yes, I'm
let's hear
here.
from people. Adewale, yeah, I know you haven't spoken. Yeah. What do you think about what we have been discussing?
You
Just
know, I was thinking the
Adewale,
issue.
I will not lie to you. My head almost I
Don't
can't
let
get it.
your head explode. Take it easy. This is your regime on this show is like Imo than Sonny Abash. Everybody be quiet. Nobody say nothing. If you hear "pam," you will hit hammer on that person's head. You are the Sonny Abash of this show. Well, speaking of live streaming of show, of the court proceeding, it's just been. I think the Labour Party has just been mischievous by trying to compel the court to live stream the show. This is a federal case, and even in America, hardly you will see a federal court, live streaming their proceeding. Like you mentioned, the court has everything available apart from the uh, human being present that witnessed the proceeding. The transcript of the proceedings also available for references anytime anybody wants to reference.
Oh, really?
Yes. Somebody. Do you see
Oh,
all those people punching those keyboard in the court?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
they have it in the parliamentary too. So
Oh,
everything
as
is
like
being
a hard
recorded.
copy, like
Yes,
hard copy.
every single word you say, it goes. The person that will type in, except if the judge wanted to strike it out, and it goes through a lot of other process before you can take that out of the transcript. So yes, that way, if as a matter, that's even an old style of documenting court proceeding. They still do it here in America. I'm not so sure about Nigeria, but I also believe since we copy everything, from Britain, so I think we're still going to continue with that tradition. But live streaming the proceeding, streaming the proceedings is more or less making mockery of the tribunal or the court. It's more or less like a court. And just like you rightly say, or Madam Sita said, uh, Nigerians, even though if we understand those legal terms and all that, the court at the state level here in America usually do that. I guess one of the avenue for them to generate, revenue, and two, when a case is, just to sensationalize cases, and especially the criminal uh, cases, those are the ones that are usually uh, stream live, and live stream rather. And hardly you will see the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court do sometimes they do audio streaming. They do audio streaming for the benefit of most of the law students, for them to listen. Not because not everybody have the privilege to being in the court, the Supreme Court here in America. So they usually listen, review the judgment or
Adewale,
yes.
Adewale, in your own, in just review, how many people you think can occupy a court section? I mean the seats.
The court can
Aside
only
from
take as many as the entire room can, take. They can't take
take,
more than
it's
that.
maybe 50. I'm just trying to guess numbers. I don't understand.
At that level, it's going to be more than 50. But when the court is fully packed, it becomes rowdy. And
Rowdy.
sometimes
Yeah.
the court, in this case, we have a panel of judges. Sometimes they may take a position to have few supporters in the court, like what happens during the Apapa issue day before yesterday. They may decide that, you know what, this is what we are going to do. We'll limit the number of people that will be present in the court. We only need few witnesses from you. But there's some federal government, like here in America, you have some court that are federal court that are not open to the public, especially those ones that the what do you call them? Department of Justice usually take cases to whenever they needed, it has to do with national security, because most of those documents will be redacted and will not be shown to the public. But this
Mm-hmm.
is a civil case. This is not a criminal case. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Nigeria or the judges would decide that, because this thing, live streaming, is enough to cause chaos.
My brother.
Ordinary election, we're still fighting with each other like this. Now, when the court, case is being being litigated in the court, and you hear people, uh, lawyers and judges, making comment and all that. Those statements will be sensationalized. And in a country that is as rife as us, that is always at the edge and about to burst, you don't want to do all that. Those, you see, these are the mundane things that we shouldn't even be talking about. The serious lawyer shouldn't even be requesting for live stream. For what? What do they intend to gain? Except you are not sure of yourself. Yes,
I wonder, my
you are
brother.
able to
It's just
to relay every information from coming from the court to your follower, including the. It looks bad that the APC is the one opposing it, and the PD, because the one requesting for it has nothing to lose. To me, they believe that, okay, the more we make this more at the mainstream, the better for us, because we still need to be, every day that means they will be present in our lives. They will be saying it just like the way they do it here in America. I don't know if they do that in UK, but at the state level though, they do that, because it becomes sensation. In fact, as a matter of fact, there is a channel dedicated to court cases, court proceedings, and I've never for once seen any federal cases being shown on that show live.
life.
On that channel. So that argument is completely, to me, yes. The followers might want to be, obedient, might want to, watching it live and to see what's going on. But the point is, even the proceeding, how is it affecting their life? Haven't they been living their life even before the commencement of the tribunal? People should get a life. Most of these people that people
There
are
you go.
fighting and arguing like their life depends on it. They don't even know you. They don't know us. We are being patriotic enough to be discussing that. But when I see
Mm-hmm.
people getting all worked up and as if their life depends on it, I begin to wonder what is wrong with folks. These people, when they get there, guess who they won't even remember about you and I supporting them. It's their own people. It is their them, and they are the same. Okay, so yeah, the live streaming case is just is to me is stupid. It's a stupid idea.
Adewale, the court case will be won in the time pass where they stream live, where the opposition asking for stream live of the
Uh,
cases.
no, there was nothing like. You see, now we begin to see. We should realize something. We are still Nigeria. Nigerian. We are still African. We are not American, where everything goes. We are still primitive in our thinking, and I understand that we want to be modern. We want to do away with this all sort of practices. But I tell you what, things cannot happen overnight. You want changes like that, even the judges. As a matter of fact, I was reading Reno Mokre's essay on yes on these days here. It was talking about some of the judges on these tribunals that were being appointed by Tinubu when he was a governor in Lagos State. So what are we talking about? You see, the last time I was before now, I heard the Rufai Oseni of Arise News saying that he was going to profile those judges at the tribunal. And so in me, I was like, why is this person, as a journalist, doing this? That is a part
Rufa
of
is
the
not a
sense.
journalist. Rufa is not a
Well,
journalist. Why are you
that is
calling him a
part of the
journalist?
sensationalism that I was talking about. People that are civil servants that are doing their job. The case has not even been submitted in the court. We are about to, start profiling them. Where-
Adewale,
yes.
did you watch the interview? When he interviewed Ayade and this other senator from.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah, you're talking about
And
the one on Arise News.
he was asking that guy to give him the name of the commandant of the military, the police commissioner, and I was wondering, this guy, what does he think of himself? This Rufai or whatever.
The Arise News has become a courtroom. It's no longer an interview.
And I was wondering, what do you want to use their
It's
name
not
for?
even a
Do you want to
courtroom.
submit their name for petition
It's
or
not even
whatever?
a courtroom. It's a police station. Arise News, where interrogation is taken. See, look. People are always quick to say, well, haven't you watched CNN? Haven't you watched Fox News? Haven't you watched Sky News? Haven't you watched all these foreign, cable news? That the way they interview people, but they interview people without showing their emotions on their sleeves.
Even though we know they are biased,
There was a particular interview Donald Trump granted MSNBC, one of the liberal-leaning channel here. It's a cable channel. And one of this, the anchor of that show was so hard on Donald Trump. Myself, that I'm not even a Trump supporter, I felt uncomfortable the way this particular individual was hammering on this man. Look, if you want to get the truth, it's different. But when you begins to sound condescending, look, I would take my leave and walk. As a matter of fact, Trump walked off from that interview because it was so belittling. When you begins to like sound as if, yes, you are Nigeria, you have a stake, you have the right to ask right question, but there's a way you put it across. And if you're asking question, I don't think it was well trained, because a well trained journalist will get you at your own lies. But when you begins to sound as if you know more than I do, or you sounding like the higher authority or the moral police.
Adewale, Rufa is not a journalist. Stop calling him a journalist.
I think
I think he read biology or something like that. That's
Biology.
what he read.
He doesn't go to school of journalism.
Regardless,
he has not been. Now,
regardless,
don't call him a journalist.
I tell you this: I usually feature on Dr. Damage's show, and it's just that some cases, well, people don't usually pay attention. That man asks good, better questions than Rufai Husseini. He will ask you questions that you yourself you will be willing to answer, but at the same time you will be cautious, just to make sure that you don't say things that, because it will come back to it. These are the well-trained journalists that you cannot, lie to. But they won't take you up and try to be like, yes, I'm going to be the moral police and ask you questions. You must, see. Apapa was being questioned on Arise News yesterday or day before yesterday. I can't remember. And Rufai and the other lady were trying so hard to get a dirt on this particular man.
But that the man really tried in answering your question.
Beyond try. To the point that this man said
the man make them look stupid.
I mean, this is an old soldier. This is an old political soldier. And you think you can manipulate him? The man told them at the end of the interview and said, "Look, if you think, what about?" He make references to that is the way he's been treated. And that was the reason why I changed my, my view. It's possible that this man is feeling aggrieved and is trying to take it out on the candidate and the party itself. And that
Adewale, I probably have to disagree there.
you can
I mean,
disagree, but you see, Arise News has become unofficial television of obedience, because
I don't
all I
think
see them,
you can
you will
say
not,
that
you will
though.
not, you will not say that. I get it. All they were doing is they were trying to get, even when he whooped up a purported letter that his legal advisor wrote to the party. The man said, "Did you see my signature there?" And he vehemently, denied writing that letter. And yet, these individuals call themselves journalists were trying so hard to
That,
pin it
that
on
is
this
where
man.
that man make them look so stupid.
No,
That how
but
dare can
well,
you bring in such a letter
Yeah,
showing that I'm the one that wrote, but my name is not showing on that letter you are reading to the world.
but
That this is the
Ajali Koko, these are what
you know
journalists
that I
will
always
do.
support Rufai. You know, I always defend him, push back against you guys when you guys always try to rattle him here. But on this interview with Apapa, I mean, they mess up completely.
they
The three
did.
of them, Rufai, Abati, and that lady.
And Baba, can you see
No,
that
the
he was
whole
asking
point.
him, Will you go to court tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Those people that beat you.
Yeah.
Will you go
Can
there?
you see? I don't even
What kind of
understand.
question
No,
is that? As if he
no,
doesn't
no.
have right. He doesn't have
Hey.
I mean
He
freedom
said
of
he
movement.
intends to
No,
attend.
Ajali Koko.
As if he doesn't
They
have
asked him.
freedom of
No,
movement
you
anymore.
guys are just
As the constitution
twisting this,
guarantees
Ajali Koko.
for everybody.
This same question was asked by this guy in channels. He answered it. So not because Rufai asked it now, it's just because it's Rufai, he's asking it because it's stupid. You guys
You
can't
know,
say
no,
that.
they asked him, yes, listen. The guy asked him, did you write a letter? He said no. That I should show him an evidence. After like 2 or 3 minutes, he now said, okay, there was one letter written to
He
so so
was
so so.
probably contacting the
And yeah,
Labour
it's like
Party's
somebody sent it to
people.
him.
Yeah,
He
because
didn't have
he
it
didn't have it
initially.
initially. He didn't have it.
Uh-huh.
So that tells you
So,
that,
and the guy will now say, okay, this letter that you are saying,
or
did you see my
someone in the
name there? Did you see
studio.
my signature there? You understand? And it is still confirmed. If you look at the video, one man showed that this Enugu man was claiming that they wrote a letter that he has considered the gubernatorial seat to another person. They are just everything forgery.
You know,
That's what they are doing.
You know,
No, let's say
Des,
this. Yeah,
Des,
yeah.
Des. Hold on 1 second, Des.
Adewale, let
Yeah.
me say this. You know where I was so disappointed in them was when um uh they 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 asked that man and Papa that did you write any letter, and he said no, he didn't write any letter. And they went, and you if you look at the question they were asking, it was based on hearsay. They
Yes.
hear this and they didn't investigate to get their fact ready to push against this man. They had no fact in their hand to push against this man. And then they were hammering on that letter that, oh, you wrote letter and you took some people out, you fire some people, or you wrote letter that they should report all cases to you from those who say and so say. And the man said, where is the fact? Show me the fact. And then they went and brought that kangaroo letter that they were reading to that man. That was when I was so disappointed in them. I couldn't believe what I saw yesterday with Abati and Rufai, and I couldn't believe it was so I said, Kilimori, what is this? You know, I so much like them, and I'm so much I like to. I mean, I've defended them several times. Yeah, I think I'm the one that
Baba
Adewale
and
usually.
Baba Ajale, in
Yeah.
the last
Ajali
1 week,
Koko.
I can see that they just for your hand every day.
Ajali Koko.
I,
See,
I was so
this thing
disappointed
is that
yesterday. What is this
I
mess?
don't want to I don't want to start saying Rufai or Seni and Obati is what they are doing is whatever. They are doing their job. But what is clear to even the APC people, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, we already know that this man, Arabambi and Apapa, they are not working for Labour. Whatever they say, we already know they are not working for Labour Party. Because I don't understand how
They
Labour
are not working
Party.
for
That
Labour
is
Party,
No,
or they
no,
are
that
not
is
listen.
working
not
for
Let me
V.
make
see.
the point. I don't understand how Labour Party will go to court and want to withdraw a Labour Party's case or
Where is
candidate
the
that won
evidence? Where is the
election.
evidence to
Now,
that?
no,
This.
now
Where is the
this news
evidence
that
to that?
just happened today in Kanu. Labour Party went to Kanu and want to and say that the governor candidate they have didn't even qualify. Do you understand what is going on? You will understand that these people are not even working for their party. They are working against the party. It's as
You
simple
know,
Who
as
is
that.
that person?
So
Who is
you
that
I
person that
don't
who
know.
is the
Des,
petitioner in Kano?
Des,
Who is
Araba,
the
you
person?
heard saying this Araba was the other. Um, where to find it? They are the same people. Now Arabambi and Apapa are the same people.
It's not true. It's
So
not
for
true.
hey,
You
them
don't
to
you
argue.
file
know,
You
a
don't, it's
motion
not.
in
They, that
Kanu,
they are not the one.
you know
They are
what,
not the
Des?
one.
You know what, Des?
okay, who
Let's
did
just
it? Please, who
assume,
did it? Tell me.
Des, hold on. Let us assume that Apapa and Arabambi are working against Labour Party. My issue is not even about whether they are working against the party or not. But you see, when you have a media that is hell bent in ensuring that these voices are not heard, now that is where I have issue. You see, I have never seen Arise News having Labour Party personnel with them and question them the way they question these people or the likes of Apapa and Co. That is the level of bias that they've shown, and that is where I have issue with them. Not about what they've done or what they didn't do. We've argued severally about what they are up to in terms of uh, their anti-party activities. But when you have a media that is acting in a capacity as a media, a branch of a political party, that is where I get concerned about the way they go about, uh, doing their daily business. Because if you look at Arise News and channels now has become an umpire. They are more or less like uh, what do you call it? Um, they are now practicing. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think he left. Um, see, uh, see, I'm not saying that even TVC or whatever they are called is doing the same biasness, and we don't talk about it. I've never, me, in my own perspective, I've not even seen Arise TV doing such. I mean, I've seen them ask serious questions to Peter Obi. I've seen them ask serious questions to a lot of Labour Party candidates, and I have no problem with that. You get, but the problem is whenever they're asking serious questions to people that you guys support, it becomes a problem. It becomes an issue, and I don't understand it. We should always face this truth that is right in front of us, and stop being biased about everything because it's trying to work, against us or something like that. I don't even know.
Which
I remember the
this
interview
which
that
truth are you
Peter
talking
Obi.
about?
I remember the interview that
Mm.
Peter Obi had with Arise TV. It was so hard. I'm like, even me said, why is this fire of a guy talking to Peter Obi like this, like is his mate? I was so angry about it. Do you understand? And I'm like, I was even saying if he's article, he wouldn't even try such. I was saying it. So let's not start being because is this
Let me let me let
the
me
fire
let
is
me
being
ask
biased.
you.
No.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. Did you watch the interview with our papa
With
yesterday?
Tapa, I didn't even watch that interview. I
Okay,
didn't really
so
bother to be
okay,
honest.
so let me. I will recommend you go and watch it. Then, with your open mind, with sense of objectivity, you know, then you will see you will understand what we are talking about.
Baba, they were just trying to make a mockery of that man. But
But
thank God, I didn't know that that man can communicate very well like that.
the
Believe
man
me,
is
I was
very
surprised.
intelligent man. Oh. He
Very
ridiculed
intelligent
them.
old
He
man.
ridiculed
Very
it.
intelligent
He
and
ridiculed them.
eloquent. Eloquent.
He ridiculed them. Look at the at the end, the way he concluded his statement when he was leaving. Look at the way he concluded everything. He's so intelligent man. I didn't believe it. So they just mess up themselves. Everybody that watched that thing, I spoke to a lot of my friends. They said they were so disappointed in Rufai and Abati.
Even Abati made the nonsense of
And they
himself.
were keeping. Are you sure you are going to go there tomorrow?
You
And
know,
when that man
he asked him that same question about 4 times.
About 4 times. And the
Even
man,
when he was about to round up, he still asked him, will you go? And the man said, yes, that I will go. He might go. So what is the issue? And he went now. He went to the court yesterday.
He went there. I was shocked. I was surprised in there. I mean, I felt so disappointed. I so much like them, but yesterday I think they crossed the line. They embarrassed themselves yesterday. Big league. They embarrassed themselves. Anyway.
Now I'll go and watch that interview because I've not seen it. I just saw a little bit glimpse of it where they asked him question of if he won his unit, and he was basically trying to perambulate around the issue, whether he didn't know they were gonna ask him this question that.
Yeah. Ajali Kuku, I came to you earlier on. Are you free now?
Yeah. I'm free.
Yes. Can you please comment on the video of the guy that said, explain how he was kicked out for the governorship of the Ebonyi state? What is your
look, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I think that video confirmed once again that Aburi is a very dubious man. Aburi and Obi, both of them are very, very dubious. Because when I was watching that video earlier, and when that man, at the point that he mentioned that Obi called him and he talked to him over the phone and invited him to come for them to to talk, to meet face to face. And when he met him and Obi apologized, I said, "Oh, this is very good, that." But when he said further, when he went further to mention that Obi after that day, when he appeared on the TV, he then told them on the TV, or he told channels, or maybe channels or arrives, that they didn't have candidate. When you say it, oh my God, I said, oh man, why could Obi do this now? What is the reason for this?
But Angelico, that's a lie now. I've already said that. Obi
You
never
said it.
said
You
that.
said you want to bring us a
I'm using
countdown.
my phone. If I go to YouTube now to get that video, I'm not going to be online.
Des,
So maybe
don't come back to this platform if you don't bring this,
no.
because you've been
I will
talking so many things.
definitely.
Don't come
I
back
will
here
definitely
without
bring
bringing
it. I will definitely
that
bring
video.
it. I will also refer you to.
If not,
Maybe
we'll roast you.
You can even go and watch this guy today, where he showed a video of Obi campaigning for this guy in Ebonyi. So the contradiction is too much.
Which
That's
guy?
why I
Which
said
guy?
this guy. Now I don't know his name. What do I care about his name? This guy that made
Was
this video.
Was it the one that they remove his name now?
No, his name was there. You don't understand what's going on. They removed his name, but he later went to court, and the court approved him to be the candidate. So now the guy, when Obi knew, that's when Obi apologized, say he never knew that he was the right candidate, which the guy understood, and they apologized. If If Obi didn't want to support him, why would he come and say, okay, let him go and be doing his thing? He's going to support him. And the guy now contradicted himself that Obi went to channels and said that they don't have Labour Party Ebonyi State candidate, which is not true. Obi was seen campaigning in Ebonyi, where people came. So I don't understand why this guy is just opening his mouth and saying all these stuff.
No,
I don't understand.
don't mix it up. Don't mix it up. The guy did not contradict himself. He was very clear in what he was saying in that video. It was after he met Obi that Obi went to TV station to tell the world that that they did not have a candidate in Ebonyi State. So don't mix it up at all.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I know when that interview came up now, Ajali Coco, that was after presidential.
The same way he
that was-
denied the Apapa, that he said he didn't know Apapa, he has never met him.
This interview was after presidential election
Papa
when they
said
were doing
campaign
gubernatorial
together. They've
election.
done everything, and he lied that he didn't know Apapa. What kind of thing is that to be? Why is he lying like that?
He said he didn't know
These
Apapa.
are
He
two
didn't know
different.
Apapa.
These are two people now. Are two different cases saying the same thing that Obi, the way Obi rejected them on live TV, the way Obi lied against them on live TV. Are you going to tell us that those two people are lying against him?
And they gave instances.
Can you show me a
Apapa
video?
gave instances.
He gave
instances.
several
any
times that they
video,
were together, that they campaigned together. All this lie that Papa did not appear in Ibadan in Oyo State campaign. Papa narrated what happened, how they left Abuja together, and they were supposed to.
No, they abandoned him in Abuja. He said he was abandoned in Abuja.
Now, what you are saying is that there's no evidence. There's no evidence to prove that Obi knows this guy, apart from the opening prayer he made during that whatever, which you saw.
So even that one is not enough. That one is not enough.
That was the first time Obi came to the party. Now that was just
so.
Obi was
so he has forgotten the deputy chairman. He forgot. How can you be justifying this kind of thing? There's
three national deputy chairman. They are deputy chairman. It's not just he's not one. It's just one guy. There are three guys. Do you understand? So he just
it shows that he doesn't have a good memory. That's what he confirmed.
That's your business. You can remember people that are important. You get, but the thing is that yeah, this guy that is saying the Obi didn't recognize or didn't campaign for him or whatever. It's a lie. Obi campaigned for him. I have the video. Is if you go to the he published it where the Obi was campaigning for him. There were so many crowd with this guy. What Obi said, I wish my phone is I don't know when I googled that channel's interview and sent it to Thomas. I knew exactly what he said. He was basically referring to Aisha statement, and he said that it's not the obedience are not part of labor. That's what he said. That him
you see you defending indefensible.
And he mentioned some.
Mention is not.
Have election. He mentioned some.
We cannot even hear you again.
This money they are paying them. I don't even know. All this money the APC are paying these guys. I don't even know what is their end point or what they want to achieve.
This is the lie that you people are spreading all over the world, that APC paid
Baba, if you have people that cannot take responsibility for their misfortune, they will be. Yes, that's what they do now. They can't take responsibility
to afford the sand. Papa, do you know how much they pay sand?
asked Abati yesterday and Rufai, where is the document? You have a
Evidence.
document,
Do you know how much they
You
evidence
say
pay
I
show
collected
SAN?
that they
money.
transfer
You
money
should
into my
bring it.
account.
Ajali Coco, do
Bring
you know how much
it.
they pay
Bring it.
SAN? This guy has 3 of them. Apapa, they pay SAN every month. I think about 20 million every month. Apapa
Oh,
has
okay.
3.
Hold on. So, are you telling me that Showore have the money to pay what do you call him? Femi Falana that is defending him.
Femi Falana is a what's it called?
Hold
He's a
on.
public defender.
Hold on.
He's
He's
more
not
like
a
a,
public defender. You don't know the meaning of public defender. What do you mean by public defender?
I don't know how to put it. It's more like a volunteer kind of thing
Oh, okay.
So
So
he's a free man. So
SAN.
he doesn't have
for
responsibility. How does he get money to feed?
okay.
No, it
So if
depends
Femi
now.
Falana can do that to people that he believe they are fighting for the for public good, why do you think that some people, I mean, Papa cannot have some son
3
defending
Aboro
him free of charge as well, that believe that he's fighting for
Ajali Coco,
public good?
that is beyond. If it's one, it's understandable, but having 3,
Do you
come
okay? Are
on,
you telling me that he
3
cannot have friends? Hold on. Are you telling me that he cannot have friends
that are
for
SAN?
all the that are son that can ready to do the job to defend him and
I
the law
don't,
free of charge?
I don't think so.
You
I
don't
don't
think
believe
so?
that.
That is the problem.
I don't
You
believe that.
do you know? This man has been in Labour Party from day one. This man has been an active for several years. He has been politician for several years.
He said he was in NLC, was a chairman of NLC before they
Chairman of
formed the
NSC
party, and he was the chairman for 10 years in Oyo State.
in Oyo State. He was governorship candidate of Labour
Yes,
Party in Oyo State.
in Oyo State.
I
All
mean,
this thing
look.
doesn't matter though.
I mean, when you people say,
Doesn't
"Oh,
matter.
because he
Okay.
have son
Whether
defending
he's
him,"
been there for 20 years, 30 years, it doesn't matter. What
You
matters
know,
is
you remember when the Rufai was asking him if he had won his word for Labour Party.
Yes, Adwale.
I lost it.
That one is also very funny.
I
I
lost
mean,
it.
it's just a stupid
He said he
upon
should give
stupid
him
question.
the
Question.
number. That what percentage?
I lost it. To give him percentage of what he won in the entire Oyo state. I lost it. Even the president of a country lost his own state. Some lost their own word. Yeah, and I found that very, very idiotic that a journalist who decided to focus on something that is not, pertaining to the subject matter, but want to find something that you will use. Yes, it may
To
have
ridicule the man.
It may have display, one way or the other that he is not for B. But this man, there's no denying the fact that he had been in that party for more than 21 years. That alone is enough to make someone to be aggrieved when you felt that you've not been. Because if you look at it, Obi and his crew overtook the party. They took over the party. I don't know if they were bought or not, but it begins to have new people as the face of the party, and the old guard has been relegated to the background. That's why I don't blame the man, even if he's taking money from the opposition, because this is a fair game in politics. It's about you being in the position, and someone who had been in the position as a deputy national chairman. I don't expect that person to be relegated to the back of the room. If you
thing
look
is
at the
that
man,
I blame
it's obvious. It's
Adewale, I kind
obvious
of
that the
blame
man is
Obi.
not even rich. The man is not rich. If he had been a rich person, all this would not be, would not be talking about this. But it was obvious it wasn't a money bag in politics. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It looks as
I
if
blame
he's
Obi
like a
Adewale
pauper.
because I mean I hope Obi is listening to me. If he wants to move forward, I hope he listens to
He
me.
doesn't know you. He's not listening to you, brother.
I mean,
None of them knows who we are.
it's
They have no
possible they're
idea who we
listening.
are.
It's possible
They
that
are
there's
not.
someone that knows him and listening. But the
No,
thing
for
is that,
where
but anyway,
So,
if
Des,
there are
what is your advice?
thousands of
If
shows.
Yes,
he
on
actually wants
one of
to,
you, Moeri.
if he actually wants to make a strong move, I'm telling you, a very stronger move that he's more than he's made this period. I suggest he actually forms his own party.
He can't do
If he
that.
wants to make a stronger move,
He can't grow a party. He can't
why
because he
can't
can't
he?
stomach. He's not
Showore
a
did.
kind
Obi
of
party.
character. See,
Obi party.
let me tell you the reason why.
He lacked the capacity to manage human being.
You see,
Yes.
Des,
Baba, we have been saying it. Everything that we have been saying about this guy is confirming it every day, every second.
Des, no doubt, Obi is a good man at heart. No doubt.
He's not a good man, Adewale. He's not a good man.
I will give him that credit for someone who stick his neck out and want to be the one that will take Nigeria to the next level. I would
He's
say
a liar. He's deceiving us. That's what he's preaching. But we cannot see it in him.
Adewale, má jẹ́ kí
Can you see it in this man?
Listen to, hold on.
Obi is a very good man.
Let me point out two incidences to you. Number one, with Apapa. Obi lie on TV that he doesn't know Apapa. And this man narrated on TV several times
About five, 6 occasions that they travel together.
Time they met at maybe Ikweru at Okupe's house, and several times that they met, that they had this meeting together, and the same thing that
they were in the same plane from Benin to Abuja.
From Benin to Abuja, they have traveled together from one place to
a national deputy chairman of the party.
A national deputy chairman
you are
of the party.
misunderstanding this, though.
Look at that. No, hold on. That's number one. Then number two is this guy that we have watched tonight. This guy for Ebonyi State that said Obi met him, he talked nice to him, he did everything and apologized. But only for Obi to go on TV to say they don't have candidate. That's a very, very bad man.
Angelico, I've corrected you so many times. Stop saying that.
You can't call it. You don't have anything to counter.
Hold on, Des.
I will prove it.
Des, hold on.
Brought anything to
Des,
counter
hold on.
what we have
Ajali Koko. Ajali Koko. The guy even said, let me finish, please. Thank you. The guy even said he met with Obi. Obi told him that he didn't know that the guy is the candidate in Ebonyi. He told him to go on with his campaign. And after that, some weeks later, Obi came on TV that they don't have candidates in Ebonyi State.
Apanimayoda ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Apanimayoda ni máa yẹn.
Look at what are we justifying there?
Thomas, after assuming he said that in that interview, after he said that interview, he went to Ebonyi to campaign for this guy. So what? I don't understand. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
If you are behaving like that, he's a cunning man.
No. Simba. Let's clarify something. Des, you said you're going to send the video of Peter Obi campaigning for this guy. I'm still waiting for that video.
I will.
I've told him that I should not come on this platform again.
No.
Okay, don't worry.
Stop your propaganda.
Where do I send it?
Just send it on the private chat. Copy the link, paste it on the private chat. Then we play the video.
Okay.
Yeah, please. That's what you said earlier on. So if you haven't given me that video, everything you said, I don't regard it.
Let me use my other
Thank you. Yajale Koko. Let's go back to Yajale Koko. Ajale Koko.
Yes, Thomas.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Before you move forward, can I? Before you proceed. See, the reason why I said he will not be able to grow a party organically is the fact without whipping up public sentiment is the fact that him being a good person, You see, there are a lot of intricacies that goes into forming of political party. And number one, you must be ready to bankroll that party for as long as it is able to at least win one or two states. And three, you must have people that will be committed, a long-term commitment, not just this the leech that always go and patch to the host every time there's something for them to eat. You know, people migrated with him to Labour Party with the hope that they will be able to win and then have access to, not that they have the goodwill of the country at heart. And three, there are a lot of, you know, games that, and you have to satisfy every stakeholders in that party. And here is a man that has not shown, even in the public, that is it has a grip of the party that he won the primary. And as a leader of that party, which is already the leader of the party, he hasn't shown that he can be in charge of a party. But maybe if he had grown one, he probably would have been able to have enough authority to command, to make, to command and to tell people what they need to do. But because he went to a platform that's already been established. I was watching an interview on YouTube. I'm trying to look for that interview. It's one other man from Southeast that also was contesting for the Labour Party primaries, and he said that during the primary in Asaba, I think maybe 200,000 or 150 people were accredited for that primary, only for the new people, the OB people, to smuggle 30 people to the venue and then handed it to the what do you call it, to the register, and that was how he was able to emerge. And those people were not originally Labour Party. And I was watching, I was like, wait a minute. But everything was done in such a way that you make it legal. But those are the games politicians play, right? But when you have that being played out like that, there's no way you'll be able to have a grip of a party because somebody already allowed you to do that in that party. Now you now become the face and the symbol of the party, but yet you have no clout when it comes to the original of the party. I mean, the original member of the party. The ones that are being representing you are the new faces that you brought in. All right, and they now became the faces, and the old guard are now revolting, trying to assert their authority and to make that recognition for themselves. So for him to build a party, that means he has to whip up the sentiment that propel him to be able to get to this point he has attained, in the national politics. Because not Nigerians don't have that attention span, to following somebody for that long. Nigeria, not just Nigeria, it's human beings, the nature of human being. After some time, after this election tribunal is over, we guess what? Everything will go back. Will go back to reset button. Everything will go back to normal. People they won't forget that someone like that exists, except if he makes himself to be in the face of television every day. And I doubt the incumbent would not even want that to happen because they will be the one to dominate media every day. So that is the reason why I believe he cannot grow party organically because for him, you have to attract. So you can't just attract your likes. You have to attract all type of people. Those that even come with the knives
You
in
know,
their hand.
Adewale, you know why it's not possible? Somebody that cannot even manage a party for 6 months and want to grow a party. One, he doesn't have the clout to do that. He doesn't have he cannot manage. He's not a good manager of human resources. He cannot manage them. Because if you see the way, tell me one person that throughout his 8 years that he has produced or he has grown, that he has groomed on his own. Nobody. Everybody that has been following Obi, there are those people that were donated to him by the power that be like Obasanjo and Co. Tell me one person from his old regime in Anambra that is following Obi today. None. So, and it does is
Simba, I asked the question one day. I said, where are the commissioners of Peter Obi?
and he's very stingy,
The
very
SSG,
stingy.
the SSG, the
Yeah.
SSG,
See that stinginess.
the political
That stinginess
appointment.
will not make him build party
He's very
organically.
stingy,
Ṣé pé ó tún
very
jà wọn?
stingy.
Ó tún jà wọn.
Ó
Àwọn ni.
láhùn now.
Even though if that's what Nigeria want, there's no way politicians will follow you if you are stingy. No, because that's where they live, that's where they feed, that's where they fill their people. You see, the resources, the state resources, is what they spend. And if you are not giving it out, guess what? They are out with knives in their hand. That's why the likes of Apapa and Co. They want to make sure that they are also at the table when the meal is being given out. And if you have a candidate that is not ready to they are all out with war. They are, it's a war now. I mean,
Adewale, let me tell you,
is,
if you look at this party, you know what they have been using the party for before. Even the first governor that they produced was the guy left PDP, came to their party. And what they have been using this party for is for them to catch a big fish, like what Aburi said when he was talking to this Bonyi guy, that they have caught a big fish. So they will catch a big fish that will bring a lot of money, use their party as the launch pad. After they finish, they will leave the party. And that's the same thing that Obi came to do. And that's what they have been doing. And
like
for you now to
tilapia, is it tilapia fish or which kind of fish?
any fish that is enough to feed thousands of people like Jesus Christ did.
No, that's what they have been doing. That is what
that
is how they've been surviving. It sounds ridiculous, but that's how they've been surviving for years. Adewale.
Let me go back to let's go back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, you watched the video of Okonkwo, and I highlighted two things in that video. He said, "Why are they doing the tribunal in secrecy?" The last time I checked, the tribunal has never been in secrecy. So, what's your take about that, Ajale Koko?
I have said it earlier. Shouldn't worry about Okonkwo. Okonkwo is a Perosoko lawyer, so he is having fun. So
Bill.
And he's so excited that here I am. I'm appearing in court for the first time with his. So it's just having fun, man. He can say whatever he wants to
Baba,
say.
If you look at his mannerism, he was so excited.
Yeah.
My name is Okonko, the spokesperson of Obidati.
You guys are just so funny. You're just so funny. What's this? When a lawyer comes out to introduce or to talk, he starts with introducing himself. That is how it works. I don't understand this hatred.
But Ajale Koko, why is he laughing? Why is he laughing and smiling?
I mean, whether you like it or not,
let me tell you something.
This guy is taking advantage of whatever opportunity he has, and any one of us.
That's what he's trying to do.
So I don't understand.
No, not very many people.
He has no role to play in that case.
If you're a lawyer, I have an opportunity to be in a lamplight.
A bench warmer lawyer.
It's as simple as that.
He just went like every other.
Yes, you are right. Is an opportunity for him.
Yeah.
So whether you want to hate him or you want to like him,
he will write it now.
Yes, it's going to even pull him up to be a sign.
He will lie. He will lie in the CV that if you say he prosecuted.
This. Let me tell you this. Do you trust Kenneth Okonkwo?
I don't trust him. I mean, I don't trust him
that he was election presidential election tribunal 2023.
Yes.
I found it
I
very,
don't
very.
trust him.
The chief
But the fact remains that while we are talking about him, his fame is going up. That is the fact.
No, you see,
His
hold on.
credibility is going up.
Oh, hold on now.
Oh,
This Okonkwo has made name
Des,
for himself in the movie
Akuro
Des,
industry,
lawyer.
if you have any case,
not as a lawyer.
go and give it to him. Nollywood theater.
Not as a lawyer. Okay.
Whether you like it or not, it's going to propel to be a son. So I don't know why we are trying to.
I meant that it was just coming about last year.
Hold on. Ajali Koko. And Ajali
You should be carrying
we
fire.
we are just laughing it. Adewale, hold on. We are just laughing. Ajali, it is a serious matter. Information these guys are passing on. He made a comment. He said they declare winner in the middle of the night. What is the meaning of that?
No, he said, look. He's a
What
spokesman.
is the meaning of that? Are they not going to declare the? Are they not going to declare the winner?
Let me comment on that. You know, let me tell you. You know, everything is predicated on just wooing public emotion. Everything that the guy was talking about, this live stream, declaring the election result at the midnight or whatever at night, everything is just, they were just banking on the gullibility of an average Nigeria, whooping up public sentiment. That's what they are just doing. They know that they don't have a case, and that's what they are just, because I wonder, when you have a case that you want to speed up, and the only thing that you are not fighting for, you are joining a petition, election petition, because of live streaming, just because you want to put the thing in the public court of opinion or whatever. I just don't understand what they are doing. And you want to speed up this petition, and the only thing that you are saying, you are doing it in an incremental manner. You left the petition. What you are now pursuing is live stream of the tribunal. I don't understand them.
There's speed up. There's nothing.
As if they normally do it in secrecy before. He has never been in secrecy. Never. And he will never be. I don't get it. And some gullibles will be listening to this guy, calling himself a lawyer, charge a bail lawyer. I don't get it.
He's working for his money.
I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. You guys are just, I don't know, just being hateful. See, a lot of people.
If I will be, I won't even trust him.
No, it's not like going to come to court and start defending Obi.
Kenneth Okonkwo is
Obi is not a trustworthy person himself.
If I were him, I wouldn't even trust him. It wasn't the same one. Wasn't not the same person that jumped the bridge and started talking about the audio that came out. He was the first to comment on it.
He was really wrong. I didn't like him.
For someone
when he did that, I'm like,
who see himself as the spokesperson, but jumping gun and giving and speeches or tweeting about it, and then the party was on the other side. So I mean, if I were be, I wouldn't even trust him one step away from me. But I think because he's from the southeast, that's the reason why he jumped the ship and went with
Adewale, you know why it's in that? The guy is a celebrity, and he's just promoting himself more. He's a celebrity.
No, wait. If he had, I think he's a grassroots person as well. So this time around, if he had not supported,
he has contested as a governor before in the east.
He won't be able to go to his village because IPOB and Co would they'll be waiting for him. So he had no choice than to jump ship and go with Obi. But I still won't trust him.
More than leave Kenneth, I beg. How many of the spokesmen of Tinubu are we talking about? Atiku? We just talk about.
I can give you an example.
Are we doing no? Yes. Are we doing what about now?
No, what about?
What about?
Hold
The
on,
thing is
hold
that
on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Dele Alake made some comments some months ago. Ajale Koko, if you remember, we brought it on this platform. We speak against him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tinubu
Oh yeah.
derogates.
And
They make some derogating
on
statements. We brought
Onuga,
it on this platform.
on Onuga.
Yes,
Yeah.
on
By
Onuga, we speak
yeah.
against it on this platform.
Yeah.
you speak
Yeah.
against Ononoga, you Thomas.
Oh yeah. We
Where,
have
Come
where,
on,
how,
my brother.
which year?
Des, please. I'm not joking here. Please, we are doing a serious business here. Please,
Okay, let's face
please.
serious business
No,
then.
no. Let's be
Let's
serious,
face.
please.
That's
Ajale
what I'm
Koko,
saying.
if you remember,
we,
Ajale
oh yeah.
Koko testifies to this.
We all condemn them
We
here.
all condemn it here.
Yeah. With their rascal
But this guy didn't do anything to be condemned
statement.
about now. What are we saying? He's not the only
Who?
one saying live streaming. PDP is saying the same thing. So why are
Is
we
a
condemning
political jobbers.
only Kenneth Okonkwo like
Is
he's been the one
is a
saying it?
political
Showing off
jobbers.
too much.
Okay, let
He's
me,
showing off
Des,
too much.
A
why
lot
is
of
he
people
using
has been saying
constitution?
it
Why is he using constitution to justify this live stream?
because
Is
he's
there
trying to
anywhere
make
in
his
our
point.
constitution that they must live stream election petition?
He's trying to make his
Why is
point.
he
I don't
making
know.
wrong assertion using constitution that does not say what constitution did not say, and he was using it to back his
No,
useless point?
he quoted the constitution, which is right. For you, for him to say the constitution says the
Their
court
constitution?
is
What did he say?
public,
Is
the
there
court
anywhere in
should
our
be
constitution that
public.
they say election petition should be live stream?
No,
And so it's not in the
no.
public already.
But
Is it live stream the
he
same thing
did.
as
He
public
didn't
being in
say
public?
when he was quoting his thing. He didn't say the whatever
Those are
constitution
the things
says live
now. That is
streaming.
what you are saying. They are just
He
banking on the
quoted.
gullibility of our people.
See, it's not only him that is having that opinion. So many Nigerians are having that opinion. Even before he started saying this.
Nigeria, no, like somebody like you, not me.
Uh, okay, yeah, people like me have been
Yeah,
saying it
people like
even
you say people
before.
like me.
Yes,
Yes,
even before he
don't
made those
generalize it.
statements. So if you want to bash him, you have to bash thousands of millions of obedience saying the same thing. So he's not the only one. For him to say INEC announced in the middle of the night, I mean, it's the truth. Whether the constitution says they don't have to announce day or night, it doesn't matter. God is
Des, let me ask you this honest
the,
question.
the fact remains that
All
this
the
is the
time,
first time. This is the first time I
hold on,
woke up.
Des,
Yeah,
hold on, please. All the 33 states, 36 states, immediately they finish counting all the local governments. If it is 2 a.m., if it is 1 a.m., they declare the winner of the election of the state. They
yeah.
don't have to wait till next. Let me finish, please. Please. They don't have to wait till the next morning or daybreak. It is not done like that. Election counting and collation, it is 24 hours something, which you know. So
Okay.
when they finish the collation of the 33 states and including Abuja, and they've know the winner. So do you want them to wait till morning and the
Let me
How would
election
that one
collation
change,
in Abuja?
let me answer
Thomas?
that
How would that
question.
one
Does
change
it
the result?
is it going to
Whether
change
they
the
announce
result?
it 4 a.m. or
No,
12 noon?
if you
If
if you say whenever
this
they
guy is
I
announce,
this
said
guy
that's why
yes, yes.
they just like
Did
chasing
this guy
shadows. They just
yes,
like
yes. Did
chasing
this guy
shadows.
this Okoko did he get did he has brain? What is this saying? Does
okay,
that make any sense?
Thomas. See, the thing
I
is that
I
yeah, the
I
thing
get
is that
angry sometimes because
INEC
I come on
INEC
guys, come on.
understandably and INEC understandably did it intentionally. Why do I say this? Because
Come
let me
on.
finish now.
Finish,
Let me
finish, finish,
finish.
finish,
Because if
finish.
you didn't do it intentionally, there is no rule that says that you cannot, even if the whole state what's it called? State returning whatever is there. You can always tell them, let's adjourn to your morning to complete it.
Why?
It's
Why?
they
Why?
have
Why?
always
Why?
been
Why?
doing
Why?
it. Why?
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 What do you mean
Why?
why? What do you mean why?
Mm.
I said
What do you mean
why?
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 Do you know how many times they said, okay, let's adjourn to this thing took 2 days. It took 2 days.
Because they are
It
still
doesn't
counting.
count.
Des,
Listen
listen to
now.
me.
Listen.
No, no, no,
Listen.
no,
It
no. You are
doesn't
not making sense, my brother. I'm sorry. Because they are still counting. That is why they are
I know they were
adjoining
still
it. They are
counting.
wait.
I
Hold on, please. Hold on. Because they are still counting and they are still waiting for some result for some states. That is why they are adjoining it. They are not adjoining it
no.
purposely. Anytime they adjourn, it's either they are going to toilet, it's either the result
Thank
is
you.
not yet here.
Thomas,
That is why they adjourn.
Thomas,
let me say,
sometimes they adjourn when the result is there, but
let
due
me say,
to they are
Ah,
tired. No,
they have
no.
break.
We
They have to
watch
have
things
break.
now. We watch
Won't
things.
they have break?
Sometimes that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. This
Des,
is the
Won't
middle
they
of
have
the
break?
night.
let me make this point. Uh, um, look, I think we.
Actually, go rescue me here now,
I want to
please.
go back. I want to go back to a statement that Simba made a few minutes ago that the obedient and their people like to say lie in such a way to continue to build that public sentiment. There is an effort, deliberate effort, to continue to get that public sentiment. That's why they continue to lie. Look, as at the time that the election result, the final election result was announced, that declared Tinubu as president elect. They already left. They were not there. Remember them and PDP walk out. Have you people forgotten?
Dino, Dino,
No, that's
Dino,
not
they
what
walk
I'm
out.
saying now,
Yeah.
Ajali Coco.
Hold on
No,
now.
no, that's not what I'm
Hold
saying.
on. Hold on. So what I'm trying to say, what is the argument that they should have waited till morning time when you people already walk out from the collation center?
Pollution center.
Okay.
You
Ajali
have
Coco,
walk
let's assume.
a day
Let's
before.
assume.
You people have walked out. You have concluded. You have make announcement. You don't have confidence in the I mean in the exercise.
Electoral body,
Election.
electoral
Ajali
body.
Coco,
Electoral.
let's
You walk
assume
already.
I'm
So
partified. Let's
what?
even
What?
assume I'm
Where?
partified.
Where is that argument coming from? The argument that
Let's
they should have waited till the morning time. Even if
let's
they waited till
assume.
morning time, you people will not
We
be
didn't
there.
change the result. We didn't
No, it
change the result.
wouldn't. No, no, no. Listen to me. The fact remains that INEC has the right, if to decide what they have to do at that moment is late at night, you can always say let's adjourn to next to complete
Why?
it.
Why?
They
You
have
said
that
Why?
why?
right.
Why?
I've been
Why?
Because
asking
they
why.
Why?
Why?
because they have that right to do it, and also because it's late
Which
at
Okay,
right?
night.
if
Maybe
you have the right, well, must they
see,
do
let me
it?
finish. It's not a
Were they
must.
compelled
Understand me.
under any
It's
law
not a must.
to
It's
adjust to
morally.
shift?
I would say it's a moral right. It's not like
What is the
they
moral
Come on.
they
there?
have to do it.
What is the moral?
Now,
What's the moral there?
moral right. Let's assume I'm partified. That's where I'm going to. Let's assume I'm partified. I want to
Des,
be
do you know?
me
Do
as
you
a
know
person.
that? Do you know that they will be acting against the law if they should wait a little further when
No.
all the announce I mean all the result came in and it's
Baba
announced,
Ajeleoku,
they
if they
don't
have
declare.
waited, they will say that is when they went to rig it. If
They
they
will
have
say that's
No.
when
waited,
they
they
Then
went
will
to
twist it again. They will say
no
that is when
now.
international body,
they.
international monetary organization were
No.
there, all from all parts of the world monitoring the result.
America, UK,
We know
Australia,
that.
American,
everybody's are
Europe,
there.
everybody was there. They're monitoring them.
Can I ask this question? It took 2 days. Are you trying to tell me the whole 2 days they didn't sleep? Is that what you're trying to say?
They went.
They had some break.
Des.
Sometimes
They
they
have
had
break
break.
now. What
Hold
are you
on, they
talking
had
about?
Thank you. They had break. Thank you very much.
they had
That's what
break.
I'm saying.
They
This
had break.
break is determined by who? Yakubu. Whether you say, even if they are on the process
It is
of
not Yakubu.
collating.
It is not Yakubu. Hold on. You
Oh
see, that
God.
is where you are making mistake. That is where you are making
Okay,
mistake.
who determines the break?
When they reach a point, hold on. When they reach a point that there's nothing to announce further,
Oh no,
they
no,
in
no, no.
conjunction with the international body, hold on. In conjunction with the international body, we said, okay, for now, there's nothing to do now. Let us come back at social time. Everybody will agree.
7 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, and continue.
Oh,
Before then,
back.
more result could have come in.
And by
It's
then,
not.
yes, more results will have come. I mean, that is where they were doing it. So don't, and you people were not in the hall. You have walked out from the stage the day before.
I already said, doesn't matter whether I'm in the hall. I'm not the person in that hall, Ajali Coco. That's why I said morally, if I'm a pacified person, it should be okay for me to watch when my principal is announced, and the whole country should rejoice.
Ah,
Not when. Do you understand where I'm going? Not when you announce everybody is sleeping. Tomorrow we'll learn that someone is.
Are you sure?
If
We are not sleeping, no. We are watching. We are
now you
watching.
know the.
Nobody slept.
I don't know whether you be winch now. You be winch,
We,
you know they
we,
sleep.
we watch
But
it. Everybody
You
but
be
watches,
winch
and
but
we
like
Des,
regulate.
your.
Des,
uh,
it was live or not? Is it live or not?
it was life now. Doesn't mean I have to be
So
awake when they
I
are
watch
at
it.
the middle of the
Hold
night.
on, please. I watch it live. I wasn't sleeping.
Okay.
Me too.
Do you agree this
I
is the
watch it live.
first? Do you agree this is the first presidential election announced in the
Mm.
middle of the night? This is
Who
How
the
cares
many
about
first.
that?
presidential elections
Who
have you
cares about
watched? Ask him.
who even cares about
If
that?
I have to
no,
care
no.
now.
Just let me ask
2015,
him.
when
Let
was
me
it
ask him.
announced? Between Buhari
It
and
wasn't in
Jonathan.
the. It wasn't around 4 a.m. It was around 12 or something.
12 what? 12 p.m.
Yeah, it's around 12.
So wasn't that
11
the
It's not
something.
night?
true. It's
It's
not
not
true.
middle
It
of.
was early
I.
in the
It's
morning.
So
no,
that
no.
one
It's
It
not
wasn't
was
that.
night
early in
too.
the morning.
That was that is part of the sensationalism I was talking about. When you have these things that doesn't
There's
really
what
No,
there
now
does not have
3
any.
4
This is the
a.m.
first time.
is quite 3 a.m. 4 a.m. is quite absurd. Nobody
that,
will
but that
know.
wasn't
Do
the
you know
only
what is
election
3
that
a.m.
was
4
declared
a.m.?
in the night. You agree with that? That wasn't the
hold on,
only
hold on,
election.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me ask a question from him. When President Trump was announced, what time was he announced? What time was he declared the winner?
I
Yes,
can't
if you
even
can
remember. Yeah,
remember.
it was at night actually. It was at night, but
Okay, yeah,
when
around
was it?
2 a.m. Around
It was
2
at
a.m.
night. Yes,
Yeah.
I
So
remember that.
what are you talking about?
It was at
What
night.
are we talking about? So what are you guys talking about? This you just want to cling on something to keep
Cling
driving
or something.
lie and lie and lie and continue.
It's a lie. It's not a lie now.
Eh,
What's the lie
Ajale
here?
Koko.
What's the lie here,
Sometimes I will
Jalikoko?
say, is these people Ajale Koko? Hold on, please. I will ask sometimes, are these people listening to themselves? What they are talking from their mouth? Are they listening to themselves? It doesn't make any sense. There was no sense at all. Declare in the morning, afternoon, night. It doesn't change anything. Ajale Koko, before they declare the winner, everybody even know the winner because everybody have their paper writing the numbers, adding it up. We know the winner.
yeah, they have the
We already know the
association room.
winner.
They have the
Everybody
association
have their
room
situation room,
where
adding
they
numbers together.
monitor the result.
Our
Yes,
our
where they
situation room
monitor the
says
election
Peter B
result.
one.
They collate by
Thomas,
themselves.
Thomas,
They know how their
Thomas.
party is performing. They have
If
it.
Yes, my
if
brother.
Mahmoud made that mistake of adjourning,
Into money, they will say they already rig it.
Mm. Ah, àwọn
How
ará
would you
bíi
say
wọ́n
that now?
lè dáṣá. Ah, wọ́n burú gan.
You
Just
can't
like you said,
satisfy them.
just like you said,
Come on.
Thomas. Everybody is writing everything
Ah,
down. If
obedient.
it's remaining, maybe
They know they agree. Oh.
if it's
Yes.
remaining, maybe one local government to call before you announce. The result is already set. Do you understand? Nobody is going to say you changed it when you already, accumulated. Is remaining just one local government to call, and what's there. The thing is that if you called it when I was awake, nobody will be talking about you shouldn't have called it in the middle of the night. Do you understand?
You
So
that you are even in US, you are in US. At what time? You are
whether
you are very
whether
funny.
it's middle of the night, whether you're saying is a lie, it's the truth
That
now.
time,
And everybody is
you
saying it's a
cannot
lie.
tell me that time that they declared that election, you are sleeping because it was in
I
the
was sleeping,
it will be in the evening. It will be in the evening in US.
I was sleeping,
So why are you lying?
Yeah, that's
Eh,
why. That's
you
why
can be
Simba.
saying,
That's
"Oh, am
why.
I
That's
lying?"
why I appointed. That's why I appointed to
Simba,
him.
I
Pointed that
wasn't
to him.
lying, no.
That's why I pointed that to him
I
that
did Niger.
Trump
I'm
was
not
announced.
lying. I was in Nigeria then.
It,
I was
it
sleeping,
was
seriously.
it was in around 2 a.m. when Trump was finally declared as winner by TV here, and after then he went to his campaign what do you call it, campaign headquarters
The
to make
campaign headquarter, and people were
headquarters.
there waiting for him.
Yes. So look, this make una stop this thing. Thomas,
Actually, Coco,
let's
it's
move
even
to another thing, Gary.
Stop.
Let's leave
What are
this
we
one.
doing? What are we stopping? All
Yeah,
the
let's
propaganda you guys
stop this
has been
propaganda,
pushing
Gary.
out, saying that P2B is a wicked man, humble as he is. I don't even understand where they
He's
get
a
that from.
he's
He's
a
a,
wicked man.
the
He's a
guy is
wicked
not
man.
humble. He's a
He's a
liar.
wicked man.
He's a
Humble
funny man.
liar. He's a
Let
humble
me
liar.
let me tell let me tell you guys a story. Yeah, this is a true life story. This man you're seeing, when I was
Mm,
in secondary school, CKC, that's when I know how
mm,
humble this man is. He came to
mm,
CKC, yeah, and he
mm,
was basically presenting a trophy or whatever in the Milo competition that we went. This man,
mm.
you know what is? He was giving that trophy and bowed to his students. The
Who
student
cares
had to
about
bow.
that? Who cares
See,
about that?
it shows no. It shows the humility of the man. Doesn't have this pride you guys are thinking. He's just this thing has been his life to be humble.
So
That
that
is how
You
humility,
he's
understand?
that
just
humility
deceiving you
will
people.
This
It's not
so
humility.
that
no
It's a
humility
it's not
deception. It's
that
deception. He was
it's
He's
not
a
deceiving you
no
people.
wayo.
no
He's
no
a
no it's
wayo.
not
Deception.
wayo.
Now
Yeah, he's a
deception.
wayo.
The way see
Mm.
Wayo man.
see the truth is that
uh,
pretending doesn't last for long. That's what you have to know. A man that
Des,
pretends, he
Des,
can't pretend
Des,
for that
hold on,
long.
hold
Do you
on.
understand?
That humility, did it transfer to a good governance?
Yes, it did. It actually did.
Yes.
It
Yes,
actually did. I can
he's the worst governor of Anambra State
for
so
you
far.
now. You have to talk to an Anambra guy to confirm that. If
He's
it's the
the
worst,
worst governor of Anambra State.
Thomas, let's go
How
to
no.
many did he
another
generate
topic.
in Nigeria? Let's just
Thomas,
move on.
let's
Uh,
move
Actually,
on.
Coco.
Thomas,
let's move
let's
on,
move
Let,
away.
let,
Abeg.
Let's
let,
go to another topic.
let's move on to another topic, my brother. It's all right. Actually, what do you think
Okay.
about the nullification of the LSOT? I think it's still rumor. Maybe it's been confirmed. I don't know.
Oh, you mean that Oti?
The Labour,
Well,
yeah, the
I,
Labour guy, Labour Party guy.
I don't think that I don't think that will I don't think that nullification will work. And the reason why I say it won't work is because I think um, every
Election Petition Tribunal.
election matter, any election matter after election have to be handled by election petition court and not by regular court. So for regular,
Let me ask you a question. The
okay.
Samvara case, was it not after the election that and it was not tribunal that sacked the governor?
Mm. Well, we don't know. Maybe that case
The
has been.
the only thing that they are contesting here is whether that court has jurisdiction to hear the
Jurisdiction,
case.
yes,
Yes.
to end the case. Yeah,
Mm.
that is what they are contesting. That is the only cribble they are cribbling with there. Yeah.
Because the
Well,
Samvara governor has been announced, and everybody
The
APC
winner,
won
yes.
that win as winner before they now said we just wake up one day and they said one court has said that it's PDP that it was not qualified or something like that.
But to be
No, this one
you know,
cannot stand. But I don't think that will be. It won't be the end. I'm very sorry. They will
oh yeah,
still take it to another court.
but you see what I don't understand there. This matter look fraudulent to me somehow. And why I've said so is because election was held in Abia State. This
Abia.
man committed this uh, abnormality, if I could call it like that. I won't say it's a fraud. It was by a maybe the party negligence that couldn't submit the party register to the INEC on time. So I won't. I don't think that man have any fault in this. I think it's the party that was that didn't do their job well. So uh, so
But
this
Ajale
incident
Koko, no,
happened.
kò sí nǹkan tó kan law pa yẹn. It
This
doesn't concern the
incident,
law.
yeah, what I'm saying, this incident happened in Abia State. I think Abia court should have handled it. I don't understand the way Nigerian judiciary system work, where a particular place where incident happen, they will not
Look
take it
at
to court.
look at the distance from
Angelico,
Nobody
Abia
did
to
that.
Kano.
it's
Yeah,
just stupid. See,
it's just
From Abia
stupid.
to Kano.
even driving here, and you get a ticket in Alabama. Even if you live in Indiana, at the court, you have to go to
You
Alabama
have to go
for them
there.
to. It's
Yes,
just,
you have
I
to
mean,
go.
I don't know what's going on. Do you know
Yes,
how many
you have to
tickets I
go.
have to pay for because they said I should come to maybe New Jersey
But Ajale Koko,
when I'm in
we are
Texas.
making we are making a mistake. Yes, hold on. Ogbeni came earlier on,
Mm.
told us many tribunal petition that was not held in that state. Many, many that was not held in that state. Some will go to Abuja because of maybe the what's going on in the state to calm, and those tribunal they held, and they give judgment, and the judgment will stand.
No,
It doesn't have to be in the state.
election tribunal is different now. It's different from regular court. This one is a regular court matter. So why can't High Court in Abia State handle that case? Why must it be Kano State? Why must that?
It could have went to Sokoto. They are hiding something.
They are hiding something. So it's just I don't want a situation where that man will be taken out. I think it's not by his fault, if at all, that what they accuse them of doing against the law, against the electoral law, if it's even true, is not his fault. It's the fault of his party. But
But at the same time, nobody that is not tenable. All these excuses that you are giving now is
That's
not
what I say. It
tenable.
doesn't tenable in the court of law. That's what I'm telling Ajali Koko. It's not tenable in the court of law.
yeah, but I would like it to be handled in the state. It happened in Abia State. So what is Kano? What is the Kano business in governorship
I
matter?
think that is what we should be discussing. But if he actually he didn't follow the rules and
Mm-hmm.
all those things that he has to fulfill, they might remove him.
It shouldn't be Kano State court. It shouldn't be court in Kano
No,
to
what I'm
decide.
saying,
Yes.
if they take the case to a court of jurisdiction, it might still be sacked.
Oh yes.
Nothing. Nah, I don't think so. See, all these things is a primary election or whatever that they are trying to contest for, and when you are doing this now, they have when that primary hold, you have the least 30 days to file whatever you're going to court or whatever. If that time collapses, you don't have any right again to go to court and say this person is not qualified. Court will not even hear you. That is just the truth. And Obeni made that fact clear. So I don't know why these things is even happening now. Say you never, since then, you never, over 7-8 months ago, you didn't say anything. So now you're coming to say something. It doesn't even make sense.
You know, what we have to look into is that this guy, this matter is not election matter. It is it has nothing to do with election.
No, it's
So
election matter though, because it's primary election. So it's still election matter. It's still in the primaries.
it's pre-election matter. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? So it's a pre-election matter, and
Yeah.
and that is why it's not tenable to take him out,
People now.
to take that victory out from him when it is pre-election matter. Pre-election
No,
matter.
Ajali Coco. Whether it's pre-election or post-election, there's nothing like pre-election. I don't know why Obeni said this all the time. See, pre-election matter. The only person that have the right to file a case on you, maybe Tinubu has a case now that is going to disqualify him. Labour Party has no right to come and be filing that case. The people that have that right is INEC, has to scrutinize everybody to know whether they qualify to do that election at that stage. After that election, now that is when any other people has the local standards to actually say, okay, as you don't do this thing, then I have the right now to tell you that you didn't qualify before to enter this election. So nothing like pre-election, post-election. All election has to go to. That's why what's it called? APC is bringing out P2B should not even be there and all that. It's still pre-election matter, but they still have to bring it up because it's supposed to be INEC that has to scrutinize all these things to know whether they're qualified. So I don't know.
Okay, well, let's see. Since I believe that he have on this one, he have the right to appeal for stay of execution, so that he can be sworn in, and after swearing in, he can continue to battle that matter because this is not election matter. This is pre-election matter. It's not going to disturb him. It's not going to prevent him from being sworn in as the governor of the state on May 29. So he will surely be sworn in. He will assume office, and I believe he will tackle that matter well because he will have a lot of money too to and connection wherever. Maybe we go to Akpabio or APC to go and lobby so that they will still leave that one state for they will carry Aburi.
For neighbor.
They will carry Aburi along to go and beg Akpabio for them not to take that one state, because if they should take this one state, that is the end of Labour Party. They can't take this one state. If they should take this, that is the end. So, but on a serious note, I think we have to wait until the determination of the appeal, and I believe they will take it all the way to Supreme Court as well. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't see I don't see this man losing this position. Because for those guys to take this matter to Kanu, it looks to me that they have hidden agenda.
Baba Ajali Coco.
Yes.
He must not be. They must finish the case before inauguration. No. They must finish his case before inauguration.
They must finish it out to Supreme Court if they. And now that he appealed, so
He must not be. He must not be swearing in. Alex Oti must not be swearing before they finish the case.
Is that what
You don't understand my this is that is, I'm just joking.
He's making a joke now.
ọjà fẹ́ padẹ́s àwọn ayé fẹ́ padẹ́s.
But the thing is that it's clear. See, it's clear that the court, if the court wants to take a decision, it shouldn't be taking them much time. That is what this court shows. Do you understand? So that is what it shows. It shows that the court can be expedient and do the right thing immediately. They don't have to waste time. You know, you get what I mean?
But if you look at this even obese case, you can see you didn't listen to what I was saying since. Why should they be pursuing the live streaming when they're supposed to be pursuing the petition?
No, they
are using that one too.
Now.
They are not doing. They are taking it. You know, you didn't hear what he said. He said they are doing it incrementally. And this one now might take them 2 or 3 weeks before they finish, before they take another one. It's just
the thing is that they understand that know how where they drive them. Tinubu cannot be sworn in, because even if tribunal says okay, we are not going to accept Tinubu, they're still going to go to Supreme Court. So know how when they drive it that Tinubu will not be sworn in. That's just it. So they have to take their time and do everything the right way. That is it. But doesn't mean that the tribunal cannot, speed up, maybe within next 2 weeks, give judgment to it. It doesn't mean, they can still do that without waste of time.
Yeah, well, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that it's not as easy as you people is painting it. There are a lot of technicality to this kind of thing. And you can see.
But on what ground? Does that man even have the local standing for to sue
Alesoti?
Because it's not that.
I think it's even the name that here is one Hausa man. No, it's not even sounding like a name.
Do you know that man? That man doesn't even have a law degree.
Who?
Do
you know the man that gave that judgment? I've forgotten his name. He doesn't even have a law degree.
No,
we are talking about the person that took the case to court. We are not talking about the judge.
What do you mean? It's Arabambi now and his cohorts. It's Arabambi now, yes.
Why? How do you know that the judge did not go to law school?
No, he's there now. He's in the news. He didn't go to law school. He was sacked. He was sacked about 2007 from being a judge. So 2021. Yeah, he was sacked.
Okay.
2020, he now popped up again. 2021, he popped up again. So I don't know.
What do you mean by popped up again?
Okay, let me tell you one thing that you don't understand. You don't need to go to law school. You don't need to go to law school. Law school is different from reading law. Law school is just 1 year, and you have so that will call you to bar. You don't need to go to law school before you become a judge. You don't need to go to law school before you become a judge.
That?
So,
are you sure about that?
Hello?
I said, are you sure about that? I don't know.
Yes, now, what law school means, you want to practice as a lawyer, I will call you to bar. But as a judge, it's not everybody that go to that read law that went to law school.
Graduate from
it depends on what you want to do.
Go to be a judge without being a lawyer. Is that what you're saying? You will not be a lawyer and now graduate to judge.
That is what confines you as a barrister. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are so many people that went to read law and they didn't go to law school.
I don't know.
So it's not a must.
I don't know. Yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing that one, Sha.
Go and check.
Okay.
Okay, Thomas.
There are some people who never practice as a lawyer. They will just appoint them immediately they finish school as maybe a magistrate, From that one, that's how they'll be. You know, there are different lines of practice in law. You understand? Some people they never stand as a lawyer for anybody. What they will do is that they will just appoint them as magistrate of maybe one magistrate court. Then from there they will be getting promotion from there to high court to Supreme Court, and that's how they go. Is so that is another line that some people used to follow. They would never go and stand for one case or the other.
Anyway, I know now. I don't know before, Sha. But what I'm hearing is that the guy did not even study law at all. At all. Is that's
You
probably
know
the news?
why? Let me tell you this. Why people
You
are
sure it's not
peddling this?
propaganda
You know
from
something happened in Zamfara State. Is it Zamfara or Nasarawa that the governor was asking some of all these local courts that they should go and get a degree. So that is what people are now superimposed, that see all those lawyers, all those judges in the north, that all of them they don't have degree.
yes,
This is a federal high
you
court.
sure that
It's not a state court, it's a federal high court. So why should a judge in federal high court will not have a degree?
don't mind the obedient propaganda.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, it's very possible. What is going on in this Nigeria? Everything is possible. We know that.
Nigeria is
Nigeria is a banana republic. Anything can happen.
But well, let's keep watching that space. But I believe that OT will appeal and they will drag it all the way to Supreme Court. So, but nothing is going to stop him from being sworn in on May 29th. So that's
guys, I have to go. Good night, bro.
All right. Thomas.
Okay. Thomas, can we close down? It's also a bit I want to go.
Yeah. Thomas is
Go where?
Jeba.
Where do you want to go? You are not going anywhere, Samba.
I'm
still here. Go where? This has run away.
Read this. Thomas Bajamo.
You know about Jale Coco. I'm this kind of a person that I like to be in the middle, so that I will wait both sides. You see, both the Tinubu's and they are the same. But when people are obedient, trying to support this man blindly, I'll be like, man, what is the difference between this man and the same Tinubu? There's no difference.
There's no difference.
You see, the same momentum that this man is enjoying today, Jonathan enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, it was being seen as like the second coming of Jesus Christ. They were campaigning. That was the days of no shoes, no slippers.
I was crazy about Jonathan that time.
I was crazy when he was sick and they were refusing. In fact, I nearly killed myself. Say, what is all this Northerners doing now? This is an opportunity for this guy. Everybody was rooting for Jonathan, and he still enjoyed that in 2011 when he won that election. And before he now started his shenanigans and disappointed everybody.
Even the second most educated head of state in Nigeria after Nnamdi Azikiwe. And people thought, okay, it's going to make, but there's always about politicking.
What do you
always
mean
about
Nnamdi Azikiwe?
No, well, I think he has a PhD too.
Oh, PhD. He only first
Dr. Mani.
Honorary ni just go and say this, but doctor.
He studied abroad though. The guy studied abroad.
He was a honorary doctor. He only had first degree. You guys to go and sit down. Go and read this thing well. The one for the doctor Nnamdi Azikiwe for the second degree.
It's not PhD holder. And there's someone that talks, Prince Adewale, whenever he talks, it reminded me of Awolowo, the way he talks. It's a pure Yoruba accent in the speech that kind of like make me say, this man is full of knowledge. I think every time I hear that man speak, it's always reminding me of Awolowo's voice.
Adewale, you know one thing that we have lost. Let me tell you, all those people who are groomed locally and they have their education, they are far, far, far better than us. So believe me, even in their English and everything, they understood everything. They will mix that culture, that Yoruba this thing with everything. I used to have a professor, emeritus professor of pediatrics. This man speaks Quincy English. And whenever he's talking, he will not talk for like 2 minutes. He will put one Yoruba away.
Baba Jale Koko.
Yeah.
He has a PhD.
PhD in both.
Yeah, he has his doctoral research was focused on Liberian and world politics. Yes, he does.
He has PhD.
Yes.
No, they said he was a doctoral candidate, doctoral degree. He was a candidate of doctoral degree at Columbia University. Columbia University, and it's a Ivy League university. But then he was a doctoral candidate. No, they didn't say he obtained that degree though.
But why are they calling him the doctor now? If he didn't get it,
maybe he actually earned a PhD. Maybe.
They earned it now. They won't be calling him doctor when he didn't earn it.
It was.
I think I'm trying as much as possible to give him that credit. I thought he had a doctoral degree.
He was a doctoral candidate before he returned to Nigeria.
Yeah, reading the Wikipedia, right?
So, but they didn't say he badly, but the master's degree he completed, they say he completed the master's degree in religion from Lincoln University, and a master's degree in anthropology from University of Pennsylvania.
Anthropology. Is that the one insect and all those?
Degree now. UPenn via Ivy League University, top school. So at least he went to that. He went to school. We cannot even take education away from him.
The doctor, kò doctorate degree kankan.
The level at which this election brings ethnic sentiment and religious sentiment was so alarming to the fact that I'm looking at, can Nigeria survive things happening for the second time?
Let me tell you, Adewale. To me, I think this election unified Nigeria more than before. You know why I'm saying this? This cry is only coming from one quarter. It's only coming. This cry of this ethnic is only coming from the Eastern, our Eastern brothers.
Yeah, but the thing is this: if they are not united,
let me tell you, the Yorubas and the Northerners are more unified now. Even with we've never had the kind of relationship we have with South like this before. Believe me. So it's only a section. To me, no, this one it unifies us more than before. That's the way I look at it.
But but at the same time, these are brothers from the Southeast and sisters from the South. If they had not supported Obi, we will also be blaming them that they are not supporting their own people.
This person that we are talking about now, Zeke, was the originator of all this problem. He was the originator. Yes, to me, yes. I used to say,
ìlú yẹn ọba ti má rí báyìí, ìlú yẹn ọba ti dájú yìí lọ́nà. Bàbá yẹn ló ba gbogbo àwọn lọ́gbìn how do I say it?
Discord, that technique Discord. Yes.
Àwọn lọ́gbìn oró burúkú sí against Yoruba.
Baba Adele Koko is there. That party that he inherited was given to him by a Yoruba man, that NCNC. It was a party that belongs to Abat Macaulay. Yes.
National Council.
He was the one. Nigeria, National Council of Nigeria and Cameroon. It was the one. And let me tell you what happened. What another time we don't know. These people, they have the advantage both pre-independent day, because even when he had an alliance with MPC that time with Tafawa Balewa and became the president, it was another Igbo man with the name Nwafo. He was the Senate president that time. You understand? And they have the largest share. They are the one that were in the major in the civil federal civil service that time. The Igbos, they dominated the federal civil service. And in that same greed that made them to have that coup, because they want to have control of everything, that they now destroy the regional system. So what are we talking about?
But then, we're not in the modern democracy where, everything is now fair game. But no doubt, Nigeria was. I pray Nigeria will survive this. I mean, we've already survived it. It's just a matter of our electionary process is still not. I would say it's better than the way we used to have it.
Adewale, see, it looks like Nigeria has survived it. We can't say yet, because we are still divided as a country for sure. That is given.
Politically divided, but we are aligned in some areas.
No, some of us now we are saying that way because it looks like the thing favors us. If after 4 years or after 8 years, this thing goes the other way around, we switch again, because I know that most Yoruba switched. Even generally, we can say the entire South switched when the thing went to Buhari. But here now, the problem here now is that the fight between Igbo and Yoruba now. That's the problem we are seeing there.
You understand? I don't know if you pay
so
attention.
we need to address our nationality, because we are not a nation. We are just multi-nations in a single country. So we still have to agree. We still have to find a way to agree on the way we want to. That's why that this unitary style of federal system we are, because this our federal system is a lie. It's not federal in nature. It's actually unitary. So because if the negotiation is now, is what are you going to bring to the center now? We understand. Okay, like Canada now. Since when Quebec have been threatening to go, even Alberta where I live, they've been threatening to go, that they want to be another state in the US. So all those things will be there. But okay, we contribute to colonization fund, we contribute the most, and they are marginalizing us. They shout from now to tomorrow. You ask Alberta to come and vote whether they want to leave the US. By the time they put that vote, they will be defeated. Out of Canada, they'll be defeated. Because a person like me now, I be among those people that want to vote in the corner. I cannot, to be honest, sorry for the Americans, so I cannot vote. My dead body. If my parents want to vote to join America, I will wake up and come and vote. I say no way. Because we don't want to be carrying guns. We like the way we are. Even the little gun we have in our midst, we don't even know how the thing managed to enter. We want to mop everything out because we like our peace. So, but the fact that they have a basis for their existence, that will make it difficult. So anybody that at the same point they can shout, they can do anything. But in Nigeria, we don't have the basis. We are forced together. So can we really blame the Southeastern? No, we can't blame them. They are fighting. They see themselves as marginalized, and it's just the truth. Whether we like it, is the truth.
But we've argued that Ola, we've argued that on this platform before, and I was with you on that marginalization until even someone from there was saying no, that all they wanted is just the presidency, and they've had representative from their constituency, from that part of the country, since the beginning of this democracy, this modern democracy, and yet none of those representatives are able to live up to the expectation of the people they were representing. So how is it is the fault of the other region? This thing is about give and take. You reap what you sow, and APC does not have a stronghold in the southeast. That is a known fact. And the party that is supported before was PDP, and the PDP lost out. How they tend to have APC given hand over the presidency is what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Okay,
In the split of oneness.
Adewale, did you listen to the interview granted by what's this? The name of this senator from Abga, Abaribe, on Arise?
It's still going back to PDP. Watch it.
But he said that which position are they not occupied from Southeast? He said the same thing that Des and Ekene used to say here. The same thing that the man said. That the only thing that they wanted is the presidency. And this is not, let me tell you, I don't know, in 1979, what happened in 1979 is worse than what we are experiencing now. Let me tell you. That time, they were even Awolowo, Zik, and there was one man that time, they called him Ibrahim Waziri, PRP. The three of them, what they were actually asking for was like this. They were even asking for that the military should now hand over, or they should have independent government. The three of them travel down to what's it called now? To Kano to go and meet Aminu Kano that time. It was Aminu Kano that actually refused to join them, and because that time, that was when they now came back, when that one failed, that was when Zik now teamed up with Zak Sagari. He now donated Ezeoke and Wires that became the Senate president and the speaker. You understand? Anytime they wanted something, this is the same shenanigans that normally they normally put out. So I don't.
I mean, it's part of politics too, but it's just that when you don't put your card in the right, you don't play your card in the right, you usually come back to bite you in the butt. And to some extent, I believe that APC doesn't hold Southeast.
Okay, so do you believe that this is the first time, Adewale? This is the first time we are having a Yoruba man as president in Nigeria. I hope you know.
Yeah, but that argument would not be able to fly because of Obasanjo. But we understood.
No. Because let me tell you, the 2 time Obasanjo came in as a military man. We cannot say that one. That one is not is by default. It's not by default.
Okay.
He just came in just like.
What about his second time?
Second time, he was not a Yoruba candidate.
Yeah, but it was
this is, if we want to look at it in real time, this is the first time that we have this is a consensus Yoruba candidate that we are presenting.
Well, I agree with you on the fact that the circumstances that brought the two of them, both Tinubu and Obasanjo, are different scenario. However, the fact that I won't say the entire country, but Yoruba especially, were tired of having military because I never for once see where the northerner carry placards and protested against the military rule. The same thing with the southeast. Southeast had nothing to lose at that time, so it was only the southwest that was making the noise the most, and southwest utilized Lagos states most to propagate their grievance, and then few people from the north and the southeast and south joined them, but not the majority, because at that time. But I think the military decided to a lot of events that took place that eventually led to Obasanjo being emerged as the candidate of the PDP. Remember then they picked two Southwesterners, in a way to appease the region, and they already knew their candidate, and they already knew who would win. I mean, how can an ordinary civil servant become the president of the state when someone who had been there, who handed over to the military, could as well do their bidding? So I understand your argument when it comes to, you know, who is a true representative.
Obasanjo has always been a supporter of the
Of
Northerners.
course, of course.
Because even in 1979, he worked for Shagari to become the president in 1979.
Yes, yes. Even against his own kinsmen. Because,
So they have trust in him, and that was why they brought him out of prison to come and become president in 1999.
yes, yes. I would truly say that this is like the first time you have a true Democrat,
Exactly.
contesting, not necessarily a Yoruba, but a Democrat, and also a progressive as well. So, I believe the political agenda of Tinubu is far distant or different from Obasanjo. Obasanjo came, he trying to
Obasanjo
build.
is not a politician.
Yeah, it
As far as
wasn't.
I'm concerned, he's not
He
a
was.
politician.
He wasn't, and he's still not a politician. If he were to be a politician, well, don't let me say that, because what we've had, the situation we've had in Nigeria is that we've had politicians coming from time to time fail to build institution that will last long, because they were coming with the motive of, filling up their own pockets instead of, doing what they have been assigned to do. But my only prayer is that because it is possible to surround yourself with the that office itself is it usually attract a psychopath, and this possibility of the occupant of that office living in a bubble is very, very high, very, very. But being a grassroots person, you know how to source for your information. I was glad when Fashola said that when it was Tinubu's
Chief of staff.
chief of staff, that they usually do public polling to gain public opinion out of, to put out public policy, which is a great thing because you know where the shoe is pinching the public, and you're able to form policy towards that. I believe that is a very good uh, tools to use, and for someone like that who had done that when he was a governor, you should be able to replicate that being the president at a larger scale, so that you'll be able to feel the pulse of the citizen, understand their yearning, understand their pain, and then form policy, or perhaps if it has to do with executive order, because of the little margin that the party has in the House and the legislature, and then use that to change the fortune of Nigeria. Because if your care is not taken, I mean, look at the way it is. It's every opportunity you get, you travel abroad, and that is where you usually have a very productive meetings, and where facts is always coming out and all that. So it shouldn't be, because Nigeria should be enough for him. I mean, there's a rumor that is always about health issue, but regardless. So I believe that office is, if care is not taken, the occupant of that office, if he doesn't know what he's doing, all we'll be having in Nigeria are accidental candidates. I may probably never believe that they could go far, politically, and there they found themselves. Look at Jonathan. Jonathan was deputy to Alamesiha. All of a sudden, he was handpicked by Obasanjo, right? And then imposed them on Nigeria. Eventually, by constitution, he was supposed to be the one to inherit that office after his principal's demise. And if Nigeria fought tooth and nail for him to gain it, only for him to get there, and everything went south. So we had
Because he did not prepare. It was
he
just
wasn't
an
prepared.
opportunity he got. Now he did not
He
prepare
wasn't
for it.
even his principal did not prepare, because see, it's different when you've already determined this is what I wanted. That is why this Buhari case is always painful. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Buhari to some extent.
Adewale, if I may even interject you, see, leadership is leadership. If you are a solution provider, you are a solution provider. If you are not a solution provider, you may target the presidency like Buhari since 2003, and yet you will not do anything.
Correct.
So, because the thing is this, if you give me the same opportunity today, the only challenge I can have today is that if I don't have the backing of the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, the first thing I will want to do is number one, I don't want to clinch to that power forever. I want to make name for myself. I even want to use my position to make money and make for that name after, because I'll be looking at how I'll be doing like Obama after I leave that place, to publish book, to go around and give speech and consult for international organization as a former president.
Even
Not for
Jonathan.
me to, you say?
I said, even like Jonathan, going around making speeches to the point that
You
he was
understand?
being.
Because I know if Obama have been to our school like 3 times making speeches, and I used to think that thing was free. Later I came to know that it was never free.
America legally.
You understand? I used to think it was free because I never knew that it was never free.
Even the house, White House wasn't even free for him. He still paid. He still paid.
So Adewale, what will I do in such a situation? I will act like an informed person. I may not have idea of what to do immediately, but I will suddenly remember that we have PwC, we have KPMG. There are some consulting companies that what they do is to look at what you have and to develop some kind of business plan for you in terms of how to develop the country.
Those ones with no sentiment attached, that they will get you I get what you're saying.
Exactly. If you consult them, they will do. Okay, the power situation in Nigeria.
You don't even need the multinational to help you have a public policy.
I'm just giving an example because there are some brilliant people among us. Even our academics, they will do better job for us. But I'm just making an example that people can easily.
Ola, what do you say? Which academics?
Some of them can do it. No. I can tell you, University of Ilorin and University of Lagos, they are not shere. I can see. You see, at least Soludo came from University of Nigeria, Osuka.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that where Obi graduated from too?
So it's not as if they are total write-off. They are not total write-off. There are brilliant minds.
We can't condemn Nigerian university. Isn't that where we all graduated from?
Exactly. Even though I know that I have better education outside Nigeria, I won't lie to you.
To be honest, it's now that I even appreciate Nigeria higher institution, because that place, those institutions, no matter how we look down on them, it will prepare you for anything outside the shore of that country. Because there's no way you won't be able to.
You are correct. You are correct. The grudges I have through Nigerian institution is this: my way was too long. In a situation whereby you will want to enter university, the offense you've committed an offense because you are from Ondo State, so your cut-off mark will not get you in, and the next thing you keep writing jam. Then you will go back and start from Polytechnic. And then the stigma will stay with you until you are able to cross through university.
Jam should be phased out.
Whereas Polytechnic, university, and technical school, they should compete. But the problem we have in Nigeria is this: there was a time that a bank like Access Bank will tell you that they want you to have master's degree, and at a particular age, maybe 22 years of age or 21, and they will tell you, LASU we don't take, or OOU. Look at how they were even discriminating against state university then. That's how bad Nigeria was. Now, already you are demoralized because you attended LASU, or you go to Olabisi Onabanjo University at Gowoyi. Look at that mentality, all those wrong mentality. Until Lagos State government too say, look, if you want to try that rubbish, then you get out of my state. So look at that thing. Someone will go and spend 5 years run HND. You just look at the person, say university. All those are the things. In this environment I am, high school diploma can be your boss if the person is more experienced and has been trained with that field. As a matter of fact, high school diploma can make money more than you. because he's an expert in
Make
field.
money there. That is even a past there. Use present now.
Exactly. Because if you are to be trained conductor a trained conductor, if you say you have a certificate, one certificate in one of the technical school, or you have a university, already they will disqualify you. You are not qualified for that job. You know that job? We are talking of 140K job. They are saying even as a, because you can use your bachelor in computer science to go and be doing 65,000 job, but they will tell you say you are overqualified for that 140K
they
job.
can't afford you.
So in Nigeria, they will be stereotyping you. You attended polytechnic, you don't do anything there. All those rubbish. We focus too much on certificate. Oh, they will say, okay, because you have HND, you can never be boss of this. All those nonsense. But in this environment, including the civil service, whatever, your experience can replace your diploma, or we call it a bachelor degree or whatever. Because here, generally your certificate is called diploma, right? So your experience will replace your diploma. So that's where the problem started. And people want to kill themselves attending university. Someone that maybe normally should have attended the ND JJ or go to a technical school JJ. Everybody want to go to university. And now you now find the substandard people that are not even supposed to go near polytechnic ND. They will now be going to university and they want to force their ways through. If they can't force their way through, they find some kind of corrupt way of finding their way through. And mind you, people like that, because they are well connected, so they can use nepotistic mechanism just to put themselves in power. At the end of the day, you see our best, they'll be the one be running out of the country. Meanwhile, those people that maybe they manage to this thing, they'll be occupy key position in the, because the intention for getting to that place is different from the intention of some of our best that they went to university just because they love the course and they want to get the best out of those things. That is why you will see some of our best, they'll be able to develop an application. Oh, he graduated so and he's doing this thing. Yes, because his quality actually belong in that place. That's why when Simba was saying something 3 days ago that maybe yesterday, that people who go to university that they don't think of what to do, that's how it is everywhere. Everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. But in Nigeria case, it's worse because you even need university because someone can even pass you through degree. But here, you can have your diploma, high school diploma, and you go and write a Microsoft certification. And you still compete with someone that is coming from a bachelor degree in computer science. As long as you can do this, they just want to see whether you have that problem.
This Olani, this Tajudeen Abbas is a PhD holder too. The speakership aspirant is a PhD holder.
No, our people see, it is very except for people like lazy person like me. A person lazy person like me, I ran away from PhD though, because later I discovered that my purpose for going for PhD was a wrong purpose, because it was more of ego.
You will end up in academic.
I will not even end up in academic, I may even end up still be carrying server. Because that's why I say the best of my degree so far. When I tell people, they just look at it, what is this guy saying? Some people will say MBA is pure water. I just look at them. Say your own MBA is pure water, not my own MBA. I know what I went through for me to pass through my MBA. If you pass through the same thing and you survive, then you come and tell me whether MBA is pure water. So because it got to a stage. Do you know that we graduate students, we are stubborn? Because if some professors say anything like this, we will voice out too. If some professor is true, I will just say we don't want this guy. I remember during my business analytics class that time, those business I call it data science, but there's a bit fanciful word. You would think that because you are doing MBA, they are going to do it lightly for you. For where? If your calculus will become useful at that time, and your knowledge of discrete mathematics will become useful. When you were doing all those vectors, we're doing machine learning.
In Ola, MBA, there is an academic MBA, there is an executive MBA. So it depends. If somebody do an executive MBA, the one that they will just go and do maybe 4 hours lectures every week, you will say is pure water, because
Now,
they didn't usually. But if you go for, so you know,
it's
this
not pure water. It
postgraduate
depends on
degrees,
you.
this postgraduate degrees varies from from if you do a regular school a masters, it's different from somebody who does masters on a part time.
No, Baba,
You
it's not
understand?
always no, I mean from my experience, because from my experience, you know, in my life so far, I've been through 3 different graduate programs. I did one in Nigeria and I did D2A. See, it's not always this way people see it from outside. It depends on the school you go to. You can't go and do executive MBA with Harvard and you come out and say all this is substandard. No, no, because what the like of Harvard will do is this: they don't just give it to son of nobody. You that are already in that business, you are likely to have that experience more than someone that, you know, those academic people are the one, maybe they don't really have the experience, but you want to know theoretically. But now you are carrying people like Dangote, you are carrying people like Ike, that they are already entrepreneur in that thing. Now you are not saying, okay, they should come and attend entrepreneurship executive degree in Harvard. They will even contribute to the research of those profs. So we can't say because it's a consecutive, I say, oh, it's water, it's a pure water. No, but there are some diploma meal, because this thing is always funny when some people are doing MBA, the one that is the one that you will just write your paper and drop. You don't have any interaction. MBA whereby you cannot interact, it's just a waste of time, because one of the key things for attending MBA is to interact with captain of the industry, to know what is happening, to be able to, okay, just imagine, no, there's what they call immersion program in my school. You understand? You will move from the US, you can go to Germany, you can go to Scotland, to just and go and look at live business situation, and they are giving you like 3 or 4 days to offer solution to the problem. You go and offer real life solution. Like the business analytics that I went through now, we were required to go to Kaggle to go and look at the competition there. So it's not as if they will tell you what is now in Nigeria and we say, okay, in your exam, define now. No, this one is not. See, that's what, personally, after schooling there, I hate exam. When I talk of economics,
Nobody ever likes an exam, though.
because when I came here, when I look at my graduates studying in supply chain, logistics and supply chain in Nigeria, you know, logistics and supply chain is basically economics. When you look at that, and just a module of macroeconomics I did here, honestly, I see the difference, big time difference. All of a sudden I started raising shoulder as if I be Professor Patutoni. Because the difference was, because you see what we're doing clearly. It's like if they put that in and you are profiling solution and you cram just to pass. I don't like that. Look, as spoiled as I am today, if I want to attend a program in your school, once I see the courses that you are going to write one mid semester exam, you say I will drop that course straight away, I will pass it. But if I see the one of projects over weekend, all those, I will stay there. Because that exam too, you know, we make mistake everything. People here, they don't cheat. Man, the cheating here is more advanced than the cheating in Nigeria. Even the one you protect. Because we in the IT world, we know that with Proctor, this thing, cheating is very easy. It's easier than what you can do in the classroom. Even with the camera there standing with you, because people came about. So why giving exam when people will still go to that exam and cheat? But if you really want to expose people, just give them projects. Good. Some of them can go online and find someone to do that solution for them. Maybe you come and present. During that presentation, we know the person that did something or not. But someone that cheated in his exam, how are you going to prove it? Except you are able to catch that person now. But someone that is already in computer science, someone knows that, okay, what you just need to do is just fake your system. Your system is actually on a virtual environment. You fake it because you are very skilled in making sure that it looks like hardware, and the Proton software will still be there. And you have another computer and you'll be cheating. Nobody will know that you are cheating. And so you are preparing an exam for people like that. And then even I will look at it that, okay, I go for master's degree in computer science and I'm coming with some kind of definition ridiculous exam. Whereas some of my colleagues are coming with over 30 projects in their portfolio that were ready to be sold. Why will I want to go for that of examination things? So I hate exam to the core. That's why I like practical things. So we need to look at our education in Nigeria. You can't be pushing low esteem to those people that attended College of Education. It just because of that, that's why they are canceling College of Education and they are now University of Education. Why can't you let NC be NC and let them live their life without saying no, because you are NC, you cannot go beyond this level? That's ridiculous. High school can become the vice president of a company in Canada today because you've earned it. Some company will develop you, will grow with a company, then you should be able to rise. The only thing bachelor degree can do sometimes, it can help you jump sometimes. It can help you jump. Good. But it does not necessarily mean that, okay, because you have bachelor degree and someone is now having a high school diploma, but has been with the company for 20 years, and the company has even trained the person in leadership, and acquired, I say, oh, he cannot lead the company. He cannot lead the company. And we are even talking of the person you can even see that maybe, especially those people in the sales, that if already bringing enough income, they are even the one bringing revenue, they are the one that have a connection that bring businesses to the company. And we are saying because they are high school diploma, they can't. We have find that situation in Nigeria that you have some people with maybe ND, NC, and just because of their certificate, they are the one that own customer. Maybe they are able to, okay, let's say my experience in banking, maybe some of them, they have connection in the government, they are able to bring revenue like 8 billion, 10 billion to the government. And the person that is even the ED cannot even make cannot even raise 1 million. But when it gets started, you say, oh, because it's NC, oh, it cannot be the boss. So we need to look at that in Nigeria. Whatever you study in Nigeria, if you can apply it, whether you are coming from technical school or secondary school or this thing, without saying, oh, because you don't have degree, you can't reach level 16. That rubbish need to stop. It need to stop. And all those grade level that, okay, you back in, okay, ET, SCT, and you start promoting according to all those, they have to stop. They need to start employing based on the job function you want, not by some kind of decide this thing. So if you do all those things, there's likely that some paru that used to go to our universities, they will see no reason they go to that place again. Because we have too many graduates for the requirement in our university. Whereas what we need in our university is that we need more people in technical school and polytechnic that can do a lot of things. You know, if a bricklayer or a carpenter here can make more money than a bachelor degree holder.
Now, for people to go to technical school, they don't make it attractive. They don't invest even in technical school. There's no technical school as it used to be.
I'm telling you, bros.
And there is no industry in the country that require graduates from technical school to come and work there. So it's just, you know, everything is just upside down.
I'm telling you.
Even if there is this thing in, if we have good functioning technical school and we don't have industry where they can go and work, that it will just amount to waste. The same thing. So
exactly. So we should have a system in place that will go against discrimination. You understand? Access Bank, oil and gas, they should be able to employ someone from technical school that is competent. Don't say because you are for technical school now, all of a sudden you can't earn more than 20,000 again. But that bachelor degree holder or master degree holder that cannot even do anything will be qualified to earn 1 million a month, which is total rubbish. And this is where I cherish one of my bosses then. That guy is from Zimbabwe and he came to Nigeria. You know, that time we all be laughing because we even believe that our guy even for his certificate because we could not really pay the school he attended. But when you talk of entrepreneurship, no, that guy you give it to him because someone that came all along from Zimbabwe, you know, he was successful already within that South Africa region. And he came to Nigeria and thinking of how to enter into the industry, and he was able to enter into that industry, you know, and he employed people like us. Whenever we talk of all those bachelor, those kind of degree, the guy will just wave us off. Hey, see, I don't need your degree. This job you are doing, I don't need your degree because I will train you for the job. So what will your degree do for me? So you don't come and say that thing. Now, one thing I like about Akimbola that time, that when that some of us we still like Akimbola no matter what Sanusi did to that man, because some of us we know the real truth there. And with the way people look at Sanusi today, we just some of us we know, we just laugh. I don't know, maybe your girl part, maybe he has different things here to tell us. You see one thing, we go and meet Akimbola that, oh, we need to normalize in there, we need to standardize and be taking BSc like other like Diamond Bank or this. Akimbola just told Aisha, what is BSc, what is HND? Tell me, what is BSc, what is HND? Can you bring the money? Yes, that's what I need. Don't tell me all those kind of one standard. You know, that is why you will see FCMB, as in fact, FCMB too, they have some kind of, let's say, some arrogant guy there too. That maybe if they heard that you have HND, it's a problem to them. Talk less of where you now say you have technical school certificate. So things like that, you have to make sure that every education you go through in Nigeria, whether we are going back to our city and guild, because while I was in Nepal, city and guild was so valuable. And one of the easiest way for you to elevate yourself that time is go and do city and guild, and just bring it back. They will just elevate you to officer 1 electrical that time, no, officer 2 electrical. That's the way where the normal graduate will start. They will quickly elevate you. You know, all those trade things that didn't matter to people was a little bit mattered in Nepal that time. So you should go back to all those technical things. Today, we just want to build, we want to mold block. Our bricklayer cannot even set block and everything will be straight. And we need someone from Cotonou, Republic of Cotonou and Lome to come to Nigeria. If you see in the way those guys are doing this thing, you know, you've seen where all those Benenu, when they were passing for you before, they will spread line. All those twine, we call it twine line, they will spread it to make a straight line when they are doing your plastering, so that they just want to make sure everything's straight. It's not like the plastering that people will do that you will see different contour goes to this place. They will set that thing very accurate. They will do outward for you. You will use your hand to knock it, that you won't hear sign. But you will see the one Nigerian did for you, you will just hit that out, or you just pop, 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 pop. So who taught all those people those keys? The project I was doing in Nigeria that time, oh, you will talk to our people in Nigeria. They will say, foundation, foundation, this is what we are going to do. If rain start, we stop. So to pay you to give us to as contract, so that we give you pay off 4 million for setting up your foundation. But you call some people from the Republic of Benin, they will tell you, say, okay, look at it this way. Per 100 blocks, we take this amount. We take this amount. For us to pour concrete, we take this amount. They will tell you everything perfectly. They will do the bill. They will do the estimation for you, not just giving you some kind of arbitrary figure. Now, by the time you look, a Nigerian say, okay, we want to do foundation for you, let's say 4 million. And someone from Republic of Benin calculated everything for you, and you see, and the person is taking 800,000. He's taking 800,000. And at the end of the day, we still do better job than that guy that is trying to collect 4 million from you. So those are the little details that people learn from somewhere that our people don't learn. So and we saying there is no job. Of course, there won't be job, because some of those jobs that are supposed to come to our people, we've imported the job by bringing some people in. That's why we are not making enough revenue. That what we do now, that's why our currency will not balance, because when someone from the Republic of Benin is doing the job that our local tradesmen are supposed to do. So those are the things. So we need to, I hope the like of, because I'm saying this just for who knows, because I believe that policymakers today steal ideas from online where people discuss. That's why I'm saying all this intentionally. I know that many people, there are many forums now that I would have even said something better too. So we need to do that a lot. So if you're a bricklayer, if you're a mechanic, that you should not see someone that is working in a bank or working for a telecom organization or oil and gas You should not be them as a threat. You should be able to earn close to whatever you are earning. Improve the dignity in their labor. Don't just look down on them. Oh, because you are technical, you can't go beyond this place. Here in Canada, trade people can even make money more than the engineers. You go and carry your PNJ, you can carry it and pocket it. Maybe at the end of the day, they give you a project engineer and they are paying you 70,000, 80,000. And someone that is an electrician will be making like 120, 130. You know? So who cares? You are just the boss that approve as far as they're concerned, but you are not any more than the person. It is only in this environment you will see that, oh, when there's an opportunity for you to become a supervisor, some people will say that I don't want to become a supervisor. You ask them the reason. They tell you that as you are going there, it is very easy for you to. I say, why do I want to become a supervisor? I just want to earn my living. I don't want to become a manager because becoming a manager does not make sense to me. You just give me more responsibility, but I won't be able to make more money. Maybe you are talking to a guy that maybe does like 2 or 3 jobs that is clocking like 300K a year, and you want to pin that person down to 67,000, 80,000, 90,000 a year. You understand? But in Nigeria, everybody wants to become boss from day one because I'm coming with a bachelor degree from a big university. So I'm entitled to become your manager. And you that attended that technical school, I'm sorry, you have no life because your people are attending university, but you attended just 1 year technical school. That's not the problem. So perhaps maybe 1/20, maybe about 19 out of 20 of those people who are attending our university today, they should not be attending. And could be the reason that we have so much pressure on our university infrastructure. But if we are able to streamline, I think we'll be fine. I mean, as everybody go, if I say that only me, they talk like that right now.
I did hear
you now. They hear
Okay.
I will soon shut down in maybe 8 hours, so you should go and rest. QB, how are you, my brother?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Well,
I just
when
feel
you
like
talk now, put us in the background.
one or two,
Nigeria.
In case you want to shout, Thomas, you
one
can
or
put
two
us in the
cents to
background.
the contribution. Yes.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes,
Yes.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. My daddy is there on the studio with you. My daddy is with you people on the studio there.
Which daddy?
So, he knows himself now. Yes, daddy. It's my daddy. This place,
Yes,
he knows
daddy.
himself.
Yes, daddy.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
My daddy
You will
is there.
soon go to Dr. Rudolph. They will give you your koboko.
I'm still expecting their program today. I don't know the topics we are going to discuss today. I
No,
know
I will
everything.
be there. I will be there today.
Everything they want to discuss is how they are going to stop swearing in May 29. All those things. I know that is usually their discussion. There's nothing they discuss on that platform than to discuss how to stop May 29. May 29 is not in the constitution.
I like
So,
Rudolph. I like Rudolph.
I normally deliberately go to the platform to infuriate their thinking. That why would anybody? That was what I was asking Mr. Adewale, the presidential candidate, on the group. I was asking him specifically that what are we going to do to stop the May 29 swearing in? So I know most of the obedient people, they caught the joke that was trying to be sarcastic. So I'm still expecting him. We'll be there around, I think around 5 or 6. So for us to I just said I should quickly make like 1 or 2 minute contributions to what Mr. Ola said.
Yes. Because
specifically concerning concerning jobs in Lagos. There are so many artisan jobs that are being done by people not from Nigeria. I agree with him absolutely, 100%. I supervise some construction projects, especially in the New Lagos. You know, the New Lagos is the Lekki side, all those Lekki side towards the Dangote refinery.
Yeah.
Yes, new development are happening in that place. The reason why I'm mentioning that is that
all the aspect of constructions. Talk about bricklaying, tiling, POP. Can you believe that all those aspects of the job are done by non-Nigerians, especially these guys from Cotonou and Benin, and
Benin
Benin?
Republic.
Yes.
Are they good more than
So
us? So that Juwalo.
very, very well. In fact, their work is almost near perfect. They know what to do. If they do POP for you, I can guarantee you that that POP will be better than the POP done by a Nigerian. Apart from the
Wow.
fact that the Nigerian home, the guy will just give you one humongous estimate.
Quotation.
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 Okay,
Quotation.
quotations. Yeah,
Quotation.
the guy will just, apart from the fact that he will just give you one humongous estimate, then send an amount to the guy to start, like an advance for the guy to start. The following week that the guy receives your money, he's going to come back to you and tell you that ẹ má bínú, ìyàwó òun ni bàbá ẹ̀ ló kú, bàbá ìyàwó òun ló kú or something like that. That pé project yẹn òun ò ní lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ lénìí, ó di next week. So they have this kind of poor attitude and poor mentality. That's the way I see it. If you behave like that and act like that, you're going to remain poor. And those guys are very hardworking, and they are the work is very neat. If those guys do so in those Lekki houses now, they are the best tilers. So if you want to put tiles, call those guys. Highly professional, and they do their job. They can give you, if you want to, if you have a 4-bedroom duplex and you want to give them a contract of tiling, those guys can give you an estimate of it will take us 2 weeks for us to finish it, and they will be there. They will deliver it for you for that 2 weeks. They will sleep there.
They will
They will
sleep
make
there.
their
Yes,
meal.
I heard
They
they
will
will
sleep
sleep
in the
there.
site. They will make their meal
Eat.
there. They are
Yeah.
focused to the job. In fact, one of our best POP guy is actually from Benin Republic. The guy is making a living in Awoyaya side. If you know Lagos very well, Awoyaya is
Yes,
just
yes.
before Ibejuleki.
Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah, I know
the
where. Yeah.
guy, yes, you know Awoyaya. The guy makes a lot of money that the guy has been able to acquire his own land and has started developing his own property. He's somebody from Benin, just an artisan that is doing POP.
Wow.
So one
Wow.
guy from Nigeria that finished microbiology or zoology will not be saying there's no job. I just wonder that, and this guy collects millions of naira contract. To do POP is very expensive. To do POP of a sitting room now, maybe 200,000. It's very expensive. So for
Just
you to
one
do
sitting
POP
room,
of,
4 corner.
yeah, just one sitting room only, it can be as much as 200,000.
BQV. Let me even link it to what you are saying. I think Ola will remember. I mentioned this thing yesterday. You know the mentality of an average Nigerian youth.
Yeah, it's
And when
poor.
Buhari was saying that
Yeah.
Nigerian youth are lazy,
At least the guy is right. Oh, Buhari was right. Truly, I agree.
everybody was castigating him. You know, the only thing that an average youth of Nigeria wish is to steal. Stealing.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that they are after. They
No,
don't want to
Simba,
work
yeah,
hard
Simba,
to get money.
Yes.
do you know why I disagree with Buhari? Now,
No. Is it the statement? Do you disagree with the statement? The statement was true.
I
You might
disagree
not
with the
like
statement.
Buhari, but the
No,
statement was true.
BQB, because I've had the opportunity, the privilege to manage teams, and
Okay.
I understand. See, something looks very simple. You expect people to be smart and be forward looking. We
Yeah.
underrate that people that can do all those things, they are not that numerous because there are some percentage. Just like when you say people should be entrepreneur in that people that can be entrepreneur in the community, maybe they are within the range of 1%. Because
Yeah.
entrepreneurship is not for the fainted heart. Because if you see many startups that fail annually, even job that succeed itself, how many of them even make it to 3 to 4, 5 years? So what I'm saying is this: these ideas, they are very rare. A person like me now, if I want to solve a problem for you, I have an organized way of solving it because we have what they call page. I learned that one from my business school because that page is when you start giving perspective. Okay, from this perspective, from another person, people start giving idea. You match them together, you build matrix. You can be
Ola,
going.
if you finish, let me tell you a personal story. Yeah.
Okay.
Finish your
Now,
job.
if you look at that thing, it can take a month before you even generate an idea, and you start developing business case around that idea. You now start forecasting. What am I saying is this: those people you see, because some of them were not even supposed to go to university in the first instance.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They went to university expecting, because the mentality of going to that university, because
Because they
this is
said
the only way to
go to
job.
the university. Yeah.
Now, for Buhari to say what he said now, Buhari is not realizing that he is part of a leadership that failed the country.
Yeah, I agree.
You
He
can't
failed.
train your
Yes.
child, you can't train
Yeah.
your
Sad that he
children
failed.
wrongly and start blaming the children for not knowing the right thing to do. No, even see, when you want to know, okay, let me use the Bible that happens to be my my book, the book I follow. You see, when Bible say people perish because of lack of knowledge,
Yeah.
lack of knowledge, they say that people may underestimate it. Many people that even graduate from university, they lack that knowledge. People even me that I'm talking to you, I have a point in my life that I was so confused that the first thing that came to my head to my head was just to pick up Uber, just to survive. Otherwise, depression would just came immediately. You know, so it's like we have different story. When I tell some people that I drove Uber before, people will say, "Ah, you will drive Uber." I say, "Sit down there, look at it," because the life has not caught up with you.
They
That's why
make
you
a lot of money. So many guys drive Uber in Lagos now. They make a lot of money from it. People
yeah.
survive on it. I know in Lagos, at least I know like 2 or 3 people that they survive on the same Uber.
You can say that.
let me tell
Let me
you.
quickly round up my. Let me quickly round my this so that Thomas will tell his story. So the thing is this: you do not teach a child the way he should follow, and the child now is now misbehaving, and you are now saying the fault of the child. No, it's the fault of the parent. You understand? When Yoruba will say "I big" or "I koiba," you understand? When you give born to a child, when you bear a child, you give birth to a child, and you do not train the person properly, you call the person a big. But when you train the person now, you know you've done everything, but it's the child that is not following you. Then you say, "Okay, I call back." The thing now is this: they do train these people properly. The people that are confused. You know, I just went through a technical school, all those stories this day. Even you that went to Polytechnic, someone will be telling you that someone be already, because you've destroyed the confidence of the person from the behind. So from the beginning, someone that is passing through Polytechnic will already have set limit to
Yeah.
himself. They can get to. So the same thing, technical school. Now you now get in University of Education this day. It shouldn't be. You should all let everybody carry their pride. My uncle that went to technical school, he was proud to be industrial weather
Technical graduate.
there
Yes.
until they
Yes.
destroyed all the system. So my uncle became a teacher at the end of the day, but he was still proud of his wedding this thing. But it's only that we were not giving that thing the type of prestige we're supposed to give, because it's an offense now. If you're a carpenter, if you're a bricklayer now, there's no prestige.
Yeah.
So you are just a common street guy. So that thing is bad. You will see a bricklayer, carpenter, you will say yes sir, because you know that you are not any better. You know. So
Ola, let
yeah.
me tell you guys a personal story. This is a personal story. My immediate sister, she finished from uni. Before she finished, my own dad, at his 70s now, is still a fashion designer. He sold clothes for professor in UI, many people. Before he finished, she learned the job from my dad. He went for advanced learning again on sewing on this fashion designer. When she finished university, no job. Do you know what my sister did? He went to my problem of Nigeria, we are looking for a white collar job.
Yeah.
It's not everybody that will get white collar job. My
Fashion
sister
designer
went into
make a lot of money now.
yes. My sister, this is my blood sister, and totally me gangan. My blood sister is in the fashion designer world now. Bilky B. If I tell you her name now, Google it on internet, her name will come out. She sold for celebrities, Nollywood actress in Nigeria. She said she doesn't have shop. She sell her clothes online, sent to abroad, to UK, America, all over the place. What she's cashing every month, a doctor will
Yes, now.
try. A doctor will try to match her in Nigeria of today.
You will not even match.
So
You will
everybody
not
is
even match.
looking for white collar job. She's
Yeah.
if I BQB, if I say somebody is okay in Nigerian settings, okay. If I, no, you know what I mean, like okay. Somebody that
Maybe
doesn't even ask money, she doesn't even ask money from me, even though I'm living abroad.
living abroad.
She's
It's okay,
okay. If I said
yeah.
okay,
Okay.
driving a good car.
Thomas,
At least,
Thomas.
You see one thing, Thomas. I
You
love
know, Ola, before you talk, I just that's why I'm calling Thomas, and then I want to call you also. Don't you think we have to restructure our educational system so that we make our people to learn? It's not only by all these things that are not practicable that we are
Yeah, it's
doing,
not even
banking
practicable
and
and
finance,
useful now. Somebody learning botany. Which botany are
sociology,
already developing here?
all those
saying
things
that
that are.
you can even
Nah.
learn banking and finance now. You see what I was telling you now. The entire MBA I went to do here, it was more of how to be on your way to generate business idea. That's why I'm saying that I hate exam. Because in my MBA, you cannot hide. They were making you to provide solution and face people and tell people what to do. Now, if in the MBA, they are telling you that you cannot hide. You have to go and consult for people. Already they are telling you what to do. You know, when I was saying the other time, I said the only thing that pained me so much is that when I got to Canada, I should have find a way to enhance my sales skill. Sales should have been one of those things that I should have gone into, irrespective of my eyesight. Because when you are in sales, you'll be able to interact with people and say, okay, what's your problem? When you see that problem, you now look at another way of meeting those problems. So my MBA, in my MBA, I learned, even though I was doing some quick trading, you know, I was into some IT equipment sales, supporting some bank before I even left, you know, even while I was in bank, you know, they will tell you that that thing is a conflict of interest. I still have a way of doing business with other banks. I was doing that, but it was not as sad as what I learned. Because the market I was into that time, I could not even figure out that this is not sustainable. No, even I have idea that it's not sustainable, but I don't know how to say, okay, this is not to be sustainable, how to quickly find a mitigant ahead of that time. You know, but when you are now in a structural environment where they tell you the framework some consulting firm are using, they give you the tools, everything to work. Today, if I want to build a business case for you, before, while I was in the bank, even to write like a 5-page memo to even develop a business case used to be
It's
like work.
difficult.
But today, because I have all the framework, I will do it for you. It depends on the type of business you want to do. If it's a new business entirely that we need to make research, then maybe it can take like 2 months because I don't want to fail too. As someone that is, because if I wrote a document for you to start your business, if you are successful, I will brag. That's my selling point. So, but all those framework, you have the framework that okay, you move to this, you move to this, you move to this, you state that everything will be cogent to develop a RFP, to develop all those proposals, all those things. Today, very easy for me. Which used to be very hard because the the background, the solid foundation. That's why I say, yeah, MBA is what pure water. I say, okay, we that went for that program, ask us, we tell you that this is not because I have background in electrical, then I have computer, but I still tell you till tomorrow that this MBA has been my best because it's the one actually teaching me exactly. Because if I build my application today, I develop my program, then how will I sell it?
How will you
What
market
will I
it?
do? You understand? So all those ideas, then not all those ideas. I'm now able to meet people in the industry that okay.
Even Ola, even you don't need to even rely on your knowledge of electrical. You can, if you have the means, some people can develop the application for you. The only thing is for you to manage your application and make your money.
Exactly. So we need to start having that type of curriculum in Nigeria that you make people
Let me give you a practical example. I don't know whether it's Thomas or Remy or somebody that was talking about those Yaloja. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? You know, I had the opportunity of at least staying with my auntie. My auntie used to be a businessman. She sells engine oil. And in a large scale, we used to these 33,000 liters of oil. Sometimes when if they brought it like this in a day, we can sell it. It's about 150 drums. So and each drum is about 220 liters. What I want to say is that I learned a lot, and that was when I was even in the university in the early 90s. And you know, I learned a lot from, and that one reshaped my thinking about life. I study medicine, but you know, even after finishing medicine, I was thinking that I have to do business. I have to do business. That was why, you know, I was telling you yesterday, my younger brother is a transporter, and my elder brother. You know, all of us, we got that idea from the little that we learn. And it's not as if she's educated, but we learn a lot from her.
No, she's educated though. That's the word again that we need to not
Okay,
start
formal
changing.
education. Let me say formal education.
So that's the
That's
way people say they are not educated. In fact,
eh, formal education. So,
she's
and
very
I
educated.
I I I learned that one
So
from her. And now let me tell you, my wife now, she's also into business. I was one that introduced her to that business, and she's doing it on a large scale now. And now even my children, when they come back from when they're on holiday, I will not allow them to do only lesson. I will ask
yes,
her
they
to take
join
them
and
to
see the
shop.
way it goes.
Yes, follow her. And my daughter now, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, they can stay in the shop and still make millions for her every day, and they will account for those things, and they will give account without any money be missing. No, so those are the things. Background, as Ola said, background matters a lot in whatever we want to do in life. But you know, everything now we place more emphasis on degree rather than what you can offer.
The
I'm
way the
telling
word
you, look at that video now. You look at that video now, because of his exposure. Okay, I even learned that it was because of him that they have a faculty of music, department of music or faculty, whatever, in the school, because his father have
Hey,
to
Madonna. Yes, now.
exactly, that his father have to put investment there. Even though this guy
Yes.
has talent, but he now went to school to go and learn the thing properly. You me here, I know how I struggle to learn piano. Even as I speak to you now, I've been learning piano as far back as 1992. And up to now, I can tell you that I don't even still know much about piano because it's one of the most difficult instruments to learn. Now, look at someone now. You say, okay, you want to play music, no problem. You will go and have education. And this guy went to focus on education. Look at Fela. Fela knew he was going to do music and focus. And look at our Nollywood artists now. If you look at the Brother Shaggy now, you see that Brother Shaggy is producing exactly what he learned. There are some universities that can give kudos to now in Nigeria, that if you go to those universities, you are likely to shine. University of Lagos is one of them. Covenant University is one of them. Babcock University. I can mention them. That this thing you are learning, you can actually come out. That we even see the students, they will be playing with some stuff that they don't even know that will become something that they will build a business empire around. Those are the things.
the most
How
important
can you
thing is
say a person like me, I study electrical? Although where I won't condemn
from
myself,
which university?
I only managed to build battery charger when I came out. You understand? But some people are going for electrical today, and they are building robots.
Yeah.
They are building drone. And some people now in computer science now, they are even defining their data structure. They are developing applications.
No, they are still discussing Fortran. I was discussing with one guy in 200. I say Fortran. He said, which kind
Fortran,
of
no.
computer? Fortran. They are
They're
still
using no
teaching
cobalt
the
and
computer
Pascal.
people Fortran. I said, what is Fortran? They are not changing the curriculum. It's still the old one that they are not using
My.
again. How can you still be talking about operating programming and Fortran in 2022?
And that's if you want to,
So
because
they are still, yes.
okay, one of my sister, one
So
of my
those are the
cousin rather,
things.
one of my cousin that was attending one of the federal universities.
So,
You know what? In 2021, so when we're on 400 level, was asking me my computer that the faculty said, okay, you can't do this course if you don't have computer. I say, seriously? So seriously? So at 400 level, that is when you start learning how to write. So what have you been using before
what have you been doing in your head? You know, that's
because I expect you by the time you are, because there's one they call in Nigeria is discrete mathematics. That's what we call it, but here we call it mathematical structure for computer science, right? I did my electrical, but when I wanted to do my graduate, the chairman of my program said, no, I have to do that discrete mathematics that you know the difference. You know that discrete mathematics I did as an undergraduate of electrical then. When I did the same thing there, man, I know how to apply sets. I know the difference between between function and relation. I can, everything. All those vectors, everything, the way the thing applies to the design of electrical circuit or a particular program. No, then suddenly know how discrete mathematics and calculus will help you for data science. Just know all those things. Because you can link all those. It's not the thing you are reading, you are cramming just to pass that exam that the lecturer is bringing. That is why that retention here, when you learn things, the retention is always high because you are not cramming to pass. You understand?
But sometimes
personally, I hate cramming. That's why I didn't go for. My papa wanted me to go for medicine.
I'm sorry for butting in. But
No problem,
sometimes the structure creates that kind of situation you find yourself. I'll tell you an example, to a personal example. I had an opportunity to gain admission to mechanical engineering 100 level. I did only 100 level in mechanical engineering. There was this physics lecturer. He's a doctor. Then every time you ask him that you don't understand that, how do you arrive at the answer? Can you please expatiate? There is one response that the guy normally gives everybody. So they nickname the man as the response. Do you know the response? The response the man will give is like, you don't need to understand, just know it. That if you are saying something like if you are saying the formula for Kini is s square over y square plus y square. If you are not saying how do you get that one, can you please rationalize how you get it, my hello student? You don't need to understand, just know it. So if a lecturer is telling somebody like that, and I want to pass, because that's the only thing I know in my head, so I want to pass.
He himself doesn't know it. That's the meaning.
So he's telling me that I shouldn't bother to rationalize it. I want to understand it, that you just know it. And what is the meaning of I should know it? I should just know it. He's telling me to just cram it. Yes, to cram it.
You know what funny today? Like as an electrical engineer now, as a graduate of electrical, I should be able to build the circuit, whether the circuit board or some kind of circuit.
You should be able to build, maybe in a standard country, not in Nigeria. Maybe not in Nigeria.
You understand? Although I still manage to even use my electrical to dabaru them for NEPA and where I work. It still work for me, to be honest. I still work for me.
That's what I'm saying. That
be more than that.
The expectation is different. It depends on the country. You are saying maybe you should build. It's different from. Yes, it depends on the country you are talking about. I remember when we were in clinical class. I could remember we had one elective student from UK. We were studying medicine together. Now, this lady is in a junior class, lower than us. But there is one particular aspect, Dr. Moshu, this CG. Can you believe that they gave us, we were in 600 level, it's just to check how the electrical activity going in the heart, the way doctors understand it. The lady in 400 level could practically explain and understand everything very well. But for us in final year, that thing was just looking strange to us. It was looking like a miracle. So this point I just said is just to buttress my earlier position that what you need to know, what you need to do, depends on which country and the curriculum they follow. In Nigeria, they still follow the old curriculum. If you mistakenly mistakenly go into one of the lecturer's house and go into his or her library and take those his notes or his or her notes, wallahi, the guy will not be able to teach that course again, no, because it's those same notes that he's been using to teach every set, and the guy has been teaching that same course for more than 15, 20 years.
Maybe for the past 20 years, they have been using the
Yes,
same
for
notes.
the yes. So, and it's the same thing that the guy is teaching. Is there no improvement? Is there no advancement? So there is really no. So you can't really blame the product that is coming out too. It's like a garbage in, garbage out. What you give them to is what is going to come out. So linking this one back to our discussion is that there are so many opportunities to available, but our people are not interested. You can't see somebody that is a mechanical engineer, or a mechanical engineer that will tell the guy that go and do IT in one mechanic shop and
He will not
learn
go.
the
He will
practical,
not go.
yes,
He will not
and
go.
learn the practical aspect of the job. And those guy mechanic people, then they make a lot of money by
No,
just
no.
using
Let,
your
let,
car.
let me let me let, me-
You
let
see,
me tell you what is happening.
So
You
they will
know,
not
in the
go.
olden
So
days,
that same person who said, I'm a graduate, the guess that same person will prefer to be right to driving Okada or Keke Napep. And will be telling you I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate. Everybody is now a graduate now. That's a
let me tell
common.
you. You know, in Nigeria now, we have all these people now that are doing diagnostic for vehicles. You just enter maybe like a filling station. They are there. If there's any fault with your vehicle, they have the
And
machine
they
that
have
they
this
use to
machine now.
diagnose here.
Now.
None of them, they are not graduates now. They are not graduates because our graduates will be at home lamenting
They will be
to
looking for.
somebody
Now.
that is looking for work. He has
You
not
say,
gotten job.
you say I'm a
You
graduate.
know, I have a friend now that the guy went to, at least he has a master's now, but he went to technical school. In fact, they have this technical school we used to have in the before that they were cancelled now. There was one technical school in Erinle in Kwara State that time. That was where the guy went to. I got to know about this guy when I wanted to do an inverter. Can everybody hear me? Hello?
clearly, clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes. So it was this guy, after finishing technical school, he started manufacturing local stabilizer inverter on his own. That was when I got to know this guy. He did inverter for me. And that time we used to use a battery, this car battery. That was what you used to use that time to power the inverter. And now what the guy is now doing now, he's not even doing all those local things. He has improved on it, but now he's now an importer of those things, all these luminous things, and the guy is is a millionaire now. Millionaire. And if the guy speak English like this, you will be somersaulting.
That's how. That's
You
but
understand?
somebody
So
will see the
but
guy and
the
he say he's not
technical knowledge
educated.
that he has,
What's the purpose of education?
the technical knowledge that he has is what actually project, and it's, to me, it's better than our own B engine, BSc
So
engine guy that are just parading themselves and be wearing
I
suit
think
around.
B engine are just to boost your ego
MBNG.
now and to see your
But
study
Simba,
better now.
let me ask you a question. I think it's the structure. How come the doctors in Nigeria have
This my
practical
guy
experience?
that is talking now. Now
Doctor,
degree for this what he has
doctor, wait
done.
now. I'm going to ask. How come the doctors in Nigeria have practical experience?
No,
I
because
think it's the
Because your
structure.
background is built that
No, I
way.
agree with you. It's the structure. It's the structure. It's the structure.
The way
Mm.
medical training is structured, you right from 200 level, you start doing practicals. And you continue doing the practicals until you finish, even so, and different type of practicals. Then you finish. Also the 1 year internship that we used to do is also part of the experience. That is what actually made doctors to be exposed to practical and be able to at least function very well anywhere they find themselves. But our engineers, they cannot do that.
Yes, and there's material
No,
to
no, but
use for medicine.
unfortunately, it depends on schools. Like this one now. We see. There's no way I can forget the name of this man. The name of that man is Mr. Adejumo. The last time I saw the man was 1995. You understand? When the dual tester was still functioning, that's where I
Okay.
learned how to rewind three-phase motor. All those rewinding of transformer, I learned technical things there. In fact, it was there I learned how to power the entire industry, how to couple the power together, you know. So it depends. You know, later I moved to NEPA. You know, NEPA
But
then.
this the Mr. Ayejima was not a school. It was you just learned from him. Maybe he has a workshop.
You know, at that time they respect this city and gate. You know, city and gate is not something that is easy to pass. So you know, it's you are reading through, but it's practical. City and gate. So these people, they knew all those things. I could rewire transformer. I could. So that thing really helped me when I got to NEPA to, you know. I was even one of the first stubborn person to enter into that NEPA at that time. You know, a person like me, naturally, I was not supposed to be climbing pole. I started climbing pole because I know that climbing pole will give me extra money, especially when those guys, when they are no longer there, I could just go and do something somehow. Before you know, I started working on
Okay, you'll be
transformer. I
cutting
started
job
working.
outside. You are cutting job outside.
He's doing PP. He's doing
So
PP.
you were one
How
of
much
the
He's
is
doing
the
problem.
how much is
PP.
the end if we
You were
don't
one
cut
of the
job now?
problem of Nigeria then.
No, Patoski.
You cut
Wait,
light.
no,
You
there's
cut
official
our
job.
light.
Wait. There's official job and there are private job you can do on your own. You understand? I have a friend too now that's he met me in that NEPA too. He met me there. And as of today, the guy is doing an industrial installation and both a residential and industrial installation. That's what that guy does because he went ahead to work with power feed. And from that power feed, he could do so. See, some of us we still find a way to learn, but how many of us? That's the question. How many of us? And some of us that learn in this process too, we see some people they made fatal accidents. You know, some people like this because of some bad illegal job they did there. Maybe some kind of big senior manager or principal manager, they did some kind of illegal money, made millions before they left. That nobody even had a drawing of that circuitry. And you would think you've shut down 11 kV here, whereas another 11 kV is feeding from another area that will now backfeed to that place. I think you've shut down the circuit, and people will just climb, and the next thing they'll be electrocuted. You know, those are the kind of sharp bad things that used to happen there. Some of us will learn in a very hard way because to me, what made me learn that way was survival instinct. Because how much were NEPA official earning? But that's not survival instinct. So naturally, maybe you are not supposed to be doing house wiring, but because you are come there, you are this thing, you know, you go and compete with those
Is
electricians
there any
outside.
that's not here?
You said? Can you hear me?
No, it's clear. It's audible.
Okay. So it's just survival instinct. The one that Oga Pa say, if I get Nigeria, they get Nigeria today within the space that we want to do electrical job. Even I've not done electrical job for how many years now? For like 20 years. Like the pure electrical. I've not done it for 20 years because I left Nepal. I left Nepal 2023. I will still do it comfortably now. I spent good 6 years with Nepal. So you see, one thing is this: when it is
You mean you
electrical.
left NEPA 2023? We are still in 2023.
Oh, 2003. Sorry, my brother. Sorry, my brother. So
Peter Obi,
Fair enough, Peter.
2025.
you know, 2023 was when I switched to IT completely. You know,
Yeah,
before that, I used to NEPA work on high tension, the distribution
yeah.
network, bus bar. You know, that time you will see some people that say instead of go and call the industrial technician, they prefer you because you work in NEPA because they prefer you even than calling the electrician somewhere. You understand? So Oga Patrick, when you say we call business now, yeah, we do call business, but there are some
Partly because NEPA, your own bill will be cheaper than calling the
no.
electrician.
Your bill will not be cheaper. What? Your bill will not be cheaper. The only thing that you are making friendship in case of the day you are going to enter trouble. So your friend will save you. The bill is not cheaper.
Okay.
The thing is this way. Look at it this way. If you go get a technician outside, the technician will still need a NEPA man to switch off for the person, right? So when the same NEPA is an electrical engineer like that outside this thing, outside his job, you call him to come and do it for you. You know, can you lay the cable? Yes. Can you help us lay the line? Yes. Can you build up the bus bar and tell us where we are going to feed our people? Yes. So you may prefer to give to the expert rather than the person that will still be looking for NEPA to come and shut down circuit for them. So some of us, like I said, we learn in a very hard way. I have a friend there that used to design high-rising building too before he came here. So some of us, we are so fortunate to get into that place. But what I'm saying is that not all of us that studied engineering, not all of us were supposed to even be in engineering to start with.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, Mr. Allah. You
Yes,
met this, especially this electrocution that you mentioned, made me to remember. Sometimes when NEPA official cut our lights or remove our lights, we know we have all these electricians around. Most of the street, we have one electrician somewhere.
We
We'll
call
go
them
and call
NEPA
the
2.
electrician to help
NEPA
us
2.
to fix it. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now, but sometimes they fix it when there is light on the pole, and they don't get electrocuted. So what happened?
No, you say they are taking risk. Look, theoretically,
Uh-huh. And they put it
theoretically,
there. You will just hear
theoretically,
some spark, and they will put it and we have light. So what
no,
happened? What are they doing?
no. Some people they just hold the wire and they hang it lightly there. That wind can just blow that conductor away, and you will have partial contact. Sometimes that partial contact can even be devastating because it can damage something in your house. And some of them use glove while doing all those things. But the risk there is this: if they have open hands somewhere and touch and that hand touches one of those lines, as they are holding on to that pole, they can be electrocuted immediately because there's a bridge there. One thing is this: there's what we call equidistance in electrical. If you find yourself look at that type 330 double cycle that you see, 330 kV, all those 132 kV, all those there are transmission lines. Now, even by mistake, if someone is dropping from the sky and you find yourself on just one of those things and you are able to you hold one line, you are not holding two lines together, because if you hold two lines, you beat yourself. So it's going to see you as a complete cycle, and that's electrocution. But if you hold the same line, with your hand and you are hanging in there, as long as that electromotive force that electromotive force cannot jump that air to the floor to ground itself, you'll be okay. The only thing that your body will be charged. Your body will be charged, meaning that as your body is charged, if you just by any mistake drop on the line, the body will catch fire immediately, because the charges in your body will discharge immediately, and that can be devastating. So all those NEPA 2 you are seeing that they are climbing the pole, they are taking that risk, is just because they have glove on the other hand, or the other hand is not touching the line. Because if one of your hand touch the real electric line, one of the live wire, while you are holding on to that concrete pole, the result is not always good. But you can still go away too if it's a wooden pole. You are holding live wire, you are holding on. As long as you are holding one line, there's no problem. But if by any mistake you are able to hold, there are 4 lines sometimes. There are 4 lines.
Yes.
You have the
Yes.
red, yellow, and blue phase.
Blue,
Then
Yes.
blue.
the one down is neutral. So if you are holding one of those red, yellow, or blue phase, and you by mistake touch the neutral wire, now electrocution straight away. But if you touch one of them and you are holding on to wooden pole, so there's no path for the electricity to return to the ground, you are okay. You are okay with that. But if by any mistake you touch a particular line that can ground the person immediately, sorry, RIP straight away. So is some of those guys, they
I've
know.
seen several instances that they die. You see the bones, the body will be, the thing will crack like anything. Severe bones.
I'm telling you. You see, one thing is, you see the danger of especially high tension. There was an area in Alausa then when they used to drop refuse, and the refuse was just high. So the thing was so close to high tension. And if you are some distance, if you are like a few distance to that high tension, it will be like if that thing draw your head to that tension, and the electrocution straight away. So and you will see where some kind of high tension line will drop on ground, and we met the line as if you are trying to, mold ceramic, burn ceramic. So is and Nigeria, we are so ignorant. Sometimes some people will build under the power line. Even that division line.
Ola, do you know this high tension in Agbado in Lagos?
There are many of them. There are many of them.
You see people, you see 2-story building, 3-story building under that high tension, and the thing will be making noise. You'll be hearing.
I do you know the law people have? I think you are talking of those one on pylon, those ones that have a steel structure, right? Or those pylon.
Yes.
Do you know the log that people have? If it's just the ordinary one that used to call drop down anyhow, many people will have died. But because that one is still reinforced, even though you are seeing aluminum conductors, there's a steel inside, so it's still reinforced. That is why those ones, they don't drop anyhow. But we have some situation whereby if there is like a lightning that can cause some charges to be discharged, some people living that place, they will be inside their house, they'll be touching their wall, and they'll be finished some shocks or that thing.
They will be roasted.
So people take some kind of silly risk in Nigeria. They take some kind of silly risk in Nigeria. So we have a long way to go.
I have to shut down now.
Throw us to the background, I beg. It's like throw us to the background. Let me see the gist.
To the background. If you want me, that's all right. I'm good. Thank you, everybody. QKB. Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Thank
you.
I was just
no worry. Adewale said we should not go, and he has kept quiet since.
I was listening to you guys, but for the past, I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't.
John Dami, who is John Dami? But I'm very close in it, John Dami. Hello, John Dami.
You know Samba?
Yes.
Let me just okay. You make your speech, then I will come in, Thomas.
No, I'm about to shut down.
Oh, okay. So I was.
But I want to put guys in the background. You can discuss if you want to discuss in the background.
Okay. I went back to Tinubu's speech in Abeokuta before the.
Okay, Emilokon.
I like that. Emilokon.
I was watching it just like okay, this is like a first time. This guy is brutal. This guy is just, I don't know what I would call him. He needed to be studied, to be honest. Whether by this guy is just, everybody kept quiet.
Do you know, I heard that they were studying him in one university in America. I don't know how far it's true. Man. Maybe they use him as a case study or so. I don't know how.
I brought it here now. It is true. Princeton University, which is an Ivy League university. Yeah, I brought it here, and it's a fact.
Really? Everything is said at that.
Really?
If ordinary person.
Yes, I have the document.
Yes. Yeah.
If ordinary person has said those things, that person probably that would be the end of this, because he was saying even the governor of Lagos was looking at him like, golly, like. I got the body language was just saying like, oh my god, this guy is.
Adewale, you remember one big pamo?
Yeah.
One former sorrow. Only any familiar again sorrow.
I was just watching him. Fashion actually described him very well. That his look, if you are not careful, that look will deceive you as if the person you are talking to is just the one non-entity. This guy his brain is God. It's like a criminal brain. Jesus Christ!
Oh my God.
I was watching it. I was listening to that speech again. Man, what is?
How did you Google it, or how do you get it?
No, I just stumbled on it. I was going through. There was a particular video I was looking for, and I stumbled on this one. So let me just watch it again. And I was watching it as if I'm just new to it. Man, this guy is just—it's an enigma. It's just something.
It's something else, my brother. It's something else.
Ibẹ̀ kọ́ ló ti ń refer sí Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún as eléyìí.
Yeah, I'm like, man.
eléyìí.
And I look at Oshibajo's political career. It's over with.
No. I want to finish, but boy, it's done. It's done.
No,
just
I
forget
think whoever advised Osinbajo, they did not advise me very well. Believe me, they misled the guy.
Nah.
Yes,
Nah.
and
Yeah.
Thomas, if you want to see the case study, I've pasted it. So it's from they call it Innovation for Successful Society. So by Preston.
Oh yes, I
Preston.
got it here. Yes, I'll go and
So
open it. I'll open it on the yes. I
you
will
will
go and
enjoy
look.
it too. Some people will be telling me that how they shake this thing, because how many of our leaders they manage to do case study on, even if for their corruption, because even when some of our leaders are even corrupt, some are corrupt senselessly. They don't being a corrupt person sometimes you need some skills, but you see some skill, you say, oh, this guy is just so stupid in his way. There's no way you can say Tinubu is not corrupt. But Tinubu once said that Obasanjo taught him how to be legally or is officially corrupt. Because when they say Tinubu is corrupt, yeah, they say he learned it from Obasanjo how to be officially or maybe legally corrupt. I will look at that document too again. He accused Obasanjo that yes, I'm corrupt, but you taught me how to be corrupt legally or thereabouts.
Ẹgbẹ́ epo pamọ́, ẹgbẹ́ náírà pamọ́, a máa dìbò, a máa wọlé.
One thing about who is this? When you say the man is corrupt, he has never told you that he's not corrupt. He said, go and bring your evidence.
Even when he was taken to Code of Conduct Bureau court, he still, man, this guy is just something else.
Exactly.
He's something else.
Is Patoski there?
Patoski is there. I don't know. Maybe you want to.
Say that you hate him. Say that you hate him passionately or you love him passionately.
Patoski, I want to ask you a question, though. Because what you did this morning, I'm surprised the way you are talking today. I wonder maybe you took something.
Peter Obis.
We have warned them now, so we don't want to repeat on their face.
Simba said, "Are you sure Patrick is not drinking any something?"
We want to clear the ground.
Even Des was saying that he was surprised the way Patoski was talking.
We want to clear the ground for our guy now. Our guy is wrong. So let's clear the ground for him now.
Oh my God! Yeah. Let me just shut it down. We can chat at the background. Yeah. God bless you all. Since another one man will always say one day another dollar. So we thank you everyone for coming. So our listeners, super chatters, thank you so much. You know where we are going. We have to go there. Yeah, to round it off. Yeah, let's see what is going on. Thank you so much, you guys. You really you've been a very good for us trying to do good thing to Nigeria. If we are not thinking about Nigeria, we will not be here speaking all this while. So thank you so much. God bless you all. See you at the other side tomorrow.
Okay, Thomas. Bye-bye.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.